Hi, everyone. Hi. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just realized that the volume was really turned up. So all of you probably got a very big burst of like very loud me yelling. But anyway, hello, folks. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Everyone doing well out there? Everyone doing well out there? Let's see who we have here, shall we? It's been a while. It's been a few days. It's been like what? It's been since Thursday, which is what? 1, 2, 3. It's been 3 days, 3 or 4 days. Regardless, hello everyone. Hi. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. All right. I'm calm, parkours. I'm calm. How dare you? Okay. Hello. So, guys, let's see who we have here. We got a lot to talk about, right? We got a lot to talk about. Alas, we have a lot to talk about. Okay, so let's see who we have here. First of all, hello in your groove. Hello in your groove. How are you doing in your groove? So glad you're here. As always, it is the morning. Well, technically, it's the afternoon for me, but still. Okay, hello, hello. Hello, Gwen. I love and adore you, but I'll be watching on and off. I'm watching the probable cause hearing for Tyler. Right? Hey, it's okay, Gwen. Let us know how it goes. Okay, so glad you stopped by at the very least. Okay. Hello, Doug. How are you doing, Doug? DUG, Doug. How are you doing, Doug? So glad you're here, as always. As always, so glad you're here. Okay, as always. Hello, elevator lady. Hello, elevator lady. Gotta love having elevator lady here. Gotta love having elevator lady here. Always love having elevator lady here. Hello, Jay Williams. Jay Williams, good morning. Good morning to you, Jay Williams. Well, good afternoon, technically. Everyone, check out Jay Williams' art. Join our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. You can go to Jay Williams' profile, open it up, go to his Instagram or his Twitter, his X, I guess, whatever the fuck you want to call it. See his art. He does commissions, and he's very good artist. We all very much like his art. Okay. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. Oh my God, Weirdomorphous Blob. You're gonna love it, Weirdomorphous Blob. We're talking Gentile today. Know how much you're a big fan of Gentile, right? Weirdomorphous Blob. Anyway, our favorite Marxist, right? Hello, Parkours. How are you doing, Parkours? So glad you're here, Parkours. As always, everyone check out Parkours' channel on Twitch. So glad you're here, Parkours, as always. By the way, Parkour's Language is the name of that channel. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I hope you had a good weekend, Louise. I really do. I hope you had a good weekend too. Thank you, Doug. I'll take a drink. Hope things are going well over there in the UK. Okay. I know they're probably not, but still, hope they are. Hello, Marzipan. Hello, Marzipan. Marzipan says, hello, my lovely jester. Hello, my lovely chat. Hello to you, Marzipan. So glad you're here. Hello, Sir Bart. Sir Bart here to yuck it up. So glad you're here to yuck it up, Sir Bart. Did I miss anyone? Hello, virtual violence. Hello, virtual violence. So glad you're here. As always, virtual violence. You virtually do a lot of violence to me anyway. Hello. I'm not shirtless. I know I'm wearing I'm wearing a tank top. I know it looks kind of weird, but I promise I'm not shirtless underneath this. Even though I'm sure that'll be, some of you would like that though, you sickos. Okay. Hello, J Mac. Will you tell us who our new daddy is? What the fuck are you talking about, J Mac? What do you mean a new fucking daddy? Disgust me. You disgust me, you pervert. Hello, J Mac. So glad you're here. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Yes, hello, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid, also now one of the authoritarians of the server. So glad you're here, Mayflower Kid. Meow and Mayflower Kid forming a kind of dual monarchy. Now Mayflower Kid's still in training, so send your inquiries about server shit to Meowzord or me. But Mayflower Kid also appointed. And eventually we'll probably do some kind of election thing, but for the interim period, I've appointed some dictators. Okay. Hello, Jonas. So glad you're here, Jonas. Hello, Jonas. So glad you're here. As always, Jonas. Love having Jonas here, as always. Okay. We need to speed this shit up. Sir Bart, yeah, have my mega neighbor finally stop supporting Trump after all of his ranting about communists. Good. Oh, really? That's what broke it? Okay, that's interesting. Sir Bart. Hello, Mithril. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Mayflower Kid does say, please submit your answer to the question in a photo or GIF for the year 1 anniversary celebration for Casual Revolt on Wednesday. Yes, guys. So Wednesday, guys, Wednesday is our year 1, our year anniversary of the community. We haven't even been doing this for a year. Okay. So Wednesday is the 1 year anniversary of the Casual Revolt community. So Mayflower Kid, in her infinite beneficence and kindness, has decided to plan some kind of celebration stuff for Wednesday. Okay. So Wednesday is the year one anniversary. Okay. Of the community. So please follow up with Mayflower Kid if you want to submit shit. That's crazy. This operation is so well polished, Sam. Is it Marzipan? Thank you. Thank you. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, Marzipan, because my community are full of you, which you are a part of. The community is so full of assholes. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Da, 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 da. All right. Hello, Philly Cheese. So glad you're here, Philly Cheese. I am wearing pants, J Mac, you sicko. All right. Fill the power vacuum. Correct. Correct. Okay. So we will do a little celebration on Wednesday. Okay. Okay. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. Okay. Fertig in German. You guys will notice I am wearing the jester outfit today. I am indeed wearing the jester outfit today. Okay. True, Jonas. Why not both, Jonas? Okay. You are degenerates. Okay. I'm wearing the jester outfit today. Okay. Good. Good. I'm literally being so honest. Runs off in tears. Thank you, Marzipan. I apologize. I'm glad you're being honest. Okay. So we have stuff to talk about, right? We got stuff to talk about. First thing we're going to talk about is we have some good news. Okay, we have some really good news. At least I think it's good. Does it mean it'll end up being good in the long term? Maybe not. But for the moment, it's good. And I'm happy with that. That is that the right wing and Trump appear to be terrified of the victories of the DSA and progressives across the country, which is a good sign, which is a really good sign. Okay. So we'll talk about that. Hello, Matt Saigai. How are you doing, Matt Saigai? So that's a very good sign, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about the fear factor there, which is kind of fun, and then you'll notice I'm all in my jester outfit because we're going to be talking about fascism today. And ain't no way I'm going to legitimize that shit by looking like a normal person when I'm talking about it. So we're put on the jester outfit to give it the respect it deserves, which is jestering. And we'll talk a little bit this week. We'll start our fascism unit. I'm not going to say it'll be only 1 week. So we will talk a bit about the origins of fascism, its historical development, what it is in practice and in theory, what neo-fascism is, stuff like that. So you guys are gonna, and I'm gonna have to truncate it because, guys, I know too much about fascism. I know that sounds dark, but it's true. So I will give you a nice little summary as much as I can over the next week or two about fascism, a bunch of things you may not know about it, the history of it, different fascist movements, etc. Okay. JMac, how long until they name DSA a terrorist group? God knows, JMac, who knows? They already have probably. I'm guessing they probably already are thinking about it. Okay, so Jay Williams, it's your favorite ideology? Jay Williams, I swear to God, Jay Williams, elevator lady, who's my favorite as always, says I'm so excited. So am I, elevator lady. So am I. Hello, Tater Tot. I'm so glad you're here, Tater Tot. So let's get into it, guys, with some positive news. Okay, let's talk about some positive news because I want you all to remember that despite all the shit going on, there are some good things happening. Okay, there are some good things happening. And those good things are becoming more obvious by the day. All right. And for weirdly enough, I am starting to see somewhat of I'm starting to feel this little bubbling up of hope inside me. Now, listen, I'm going to bonk that shit to hell until it actually comes to pass that things are becoming better because I'm sick of being disappointed. So don't think that it actually means good things are going to happen because we live in America and we live in the world in modern day. But there are some positive signs that kind of show at least that things might not be as stagnant as they have been, okay, which is good. So let me explain some of those things to you. First of all, I noticed if anyone here watched any of Donald Trump's babbling incoherent speeches during this weekend, he had a theme that he kept going back to. He kept talking, but he gave a speech the day before the 4th of July at Mount Rushmore, and then he gave a speech on 4th of July during the 4th of July fair. Okay, the 4th of July celebration bullshit that he did. Okay, so let's listen to I wanted to show you just a brief segment here. And this was a theme that he constantly went back to over and over again, and I thought it was kind of weird. So listen.
Love what we have built. You must love our
Now wait for it.
country.
Yeah, Chairman Bart.
There has never been anything like us
Now wait
anywhere
for
on
it.
earth.
American
and we
exceptionalism,
are not
classic.
going to let anyone take that away. Yet as we approach this magnificent anniversary, we see our American identity under a renewed attack. A generation after we fought and won the Cold War against the menace of communism, there is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land, including from newcomers to our country who embrace ideas totally opposed to our way of life and our great success. These are not mere political disagreements like differences over taxes or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11.
Isn't that interesting? He's saying communism is worse than fascism.
We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen. Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere in the world. Never works. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July 4th, 1776. It is the enemy indeed.
He goes on and on and on about communism, okay? Not only does he go on and on about communism in this speech, he went on and on in communism about communism the speech before this, all right? And he is trying to equate a communism with immigration. All right. And why am I bringing this up? Okay, not only that, guys, it has not only been him. This has been a line that I've noticed very recently becoming a very big thing across different news channels, etc. Okay, so here is Fox News. Fox News also doing fear-mongering.
President Trump last night repeated his warnings that the rise of democratic socialists represents a new communist threat to the United States. Some of those far-left candidates are using the term comrades now to describe their supporters.
Half of the people here are strangers to you all. Just months ago, you didn't know them. But now you have comrades.
You deserve to make
sure
that
God.
your international comrades are actually working with you and getting the benefits that you all deserve.
So I gotta give a shout out to my comrades. I mean, we are winning power. It's not just winning tweets or winning messages.
How scary, guys. The word comrade is scary.
Power.
Let's bring in Fox News contributor Richard Fowler.
You're going to see that they go on to just completely bash democratic socialism, especially. And this goes on and on. I have a few videos lined up here. They even interviewed the head of the DSA in an effort to listen to how they framed the questions to the leader of the DSA. And this was 4 days ago, okay?
Every now and then, politics gives you a tell, not a poll, not a policy paper, not spin, the truth. Socialists are taking over the Democrat Party. Milot Kiros just knocked off a Democrat who's held this Colorado seat for 15 terms, 3 decades. And afterwards, she thanked her comrades.
I want you all, seriously, look.
So, holes of golf. It's a choice. And it's a choice, according to the communist's biggest streamer and cheerleader, Hassan Piker, that's coming to your home.
Coming to your home.
I think progressive politics, left populism, a politics that centers the needs of the working class can work in every district, in every state. That's why I kept saying over and over again, it's coming to a city near you.
And as you weigh your choice, here is what they're selling.
We will not wait to take the fight to Donald Trump and the oligarchy. We will not wait.
Okay.
We will not wait to abolish ICE and pass Medicare for all.
Wow.
We will not wait to put an end to the politics of the past, to get big money out of our politics, and to reject corporate PACs and APAC.
So, guys, let me ask you, that bit there where they show her speaking, what is scary about this? Think about who the average Fox News viewer is. They're older white people who are retired. Do you think that the words she's speaking are what is scary? Or do you think it's the imagery on the screen? Exactly, Philly cheese. Okay. Honestly, I'm glad that they show what she's saying because there's a lot of people who would watch this and be like, "Oh, that's not bad." Okay. It's the fact that it's a woman of color that is up there saying it. Okay. So I've started this happened recently in the last few days. There has been a massive uptick across the right wing screaming about how communists are taking over. Okay. Um, yeah, that exactly, Couch Potato. Okay, exactly. Okay, you're very right, Couch Potato. They're actually Couch Potato says more for someone else equals less for me is also a common misconception they have around it. Right, Couch Potato. Okay, Fetty, hello, Fetty, boomer communist dog whistle. How dare a strong brown? Yes. Okay. So I've noticed that this has gotten a lot worse recently. Okay, I know I saw a lot of people saying, "Well, they've been saying this for a long time. They've been saying this for a long time." Yeah, but there has been very recently, like in the last few days, a massive uptick in the obvious amount of panic happening on the right wing in response. Hello, Lane. In response to the a bunch of DSA victories across the country. Okay, progressive DSA candidates have been winning in elections all across the country. They've been beating Corpo Dems. And if like by the way, the right wing aren't the only people freaking out. The Democrats are freaking out. The Corpo Dems are freaking out. Okay. The what's his name? Joe Manchin came out recently and was like panicking, saying, "Oh, we need to protect the Democratic Party. We need to stop this influx of socialists." There have been tons of Democrats coming out, freaking out as well. And maybe I'll find a video later showing about how the corporate Dems are also freaking out about this. Now, I find this interesting, okay? Because the last time, the time when there was a Red Scare previously was when there were a lot more communists and socialists out there. This to me shows that they are actually worried about the influence that the left has. Okay, and they should be because there are a lot of lefties winning, and lots of stats show that people do not like the Democratic Party and they want progressives. Not only that, okay, not only that, the right wing is apparently about to somewhat divide. Okay, they've been divided for a while, but the Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. Now listen, I don't trust either of these idiots. I don't trust either of these people, but both Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene are saying they're going to leave, that they are leaving the Democratic and Republic. They're leaving the Republican Party and they're going to form their own third party. They're going to create their own party. They're going to break away and try to form an anti-war, anti-Israel, in theory, anti-war, right? Party that is America first. That's what they claim. So, Dolly Boy, amazing 10 months. Hello, Dolly Boy. So glad you're here. Okay, so this is like the right wing might in fact be dividing, while the left is strengthening, and people and the right wing is panicking about it. Okay, and the Democrats are panicking about it. Okay, correct, Loiso, correct. But this is still going to cause some division in the present, right? In the present, which with midterms coming up and stuff, it might have some impact. We will see. Regardless, this is a bad sign. Okay, this is a bad sign. It's also possible, Loiso, that he's saying that to convince Vance to side with him in the future. We will see if Vance does that. So it's unclear, but I don't trust either of these people. But this is like the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson have come out and openly said this is interesting. Okay. So exactly, Sir Bart. They're only anti-Israel because they're anti-Semitic. Correct. Okay, that is true. So this is an interesting series of events. If the right wing is actually dividing, which we can't be sure, we can't be sure if they will. if they Tucker Carlson has already announced he's left the Republican Party. That's bad for the right. And if the left is truly having a massive boost, that's an excellent sign. And the fact that the right wing is panicking about it, as are corpo Dems. Okay. So we will see what happens. But these are good signs, folks. These are good signs. It might very well be that thing that people are finally, their material conditions are reaching the point where they're seeing the light. Now then, I don't know if that also might lead more people to go right wing, to be honest with you. But the fact that we've seen a bunch of insurgent candidates who are progressive winning is a good thing. Okay. So just wanted to let you know that I'm not saying there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but this is positive news, right? And we should be slightly happy about it at least. Okay. Things aren't going well. Okay. Things aren't going well for the right wing at the moment. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, Tucker is such an odd person to watch. It's why I was somewhat of a fan during my dumb days. Now I watch and oh no, I get it, Jonas. Tucker Carlson is really smart. And I don't say that as a compliment. I say that as he's devious and he knows what to say in order to get people on his side. He knows what to say. Yeah, Tucker is a shapeshifter and he's really smart, unfortunately. Which is why he's dangerous. Because imagine if he were to be in power, that would be very dangerous. Okay. He would be a great snake oil salesman. You didn't stream this weekend in the Patriot Front rallies. Are you hilarious, J Mac? He knows exactly. Dolly Boy, Jay Williams. Yeah, I found him very smart back then too, and I unironically felt he'd be a good presidential. Yeah, unfortunately, he would be Jay Williams. He would be a good presidential candidate, and I don't mean ideologically. I mean he would have a big chance of winning, unfortunately, because he is so good at shape shifting. Okay, yeah, he'd be a more competent fascist. So anyway, I hope you celebrated dear leader Trump's to the max and that you're feeling better. Oh, signal, I swear to God. Okay. So anyway, so guys, but these are good signs. These are very good signs. All right, very good signs. And by the way, I feel that the administration is kind of trapped. Okay. The administration in general is kind of trapped because as the left rises, they have two options. Let them rise and then try to beat them back with regular politics or crush them, either legally or illegally. All right? If you don't fight them back and you don't crush them illegally or legally, okay, you will probably end up losing because the left is rising. If you do crack down on the left, you have the possibility of radicalizing people even more and putting more people onto the left side. Okay. So in this way, it could be seen that the right wing, the Trump administration is between a rock and a hard place. That I don't know if that is truly the case. It depends if a crackdown does in fact radicalize people, but I suspect it would. So this is an interesting spot that they're in. Okay. You see what I mean? So we'll see what happens. All right. So that is my general somewhat good news here is that there does appear to be somewhat of a shift happening here. Now, I do want to watch this with you.
Every now and then.
Okay, I do want to watch this with you. The head of the DSA was on Fox News, okay, was on Fox News and did a really good job defending himself against Fox News. And I want you just to listen to him. I just want you guys to watch this interview. So let's go forward here a bit. Well, he's talking about he's panicking about the rise of the left. Okay, here we go.
America. And how do I know that? Let's take a look over at the wall. The Democratic Socialists of America. What is their platform? What is it that they believe? Well, it's things that we've all heard. Medicare for all, college for all, housing for all, and doing all of that.
Do you see they're doing the advertising for the left? This is kind of the issue. Trump, the benefit that Trump had is that the liberal media kept constantly talking about the things he was saying as a hate watch kind of thing. Well, now the Fox News is doing that and is sort of platforming the DSA accidentally.
with a 32-hour work week. It's a virtual wish list on a college freshman dorm room. You'll pay for it by, of course, taxing the rich, and why don't we throw in the Green New Deal and free Palestine along the way? But the DSA goes further. They are looking to, for example, end the U.S. war machine, fight mass incarceration and police brutality, allow workers to migrate between countries, end all immigrant detention and deportations, immediate amnesty social services for all immigrants, and fully extending voting.
Now, obviously, a lot of this stuff is not true, or is at least a lot of this stuff would not be viewed as positive by people. But these, okay, they're
criminals and non-citizens, and yet it even gets more radical. With that power, here is your change. Seek statehood for Washington, D.C., replace the two-party system, expand the House, popular vote for president, and limit the powers of the Supreme Court.
Oh,
and
no.
Yet all of this that I have just shown you, it's nothing compared to their rhetoric, their words, their honesty about wanting to tear down America.
Right. That's
we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards.
This nation was founded on genocide and the mass displacement of people.
We have to use every tool
That's just a fact.
in the toolbox to make sure that we abolish ICE and keep our immigrant neighbors safe.
Was 9/11 an inevitable consequence for America based on U.S. foreign policy?
Inevitable in the sense that we destabilized a lot of the Middle East. That forced people to believe that another act of violence was the only response.
If you really want
I mean, that's just a fact. Like, okay.
to talk about destabilization, let's see what would happen in a world
they should keep giving them free advertising.
Without borders or prisons or police. That's a position that New York's Daria Lisa Chevalier seemingly endorsed at one time by retweeting a post claiming all of that was possible. Necessary.
Right, Couch Potato, how dare they be reasonable, logical, ethical, empathetic people? That makes Republicans uncomfortable. That's rude and should be illegal, right?
And the only moral way forward. She also seemed pretty intrigued by communism, writing in a now deleted post in 2020.
Right.
Most of the theory I've read is communism, but the pyromania associated with anarchism is very intriguing to me. I must read further.
I love her.
Years ago, when people start throwing the word comrade, you want to dust off Ayn Rand. And years ago, she made an observation that's worth.
Great. Guys, don't you love I didn't even know he was going to quote Ayn Rand. Okay, that's hilarious to me. He's like, you got to dust off Ayn Rand. Let's read from Ayn Rand.
Remembering, she argued that communism and socialism seek the same destination. The difference is that communism seeks to get there by force, while socialism tries to get there through the ballot box.
Ayn Rand, wise as always, doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. That is not what differentiates. Okay, you know what? That's fine. It's whatever. It's okay.
It's still the same destination. She said it's the difference between murder and suicide. We have a choice. They're telling the truth. And it's a choice that dictates a future.
Look, I'm sorry. Isn't this hilarious? He's even saying, look, the DSA are telling the truth. Why are you doing their advertising for them, you idiot? I love that.
For America. Joining me now is the Democratic Socialists of America co-chair, Ashik Sadiq.
By the way, very attractive man. Very attractive man.
Ashik, thanks for being with us here today.
Sorry for objectifying him.
Thanks so much for having me. I hope through the course of our conversation, I understand more about what it is the DSA seeks to accomplish in America. So let's start with a couple. Several of the candidates that the DSA has endorsed, like Daria Lisa Chevalier, have talked about the destruction of America. Is that part of the goals of the DSA, to tear down the project that we know of as America?
What a fucking stupid question. Okay.
Our goal is to expand possibility in America and expand the promise of America. So many people have come to the United States for centuries in search of a better life, in search of opportunity. And today, the United States is the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and yet more people than ever are struggling to get by. So we believe that workers deserve more in the United States. Everybody deserves a basic floor for a good life.
I understand, Ashik. What's the path? Is it in fact communism? Do you seek communism?
Our goal is democratic socialism, which we think is distinct from, the Soviet Union, which ended decades ago. So we point to examples in America's own history.
See, listen, guys. So this is why I've said before, I think listen, I know I only say these things from my personal views on these things, okay? But I've always thought the DSA was much better at like advertising and promoting itself and things like that than other lefty groups. Because it does distance itself from things like the Soviet Union and China, and things like that. Because still, for a lot of Americans, those are things that have this like instant reaction internally of like, oh God, no, right? So what he's saying isn't really. He's making it seem like communism is the Soviet Union. Well, okay, I guess, but that's what a lot of people think of when they think of communism. They think of Soviet Union, they think of mass death, they think of shit like that. So I think they've done a great job at messaging, the DSA. And I think other lefty groups, and this is my opinion, need to stop relying on imagery, historic socialist imagery. Now, listen, guys, I'm not saying that we can't, like that shit in our private spaces. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that I think the DSA has kind of understands that you shouldn't have the hammer and sickle out there, okay? And you shouldn't be waving the flag of the Soviet Union and like China and shit like that, because that will drive people away from you, whether for good reason or not, okay? So anyway, okay, so I think the DSA has been much better at messaging. Let's put it that way.
Like most famous democratic socialist that many people know is Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was a religious as well as civil rights leader, and he pushed for economic rights for all people.
I'm not sure that all your members see that distinction, though, between democratic socialism and communism. Look, let me show you an example. This is National DSA Political Committee member David Jenkins. Watch this.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism. We're a diverse body of libertarian socialists, libertarian Marxists, anarchists, left communists, and other schools of thought within the sort of left wing of the socialist movement.
Okay. He says our goal is communism.
We have a big tent of all sorts of ordinary people who have...
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I think, LaCroix. Even though I have lots of love for China, I understand separating yourself from previous socialist projects. We went to look at where historical socialist governments have failed. I 100% agree with you, LaCroix. Like, I have some positive feelings towards these groups. Obviously not the whole thing, but I like, the Soviet Union was the first successful workers' revolution in this regard. There are a lot of things we can take from it. There are a lot of things we can learn from it. Same thing with every other thing. Unfortunately, I just don't think it is wise from a political standpoint to advertise to make us ourselves appear to be sort of a continuation of that, because people, especially in America, and by the way, a lot of people around the world have a very negative view of those things, whether rightly or wrongly. Okay, I'm just saying. So, but again, this is something we can debate. This is a strategy. This is a strategy-based thing, okay?
Different ideas about what the pathway is or what the horizon is. I would point
to Mithril, in my opinion, you're right.
Dr. Martin Luther King said over 50 years ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, but there has to be a better distribution of wealth within this country for all God's children.
So you use those two terms interchangeably, democracy and democratic.
Yeah, Jonas, I used to hear communism and only think about Mao and Stalin, right?
Socialism, you use that interchangeably?
We want to expand democracy. That's what it's all about for us. We want to expand democracy in our government, like some of the things you talked about, like doing away with the Electoral College. That's a pretty undemocratic institution. We want to expand democracy.
Let's get specific, okay? I am curious. So I wrote a few of them down. And this is based upon candidates you've endorsed, basically all of them. Do you believe in the concept of borders, nation states having a border?
We believe that right now what we have is open borders for capitalists, for CEOs. We have people who've run companies that have hollowed out cities all over the country, taking jobs out of communities, outsourcing jobs, pushing trade deals that are bad for workers. So we would not have open borders tomorrow, but we want a world in which all working people are taken care of. Every basic necessity, so that we don't need a militarized border. ICE was only created in 2003.
I hear you clearly. and this is the goal of my conversation with you. I want to understand. So ultimately, yes, I do hear a nation without borders. I don't think I'm mischaracterizing what you said.
But yeah,
what about property transfers?
We do in your
We've
group.
heard that both from Mamdani. We've heard that from Claire Valdez
Property
in New York.
transfers. Yeah, not what he said.
And I'll
but...
just pair that with seizing the means of production. So forcible removal of private property rights and a transfer.
Based. Please say yes. Please say yes.
I think what we want to do is have democratic decisions about how.
Okay, see, that is excellent framing. Okay, it's literally, instead of having a literally create democratically run businesses. Okay, where you have the workers who vote and who own the business. Okay, that is a way of doing socialism. That is for sure. Dolly Boy, great hit. You hit him right in the face, Dolly Boy. Okay, well done. Okay, but that's a great way of framing it. That is, by the way, workers seizing the means of production. So he is saying, yeah, we're going to seize the means of production. I'm just not going to use that term.
Resources are distributed in our country. So the healthcare industry is
if
the
a
best
majority
example of
votes
that.
to take something away from an individual, then that would be a democratic transfer of property?
I think we would look at something like how taxes work today. Right now, Elon Musk has just become the world's first trillionaire in America's own history. In the 1950s, when Dwight D. Eisenhower was president, there was a top marginal tax rate of 90%. So anybody making over, let's say, $1 million, 90% of that would go back to fund public services for everyone. And then over the years, that top marginal tax rate has been done away with, basically.
But
So
Ashik, we're not just talking taxes. These candidates are talking about
We are
property.
talking about taxes.
No, not just, I hear you, but not just taxes. Chevalier and Mamdani are talking about taking away real property, houses, apartments, landowners, taking it away from them. And you've said to me here today that if you have a democratic process for doing so, the way I think, if we're speaking honestly and not talking points, and I really
Doesn't that sound lovely, folks? It's like, that sounds great. Yeah, if the people want to take that property, let them fucking take the property. That sounds great to me. I don't see what the problem is.
Trying to hear you here. But if there's a room of 10 of us, and 9 of us vote to take away a home from the single individual, that sounds like something you support.
Yeah, right, because we're going to vote to take away. By the way, can I point out this government already does that? It's called eminent domain. The government already can take away private property from individuals for the sake of the state. That's called the eminent domain, okay? So, like, I think that's hilarious. If anything, what he's recommending is, like, you know, by the way, eminent domain typically affects the poor. You know, so it'd be nice if we, what he's advocating for is like the wealthy maybe not owning so many massive mansions. Remember Queen of Versailles, the documentary we watched? I would love the state to take control of that property, wouldn't you? That'd be nice. Okay, so anyway, right.
Now we have a system where the richest people in the country are the ones making that decision. They're the ones making decisions about foreclosures, where millions of people have lost their homes over the years. We want more Americans to be able to afford their own homes, to afford the cost of rent, to afford the ability to own their own home if they can afford it. But wages are not keeping up with inflation. So and the wealthiest people right now, in Manhattan, in the island of Manhattan right now, 1 out of 3 apartments are vacant right now. They're just owned by rich people.
Jonas.
Nobody lives there. This is why.
So Jonas says, but eminent domain is for corporations and oil, right?
Them away. So take them away from the property owner and give them to the people?
In New York City, they just passed a pied-à-terre tax, a tax on people who have multiple properties, multiple apartments, and they
Mithril, they took, yes. In some cases, yes. They then put them into concentration camps, yeah. Okay. But I'm not obviously calling for unjust seizing of property. I'm talking about the seizure of unjustly acquired and unfair property, which would be like the richest people in the country.
Should pay that. They should help fund affordable housing for everybody. Mamdani just passed a rent freeze. That's very popular. That's going to help keep costs down for millions of New Yorkers. So
last
one.
Lacroix. So if anything, eminent domain is less democratic than what he's calling for.
Raise the floor.
Do you support doing away with police and prisons?
We want safety for everybody. So safety from us doesn't come from just investing in more and more militarized police and prisons. We want the data shows that when you take care of people economically, crime goes down. So Zoran Mamdani just passed a budget that doesn't add any new police in the budget while investing way more in other public services like mental health, like
I mean, we saw this in
public
2020.
parks, like
Okay, so we're gonna stop right there. I wanted you to hear that last little bit, guys. So, like, I feel like they're doing pretty good on messaging. Now, listen, guys, I am not as I am more radical than the DSA is. That being said, they're doing. I can't deny that they're doing really well with their messaging, and they're doing really well with getting people to support their ideas. And I support the ideas that they're putting out there, right? Okay. Yeah, Sir Bart. It's almost like there are root causes of crime. So, I mean, how do we feel about that? How do we feel about how he was messaging in this case? Okay. How do we feel about how he was messaging in this case? I feel like he's doing a great job. Uh, yeah, Lacroix. Exactly. Okay. Lacroix says getting rid of prisons and police means we wouldn't need them anymore. Not that we are going to get rid of exactly Lacroix, that they would have to kind of shrivel away, which I think is hilarious. People, and I will say Lacroix, and guys, this sounds bad, right? But I'm going to say it anyway. I do think there were some people, you know, who thought that we could just get rid of police immediately, and seemed to be kind of advocating for it. And most of the people I know were not advocating for are not advocating for immediately getting rid of the police. Most of them say we need to aim for getting rid of the police after we've ended all this significant crime and things like that. There are less nuanced people out there who don't know how to message and who implied that we just need to cut all police funding immediately and then kind of see what happens, which is not really that great of a tactic, not because I like the police, but because you gotta you know what, like, it's not, there are issues with that, okay, um that won't be solved just by getting rid of the police. But anyway, so it's something just to think about when it comes to the messaging around that. But I think they're messaging very well on this, right? They're messaging very well on this. That's a child. It is. It totally is. It totally is, Lacroix. And that's what bothers me is that, listen, guys, you know, I am not a fan of police. They're a bunch of fucking pigs. But there's been a lot of anger at the police because of, you know, the murder of all these of black men, okay, and people generally. So out of passion, a lot of people were calling just for the immediately getting rid of the police without really thinking it through. But that's not I want to get rid of the police, but it needs to be a process. You see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, I agree, Outer Signal. Too much propaganda over a long time. This is a good approach. I agree, Outer Signal. And trust me, as a teacher, I can tell you, ain't no one going to be supporting you if you're calling for Soviet Union style communism or whatever, okay? That's not going to work. Ain't no one going to do it. So I think this is a much better form of advertising, okay, or of propaganda, okay, if that makes sense. Also, another note here, listen, and guys, this is like a great conversation for all of us lefties to debate about tactics for achieving this. There are people out there who probably disagree with me. I also think that we just need to use language that's more adapted for the American public. Like, we should maybe not talk about, you know, class consciousness, or maybe not that word specifically, but a lot of listen, this sounds like I'm being condescending, but a lot of the big words that we use and us Marxists use aren't going to resonate with Americans, okay? We need to use the language of Americans in order to make Americans understand what it is. So, like, the idea of democratically owned businesses is a great way of framing a seizure of the means of production, okay? Because seizing the means of production, okay, so like for example, like, you know, we want to have democratically owned businesses as opposed to we want to seize the means of production. Like, there's ways you can kind of frame things. Okay. Yeah, weird amorphous. But of course, as you know, weird amorphous. Well, that's part of Marx's ideology. Like, you better adapt to the material conditions. Okay. So anyway, so just things like that. But these are all debatable, right? Okay. We got that. Oof. All right. So anyway, so that's some positive stuff. That's some positive stuff. Mithril, my life is over, by the way. After my operation, tea seems to taste horrible. I'm so sorry, Mithril, really. Yeah, exactly. Look, I have found that too. Like, if you frame things, if you like, use Marxist Leninist originalist language, people will turn off their ears, but you can talk about those things without using the language and people will agree with you almost in every single case. So I agree, right? We need to kind of adapt it to the time. All right. So Gwen, that is perfectly timed. Before we go on to fascism, guys, Gwen sent me some, let's take a look at it. Sent me, I guess, a Corpo Dem complaining. Oh, great. This is great fun. Oh, this is perfect. So this was sent to us by Gwen. Let's just watch it real fast. This is... Yeah, it's annoying. Give me a second here. Okay. All right. So this is, I guess,
the
someone...
Democratic Party has a communist problem. I may be a creature of the right.
So here we go. So this is a right-winger talking about the rise of lefties, but we'll also then watch a moderate Dem. These are short clips, okay?
But for a long time, I found this kind of rhetoric using words like communist or anti-American to be extremely cringy. But I think that the recent Democratic primary in New York proves it. We saw a slate of candidates nominated who hate America, capitalism, and even the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
soon to be elected Democratic officials who are adversarial to liberalism itself. And I'm not calling these people communists for no reason. Their own words, actions, and the people they campaign with show it to be true. And this is coming at a time when even right-wing politicians are becoming increasingly socialist. I was recently talking to a friend who's deeply involved in establishment Democratic politics. And he was telling me how happy he is that there are characters like Mamdani who he believes are getting people excited about the Democratic Party.
Oh my God!
What he and many like him fail to realize is that the DSA is fundamentally antagonistic to the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Much like MAGA remade the Republican Party, they are...
Don't you love the confession here, guys, that the Democratic Party isn't really about being an open tent party? It's about like being corporate and right wing. That's the real Democratic Party. So the left end of that spectrum is a threat to it.
Seeking to remake the Democratic Party in their own image. That is one that is totally unrecognizable. And they are attempting to drag the Overton window in this country into a very dangerous and violent place. And I think it's important for patriotic Americans on the left and the right to push back. The Democratic Party has
and then the last one we'll watch from Gwen, I guess, is a Corpo Dem talking about. So that's a right winger. And then let's watch this Corpo Dem, which I guess is Eric Adams, who you all know. You all know Eric Adams. He was a former mayor of New York who's very pissed off that he lost and couldn't, beat Mamdani or whatever. Or not that he lost, but he did. Okay. Okay, let's watch this.
Attempt to hijack what we have built. They need to take the D off their name because they're not Democrats. They're socialists, which is harmful to black and...
That is not, it means democratic socialist. It doesn't mean Democrat socialist. It means democratic socialist. He's such an idiot.
Brown and working class whites in the city. You're seeing an attempt to hijack what we have built. They need to take the D off their name because they're not Democrats. They're socialists, which is harmful to black and brown and working class whites.
I'm sorry. How the fuck is, I cannot stand, I'm so sick of Corpo Dems weaponizing race to further oppress people of color. That is what he's doing. He's like, how does socialism help people of color? How does it help women? How does it help people of color? In every fucking way imaginable. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm so sick of this rhetoric. It's really gross. It's really gross.
You're seeing...
Okay. So gross. All right. So there we go, guys. So some positive things here, right? Some positive things. I feel like the DSA is doing really good work in, right, Couch Potato? All right. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Mithril, that's so funny. Adams has only 2 brain cells because one would be too lonely. Hilarious. Okay, guys. So let's go on to our educational segment, right? Let's go on to the educational segment, shall we? Everyone ready for this? Everyone ready for this? So I know, right? Okay. Yay, Pet Gone Bad. Hello, Pet Gone Bad. I love the little happy thing you put up there, okay? So, folks, that's why I'm wearing the jester outfit today, because we are going to be talking about the ideological origins of fascism. The ideological origins of fascism and things like that. And Listen, this is it's a really fucking stupid ideology. You're gonna see why. But regardless, I decided to wear the jester outfit because we're gonna make fun of this shit while we're doing it. All right, because if there's one thing, a lot of academics don't even like talking about the ideological origins of fascism because they view it as spreading ideas that are dangerous. I trust all of us in here to not take these seriously. Also, why I'm wearing the jester outfit. But, just be aware of that. Fascism, if you do talk to other people, I know this sounds like I'm infantilizing all of you, but if you talk to other people about the ideological origins of fascism, just be cautious that there's a reason why these ideas were popular amongst a certain segment of the population. Okay? They are very kind of pleasurable and they make you feel good if you don't think about them too much. Okay. So, and especially in our time that we live in, where there's a lot of economic suffering, ideas like these can be used in a dangerous way. Okay. That being said, let's talk about fascism. Now, what was I going to say here? So, before I start, you all know I was a PhD student. I did a lot of research on fascism. I've read so much about fascism. I swear to God, it's actually kind of I get sometimes bored reading about fascism anymore because I've read so much about it. Anyways, there is it's still a massively debated topic amongst historians. Okay. Almost every historian has to come up with their own definition of fascism. And there's been historians who have tried to figure out what fascism is generically. Like, is there is there a connection amongst different ideologies that make them fascist? Some historians say that the only real fascism is the fascism of Germany and Italy during the interwar period, which I think is a really stupid idea for them to say that. Other historians will take a really broad approach and say that fascism is any authoritarian right-wing government, which I also think is stupid. Then there are there are academics who try to find what they call the fascist core, which is sort of what brings all fascist ideologies together. This is very complicated. Again, it's debated what it actually is. And the reason it's so hard to know what it is because it is so based off emotion and based off of and there you go, weird amorphous blob. Fascism was whatever convenient to me at a particular moment, right? So it is that's what some historians say too, weird amorphous blob. Personally, I think there is an ideological fascism that because fascism is a nationalist ideology, it is linked to whatever nation it's in. It looks different every single time, but it has similar features every single time it appears. Okay. So I am not going to fully define for you what fascism is. I want you guys to kind of figure it out for yourselves as we go through the lesson. Okay. As we go through the unit. And then at the end, I'll give you my definition of fascism. All right. So also, there are two ways to approach fascism. You can look at it ideologically. What is the philosophy and the ideas behind it that kind of prop it up, that justify it, okay, that try to legitimize it ideologically? So that's one way you can look at it, as a series of ideas. The other way you can look at it is what does it look like in practice, in function? What does it actually do when it's in power? What do fascists actually do when they have power? What do they do when they seek power? What actions do they take? We're going to look at it both ways. So we're going to look at it ideologically. What's the ideological foundation of it? Does it have one? Is it an ideological foundation? And then what does it do when it's in power? Okay. So those are the two approaches we're doing. And for now, we are going to start by looking at it ideologically. All right. And I want you, while we're doing this, to be very critical of it, because it is debated amongst historians. Does it really have an ideology, or do fascists invent an ideology to justify what they already wanted to do? You see what I mean? Do they create an ideology from it in order to justify the actions of their governments? And it is kind of both ways. There is kind of an ideology there, but a lot of times when fascists write down the ideology, it's just a way of justifying what they already believe and to reinforce their power. So, regardless, we're going to talk about ideology today. Okay. Hilarious elevator lady. So, we have already talked, guys, about some of the key tenet of some of the origins of fascism. The first one we talked about was the counter-enlightenment. The counter-enlightenment. What are some of the values that came about with the Enlightenment? Okay, the European Enlightenment. Um, So, Jonas, do you mean within the country? Like they all have different views or countries? So every country, every fascism, there are different fascisms, okay? Every fascism is different because they're based on a different nationalism. So like, is it a German fascism? Is it an Italian fascism? Okay. But there's a similarity in between all of them. Okay. Romanticism, correct. So romanticism was sort of part of the counter-enlightenment, which I have written up here. What else? What are some other parts that were yes, idealism, which came kind of out of that. Correct, Jonas. What are some other ideas of the Enlightenment that are not up here, I should say? Um, what some ideas ideas that were counter to the Enlightenment? Um, It depends, couch potato. That again depends on the historians. Science, yeah. So science, and the scientific method was viewed as part of the Enlightenment, and so counter to that, the counter Enlightenment said that material reality isn't emotion matters more than material reality. Okay, emotion and faith. So that's sort of romanticism. Okay, which was a counter to science. What were some other ideas of the Enlightenment? Yeah, debate. So like rationalism, right, Jonas? And violence was counter to that. And according to the counter, liberty, right? So another idea of the Enlightenment was liberty, human liberty, that people should be free, that the government should exist to protect people's individual rights and liberties. Okay. The counter Enlightenment kind of disagreed with that, and we're going to see in a moment here. All right. So the counter Enlightenment was basically this movement that pushed back against Enlightenment ideas. Equality, right, Gwen? The counter Enlightenment basically said that no, equality isn't real. People are different. Okay. So these were all ideas of the Enlightenment: liberty, scientific rationalism, um, capitalism. By the way, capitalism, sort of free market capitalism, kind of came out of the Enlightenment as well, or at least was sort of supported by the Enlightenment, as opposed to feudalism. Secularism is another part of the Enlightenment. Secularism, getting rid religious tolerance, but secularism, that government should be secular, should be non-religious. Okay. So all of these were ideas, and the counter Enlightenment was a pushback against these. Who in Europe was kind of viewed as the avatar of the Enlightenment? We talked about this. Who in Europe was kind of viewed as the conquering avatar of the Enlightenment? Napoleon, correct. So Napoleon then takes the ideas of the Enlightenment and kind of didn't went around Europe, conquering parts of Europe, and kind of in some ways imposing Enlightenment ideals on other countries. So for a lot of people, okay, um, a lot of people started to link liberty, science, equality, secularism with oppression, okay? Partially because of Napoleon. And in response to this, a new movement was created that was a counter-Enlightenment movement called Romanticism. And Romanticism favored like emotion, beauty, the idea of nature, kind of culture, the idea that every place and people have a certain beautiful culture that is like good, okay, and that scientific rationality ignores the emotional aspect of things. It has, correct, Ollie Boy, an idealized vision of the past, okay, and along with this was a notion of particularism, that there are no human universals. Like there are no universals. There are no universals. Every country, every people has a particular reality that they've created, and all of these are equally valid, essentially. Okay, so like there's a German reality, a German spirit, a German culture that is a certain reality, and their values are German, and then you have a French reality that is okay. So that is romanticism, and this one of the things that is heavily linked up with romanticism is nationalism. Okay? Think about it, guys. And it's still true today. Nationalism is romanticist in almost every way. So what is American national what is America, guys? What are some ideas that people have, these kind of lofty floating ideas that are linked to America? Okay? That is that make the American nation. What are some values of the American nation stereotypically? Okay, someone tell me. All right, freedom. Correct. Freedom. We're a place of freedom. The eagle, apple pie, good old apple pie, the home. Okay, the home, etc. Okay. So, yes, okay. You're being ignored. You're not being ignored, Mythor. Did I miss something you said? I sometimes miss what people say, okay? Social mobility. Yes, America is about going out there and like finding, and rising up in society and working hard and being pioneers. And we were founded in revolution. Okay. So these are kind of these big encompassing ideas that create the idea of American nationalism. Loyalty to the American nation is loyalty to democracy in theory, right? And like freedom and capitalism and child sex abuse. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have added that at the end. Oopsie. Oopsie. All right, so that is nationalism is an romanticist notion, right? Is a romanticist notion. It is a romantic notion of like an idealized past, this idealized notion of a nation, okay, based off myths, like the myth of George Washington and the myth of other shit, okay? Myths, historical myths, right? And okay, yeah, it's all mythological and it's not really based off reality, okay? These are romanticist notions. So, two big romanticists. Here are two examples of this. Okay, this romanticism turned into nationalism, and this in Europe especially. And this nationalism was heavily reinforced by romanticist historians at the time. Okay, people like Ranke, or Ranke, okay, who was a German historian, who was one of the first historians who wrote about German history as like a cultural unit, as like Germany as a certain collection of ideals playing out through time in German history to create a German spirit that could be seen and examined through history as it developed. Okay, so Germany is sort of a and yes, you're right, elevator lady. Weirdomorphous Blob is gonna nerd out, and Weirdomorphous Blob is gonna hate me because I'm not gonna do Hegel justice. But yes, so historians were some of the first people to start writing about national histories and implying that there are sort of national traits that each country has. That, like, there are certain German cultural traits that develop through history and can be seen throughout history that are kind of reaching over on that are kind of over time reaching their height, their pinnacle. Okay, so there are German values that play out through history. There was a great philosopher named Hegel, who people know about, who really played up on this idea that there's sort of a national or an idea of a spirit that that is sort of really into this shit. Okay, so and he became a very important philosopher. Hegel, a lot of shit was, kind of that talked about this, how like there's sort of a spirit, an overall spirit that develops, that kind of is above a people, okay, that is above a nation or a people, okay, and so that goes back to nationalism. right? These were nationalist ideas. These were nationalist ideas, and it was supported by historians, philosophers, especially in Germany at the day, okay? By the way, guys, there's still a problem with this today. There's still a problem with this because to this day, most of our histories are national histories, are they not? So, like, most historians write from a nationalist perspective. They write the history of America, or you will take a class called American history, which is very oversimplified because we all interact with each other. Okay, we all interact with each other around the globe. But because of the origins of nationalism and the historical profession, there is a focus on national history, which kind of leaves out how outside um, uh, countries, etc., impact. Does that make sense? Okay, so all the people like Rinka, Hegel, all kind of had similar sort of ideas of things. Now, I'm way oversimplifying here, but just know that, okay? So romanticism is linked up with nationalism. All right, was heavily linked up with nationalism. It is romanticist. Now, by the way, as part of this, there is fascism. So nationalism is absolutely vital for understanding fascism. Absolutely vital. As a matter of fact, some people, so especially in Europe, the idea started arising of, people who are not part of that national spirit, that national culture, are a threat to the nation. So if you're not part of that overarching romantic spirit of the nation, you are a threat to the culture and you will weaken the nation. You will infect the nation. And this is ultranationalism. Ultranationalism, which is basically the whole point of the government and the whole point of, that nationalism is so important that you need to remove anything that does not reinforce nationalism. Okay, anything that does not reinforce nationalism needs to be removed from the national body. So if you do not have the mythical, spiritual values of the nation, you need to be removed from it because you're a danger to the nation. Okay, that's ultranationalism. Then having a coherent national spirit and nation is the most important thing. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going on here. I know I'm going kind of fast. This might be confusing. Do we understand now the link, how the counter-enlightenment, romanticism was part of the counter-enlightenment, nationalism was part of romanticism, and then because of and then ultranationalism kind of came out of nationalism as a natural consequence of it. Do we understand that so far? Do we get it so far? Anyone have any questions? All right. I know I'm going through a lot here. All right. And it's not normally how people think about things. Okay, excellent. This idea, this is where fascism is weird, guys. There are parts of fascism too that derive from things that are scientific. I mean, they're not real science, but okay. Social Darwinism. In the 19th century, there was a guy named Darwin. All right. There was a guy named Darwin. He, the guy on the left, you all know who Darwin is. He wrote a book called On the Origins of Species, where he demonstrated and has since been proven to be essentially a law of nature, evolution by natural selection. Okay. The notion that species basically evolve in a way where those that are able to pass on their genes to the next generation survive and are more successful and they reproduce. Those that do not go extinct. And as I'm way oversimplifying this, but you guys know what evolution is, right? And then because of small variations, of new generations of species, Sometimes you'll get a variation that is more beneficial for survival, and then that will become the dominant variation, and you'll suddenly have, over time, you might have a new species. Okay, you get the idea. All right. This became very important, a very important idea. Some people, such as the guy on the right, whose name is Herbert Spencer, tried to apply this to human society. Herbert Spencer invented an idea called survival of the fittest, that within human societies, those that are the most fit and useful to have around for a society will be the most successful. Those that are not successful are weak and should be allowed to perish. Okay? It is this is social Darwinism. The weak will flourish and should be made to flourish in a society. The strong should flourish in a society. The weak should perish, and nations should allow this to happen. For example, if you have poor people, the poor should be allowed to die off or to suffer or to starve to death because they're clearly weak. And if we want strong societies, we better let the weak kind of disappear and let the strong be enabled to succeed. Does this make sense? More so, guys, he also was kind of a romanticist. He believed that nations were like organisms. They were like living organisms and with different organs and parts inside of them. And you can't let weak parts of that body exist because it'll weaken the whole organism. So yeah, let the weak die off and you'll have a stronger nation at the end. So combine this social Darwinism with a sense of alternationalism, okay? That the nation is all that matters. You must protect the nation at all costs. And that within society, there are certain elements that weaken the national whole, weaken the body politic, okay? And that in order for you to have a strong body politic, you need to get rid of the weak elements, okay? That weaken the national spirit and weaken the national body. So social Darwinism was also an idea that had big influence on fascism, okay? All these things coming together. And lastly, yeah, you see it, elevator lady. It is sort of a combo. This is where it gets really scary. Combining ultranationalism with social Darwinism is really fucking scary. This is what causes Nazism, and you will see what I mean later, okay? The last part of fascism, which we've discussed, goes back to Romanticism, goes back to counter-enlightenment, goes back to Hegel, goes back to a lot of these folks over here, okay? And that is idealism. And it is the inversion of materialism, right? It is the idea that how we perceive reality is what creates reality. It is not that the traditional notion of materialism, guys, is that there is a reality out there and that that reality, we have to discover what it is. And then that reality kind of creates our thoughts and things like that, right? And that we base our thoughts off of the reality. Idealism is the opposite. It is the idea that the human mind creates reality and how we perceive the world is what creates it as it is. So perception is what matters. How you perceive the world is what matters. What you hope for the world is what matters. It is not, the material reality doesn't matter. Do we understand? So all these things come together to kind of create fascism. And I want to point out that any one of these things not all of the things here are bad by themselves. There are some parts of Romanticism that are great. Okay. Yeah, scientific mechanicalism can be very dry and kind of leave people wanting. Romanticism can be good. Let me give you another example here. Well, most of these aren't good, I got to tell you. Okay. Mainly Romanticism can be good. My point is that you can have ultranationalism without having fascism. You can have social Darwinism without having fascism. Okay. You can have idealism without having fascism, etc. Okay. But when you kind of take parts of all of these, they come into a certain alignment and you create fascism. So let's now go on. So we all understand this. All these different things kind of came together to create an idea of fascism. So now we're going to talk about one guy in particular. And his name is Giovanni Gentile. Okay, Giovanni Gentile. And here is the I know, right? Like, well, I should have been afraid of it. Giovanni Gentile was born in 1875 and was killed by Italian partisans in 1944 because he was a fucking fascist, okay? And I'm glad he's dead. Anyway, so Giovanni Gentile, right, was killed by Italian partisans. Fuck him to hell. I'm glad he's dead. He was a philosopher, and he wrote a some works that became the intellectual justification for fascism. He is sort of the thinker of fascism. And listen, I am being cautious. Yeah, great hit there, by the way. Who did that? Thank you, Dolly Boy. Great hit there. Okay, great. You hit him right in the face. So he was sort of the intellectual. You can either say he was the foundation of fascism intellectually, or he was the one who kind of invented a justification for fascism. It depends on how you look at it, right? Regardless, he had some ideas that were taken seriously philosophically. I know, right? Gramsci's responses are great. He had some ideas philosophically that were taken seriously. And then from those ideas, he kind of created a notion of fascism. So let's talk about what he believed. And listen, guys, this is going to be hard to describe. At least I'm going to do my best. You're going to have to think differently than you normally think. You're going to have to think like a fascist, okay? Remember, fascism is not based off material reality. It is based off of human thoughts creating reality, okay? Your view of the world creates the world. And it's based off hyper-nationalism and romanticism and things like that. Okay, so the first thing to know about Giovanni Gentile, he was Italian. He was influenced by all of these ideas up here, a lot of these ideas up here. He had an idea called actual idealism, which is linked to idealism, okay? He said that he believed reality was created at the moment the human mind perceived reality. Okay, so literally, at any given moment, the world is being created as a human being perceives it. So, right now, at this moment, you are watching me on the screen. You are creating the reality of me on the screen while you're seeing me. Okay, your perception of me is creating me. Now, I know that sounds kind of weird, but that is where as soon as a human being sees something, they are creating that reality. Dolly Boy, thank you for the 500 bits. Really, thank you very much. Okay. Now, what is his justification for believing this? Well, there is a rationalization to this. The idea is that, guys, we only perceive the world through our senses, right? Sight, sound, taste, touch, smell, etc., etc., etc. We only perceive the world through those things, and then our brain translates that information into perception, right? Into a thought. So, yeah, to an extent, we create the reality. Our brains create the reality. That doesn't mean there isn't an actual reality first. You see what I mean? That doesn't mean there isn't actually a material reality that we're perceiving. But to him, the material reality doesn't matter because it's all through our senses. So we're making it up as we go. And how can we prove that there's a material reality? So when you see something, yeah, Jonas, it's like the ultra form of I think, therefore I am. You are creating the reality as you perceive it. Okay. So that's actual idealism. So at the basis of his thought is actual idealism. Okay. This means, guys, and I'll explain in a second, he read Marx. He had some issues with Marx. Well, so let's go on here. So just know that at the basis of his thought is this actual idealism. Now, there's a bunch of statements I'm going to read you. So let's go on here. I'm going to read to you a bunch of his beliefs, and I've done, as you notice here, these two say this statement plus this statement equals this statement. And then at the very bottom, I kind of rephrase it. Okay. So we're going to do a series of these in order to help you understand how he thought. First thing he thought. Okay. Right. Death of the day. The state. Okay. So the state, the governing apparatus and set of norms and stuff that govern a society. The state represents the spirit of a nation. This takes us back, guys, to romanticism and nationalism. The idea that a certain people, a certain culture, a certain nation has a set of values and virtues, has a spirit that is above the people of that nation, okay? And that you can see that spirit going through time and history, and you can see how it has changed and evolved, all right? That there is sort of this guiding spirit of culture, ideas, and drive above a nation, okay? So this, to him, the state represents the spirit of a nation as it has developed through history, okay? So the state, the government, and the power apparatus represent that spirit. It is the embodiment of that spirit. Okay. Let's go to the next statement. So you have that, and then let's follow up with this. True freedom, so freedom in the Enlightenment sense, okay? True freedom only exists in the context of being the individual of individual beings being members of a community. So he thought that liberal ideas of freedom were false, and that he actually took a collectivist idea of freedom. He thought that freedom isn't that individual freedom isn't real freedom. Real freedom exists in only in so much as you're a member of a community. Okay? You see what I mean? Okay. So now let's add these two things together. The state represents the spirit of a nation as it has developed through history, and freedom only exists in the context of individuals being members of the community. If you add those two things together, he believed that the state is the ultimate collective expression of a people's will. Thus, being led by the state is the ultimate kind of freedom. Interesting. So, being subservient to a state, being subservient to a national spirit or will, is the ultimate kind of freedom for individuals. And by the way, we could take from that the idea that all parts of society should submit to the state. Okay, all parts of it. All parts, because the state embodies the will of the nation. So if you're not part of the state, you're not part of the will of the nation, and you're a problem. Any questions on this first set of ideas? Okay, so to Giovanni Gentile, liberal freedom is not real freedom. Individual freedom is not real freedom. You're only free as part of a collective. And since the state is the ultimate expression of a collective and is the ultimate representation of a collective, you have to be subservient to the state to have real freedom. Okay. Jonas, that's confusing. I thought collectivist approaches would either... Well, Jonas, you're going to see here, Jonas, that he has a very interesting idea about democracy. It's weird. So, Jonas, by the way, if it's confusing, it's not your fault. It's his fault. As I said, this is going to be hard for us to get our heads around because we're not used to thinking this way, okay? Let's go to the next series of beliefs here, all right? I promise there's a method to my madness. So, when it comes to this national spirit that the state represents and that people need to be subservient to, so where is the spirit? How do you know what it is? Okay, or whatever, all right? So he said that the spirit of a people, the sort of national will spirit of a people, can be found in the art and history of those people. Okay, this is kind of Hegelian in a way. There's a Hegel, there's a Fichte, there's a Hegel, there's kind of a romanticist notion. There's a bunch of shit mixed up into this. There's a Ranke, there's a okay, so that you can see where these ideologies come from what we've talked about, okay? So you can figure out what a national spirit is if you look at a nation's history and their art. Okay, the art produced by that nation. And when he said art, he meant writing, especially like poetry, literature, and also physical art. Okay, so all right, so that's where you can find the spirit of a nation. Now we can already see some problems with this. We can already see some problems with this because how the fuck do you decide? How the fuck do you figure out what art or part of the history is part of the national spirit? Well, you know, whatever the fascist says is, right? But you see how there's problems with this ideologically. Okay. So that is okay. So that is sort of yeah, correct, Weirdamorphous Blob. The German spirit is Goethe, but the idea of a national spirit or kind of like an ideology that kind of goes above people is not Goethe. Goethe kind of had that idea, but he had the German idea of a national spirit. This is like, and I'm not saying that the fascists are interpreting these people correctly. I'm just saying that's where they got it from. Okay, so let's go on here, right? He went on to say that education is the process by which he loved education. By the way, he was kind of a weird guy this way. But he said that education is a process by which a nation's spirit is revealed to individuals. So so to him, education, because if you're born as part of a national community, how do you integrate that person into this national spirit? I'm sorry, Weird Bob. I got what you meant. I got what you meant. Forgive me, okay? Yes, the German spirit is in its art is embodied in Goethe. I see what you mean. Yes, okay. So you have to then educate members of your nation into the national spirit so that they are part of the national spirit. And what does this mean? That means teaching people how the spirit of your nation has developed through history and showing them the art and making them understand the art and the spirit. Otherwise, they're not part of the community and they're not truly free. So so the spirit can be found in a culture's art and people, and history, and you need education to basically teach people about that spirit. Okay. All right. So if we now combine those two things together, and by the way, for him, education didn't just mean like schools. He also meant propaganda, art, literature. So he doesn't mean like traditional education. Okay. He also means indoctrination. So in conclusion, what does this mean? The main goal of this, because of this, the main goal of the state is to educate the people through art and history so that they may be part of the national spirit. So to conclude, okay, so now let's put these two things together. All parts of society should submit to the state so that we can have freedom. The best way to do this is that the state the main goal of the state should be to bring people into the national community, okay? And the subtext of this, Matt Saigai, thank you so much for the 600 bits. Really, Matt Saigai, thank you. The subtext of this is that education and behaviors that go against the spirit of the nation must be eliminated because they diminish freedom. That doesn't make any fucking sense, does it? That's just cracking down on freedom. That's not freedom. Okay, so that's the implication. Okay, thank you, Matt Saiga, for the next 200 bits. Really, thank you. So the state, as you know, the ultimate arbiter of the nation's spirit, needs to educate people and make sure people stay in line with the national spirit. And all that implies, by the way, rooting out elements that are not in line with this undescribable national spirit. Okay, yeah, LaQual, you have the freedom to agree with me on everything. And part of the notion here, guys, is that if you are part of a national idea, the national idea here, you wouldn't do any actions that that go against the national idea, right? You're not going to break the law because you don't want to break the law because you are aligned with the national spirit. Okay? Because the national spirit is responsible for that law. So, for example, you're not going to want to steal because part of the national spirit is private property. So, so by definition, if you were to violate the law, you're violating the national spirit. You see what I mean? And you must not be part of the nation. Do you get what I mean? It assumes that every individual is acting freely within the spirit they want to act in, and that is the national spirit. I know this is confusing. Do we understand? Do I need to re-explain any of that? So the two things we have so far is that all parts of society should submit to the state, and that any ideas that go against the spirit of the nation should be eliminated by the state. Okay. All right. Yes, Jonas, he actually did. All right, we'll go on here though. Last bit here. Well, Jonas, okay, last bit here. So how do we now? It gets weird, guys. If it wasn't weird already, it gets weird here. It gets weirder. Okay. So, things like, according to Gentile, I'm going to read you something from Gentile. Okay, this next part needs an explanation. Okay, this next part needs an explanation. All right. Okay. I need to find it here. So I'm going to read this to you. So before I get to this last part, Gentile grew up during the time of the First World War. And the First World War, he was Italian, had a massive impact on his thoughts. For a lot of people, the war, World War I, was they saw that during the war, there was a massive explosion of nationalism, and these nations became deeply united. Okay, just like after 9/11 for the Americans out there. Remember 9/11 and suddenly the country, everyone loved each other and like we were all unified in our fascist moment. Okay, anyway, so like there was a moment like that during World War I where in these countries there was massive unity, or at least the perception of massive unity amongst people in an effort to win the war. Okay, so the perception of that. And that was a great moment for a lot of places, especially like Italians who had only recently become a country and were still deeply divided regionally. So when there was this national outpouring of nationalism, a lot of Italians thought that was a really good thing, and they were disappointed when the war ended because that national expression of nationalism kind of was diminished. Okay, so I'm going to read this to you. This is from Gentile. In reference to the war, the First World War. For one, so he was talking about how there were these two groups in Italy during the time of the war. One which represented the national spirit of Italy, and another that didn't represent the national spirit of Italy and represented materialism. Okay. And one of them was pro-war and the other one was anti-war. Okay. For one of these groups, the essential thing was to make war with Germany or against Germany, to enter the war, to throw the nation, willing or unwilling, into conflict, not for Trento, Trieste, or Dalmatia, and certainly not for specific political, military, or economic advantages that those annexations might provide, nor for the colonial acquisitions that others anticipated. So right here, guys, he's saying Italy went to war for no material reasons, which is hilarious. Okay, all right. These particular ends, of course, were to be taken into account, but entry into the war was necessary in order to finally unite the nation through the shedding of blood. The nation had been formed through good fortune, more through good fortune than through the valor of its sons. more the result of favorable contingencies than through the strength of the intrinsic will of the Italian people, a will conscious of itself, its interest in unity and its right to unity. The war was seen as a way to cement the nation as only war can, creating a single thought for all citizens, a single feeling, a single passion, and a common hope, an anxiety lived by all, day by day, with the hope that the life of the individual might be seen and felt as connected, obscurely or vividly, with the life that is common to all, but which transcends any particular interests of any. Isn't this kind of weird? So he's saying, you know, the war united people, so they forgot the divides between them, and they all became united, regardless of their class, their position in society. They were all united by this similar nationhood, this feeling of the same will. Okay, all right. Da-da-da-da. The war was sought. The war was sought in order to bring the nation together, in order to render a true nation, real, alive, capable of acting, and ready to make itself valued and of consequence to the world, to enter into history with its own personality, with its own form, with its own character, with its originality, never to live again on the borrowed culture of others and in the shadow of those great people who make history. To create, therefore, a true nation is the only way to create of every spiritual reality is undertaken, with effort and through sacrifice. That which frightened the others, the wise men, the realists. So he's saying that, like, the realists, the materialists, the academics thought all this was stupid and it was bad to go to war, but that's because they didn't understand the spirit of the nation. Okay, they were thinking too much. All right, they didn't capture the aesthetic virtue of the nation. Okay, anyway, that which frightened the others, the wise men, the realist, was the thought of the moral risks towards which the war would expose a young nation, never having been tested in a national conflict, not sufficiently prepared, neither morally nor materially for such a trial, not sufficiently established in its structure to throw itself into a conflict that threatened the nation with collapse on the occasion of its first test. Among the wisest of the wise, there was a calculation that neutrality in the war might produce more abundant benefits than victory in war. Tangible, determinate, material benefits, those which for the pundits of politics are the only things worthy of consideration. Are we seeing a trend here that who the fuck cares about material reality? It's about ideology. It's about the spirit of the nation. Yeah, Jonas, it's kind of fucked up. All right. So let me read you the next part here. Forgive me, please listen. I know it might be a bit boring. I'm going to read you two more little segments. They're shorter than the first one. Okay, here's another segment from Giovanni Gentile. But everything can be nothing for the individual and for peoples. Without the will, which can and should serve to make determinations of value. So the will of the nation, that sort of idea that lingers above a nation, should make determinations about what's good and bad. Okay? All right. The will and consciousness of self, character, individuality, solid and powerful, are among the greatest riches that dying parents can leave their children, and which provides the inspiration for those statesmen who work for their people. Okay? So for him, that means parents should teach their kids, like, nationalism. All right. He went on. Listen. So let's go back now to this. Okay, I'm going to go back over here. Yeah. Okay. Let me go back to here. So he is saying, so that reinforces everything I told you. Like, he thought that Italy should have gone to war. It was good Italy went to war because it was the natural conclusion of the spiritual trend in Italy, and that this it strengthened the Italian will. Okay, the Italian spirit, because it brought people together. Who cares? Yeah, Jonas, it did destroy them. But under fascism, Jonas, the individual does not fucking matter. All that matters is this national spirit. You could kill 75% of the population, and it's fine because the national spirit lingers. Okay? Do you see what I mean? That's all that matters. The only useful unit for understanding the world is the national spiritual unit, okay? Okay, so let's go on. In Italy at the time, yes, Dolly boy, in Italy at the time, the group of people that were resisting the war was largely parliament. Okay, parliament, there was a parliamentary system in Italy, and from his perspective, this parliament was getting in the way of Italy's national spirit. Okay, so he was anti-parliament because parliamentary democracy, folks, parliamentary democracy is too much about materialism, is too much about a bunch of different groups having their interest represented and then arguing over whose interests matter the most. Right? That's how democracy works in theory. You have a bunch of people, each of them who you do voting and stuff to kind of determine whose will plays out, right? You have different interests in parliament. You have different political constellations and parties, all who have different ideas and different goals and different values, right? To him, according to Giovanni Gentile, having a dictatorship or having either a small group of individuals or a dictatorship that represent the national will is more democratic than a parliamentary democracy, because a parliamentary democracy does not represent the national will of the people. It represents the material interests of various groups of people. It does not represent the unified will of the people. So to him, and this goes back to the idea that the state is where freedom, that having a state control everything is where true freedom lies. In order to have true freedom, you need to have a dictatorship or a group of people who embody the national will. Okay. And then act on it for the sake of the whole nation. So let me explain. Let me read to you these two parts. So according to Gentile, the greatest expression of a people's spirit are the minority of individuals who understand this will, who like have a deep understanding of the nation's will or the sort of idea that runs the nation, and then will make this will manifest through the state. Okay? So he says that you can find individuals or people who are sort of avatars of the idea, the national idea. And then if you give them power over the state, they can make those ideas manifest. Okay? So you add that to this. The bickering of parliaments and class conflict. Yes, class conflict. Like proletariat versus bourgeois, okay? The bickering of parliaments and class conflicts stand in the way of the nation's true spirit and therefore limit freedom. Okay? So there are a minority of people who have a deep understanding of the national spiritual will, and if you give them control of the state, they will enact it. Parliaments, the bickering of parliaments and class conflict stands in the way of the nation's true spirit and therefore limit freedom, and therefore a single leader should embody the collective will of the people and be the primary educator of the nation. And the implication here is that the will embodying leader should overcome all threats to the national spirit, and that is their goal. And that is Gentile's fascism. I will repeat the three main points over again. All parts of society should submit to the state because the state, being a member of the state, is the ultimate expression of freedom. And being a member of the national community is the single expression of freedom, is the best expression of freedom. Education and behaviors that go against the spirit of the nation must be eliminated because they diminish freedom. Okay. And the job of the state is to educate people into the national spirit and then make this. Okay. Lastly, parliaments and class struggle weaken the national spirit because they are about material interests that ignore the national unifying spirit. So a will embodying single leader or group of leaders should have power over the state so that they can democratically enact the will of the national spirit, okay, and eliminate threats to it. Okay. What do we think about this? I have one more point here. One more thing to talk about. What do people think about this? Le Quabois. So the will of the people has to be to a return to a weird, amorphous, mythical past because this vague idea of math is the only thing I have common with a factory. Le Quabois, that is a brilliant way of framing it. That is a brilliant way of framing it. Yes. Le Quabois says, so the will of the people has to be a return to a weird, amorphous, mythical past because the vague idea of national identity is the only thing I have in common with a factory owner. Yes. Correct. Okay. Elevator lady. I think it is oppressive as fuck. Absolutely, elevator lady. Absolutely. And it makes no fucking... Okay. So these are... Do we see this now? Okay. And this is here's a question for you guys. Is this is the thought here, right? Is this more of an ideology or is it more of a justification for a capitalist suppression of class struggle? So, he is saying that all that matters is national unity. So anyone who who cares about material reality, such as workers, they shouldn't care about the material reality because all that matters is the national spirit, and they should ignore class struggle, right? That almost sounds like a way of kind of hiding certain contradictions in your society if you overcome it through extreme nationalism and through war, which then focuses everyone's attention outside of the country, right? Okay. The last part here, just to show you, hey, there you go, weird amorphous blob, just to show you how this plays out economic. He was middle class, Jonas. He was a middle class guy. Let me remind myself, Jonas. So before I tell you about corporatism, folks, I'll talk about Giovanni Gentile. Okay, this is Wikipedia. I should look up something else here, okay? He was born in Italy. He was inspired by a bunch of Italian nationalist intellectuals. La 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 la. He was also strongly influenced by Karl Marx, Hegel, and Fichte, whom he shared the idea of creating a Wissenschaftslehre, a doctrine of science, a theory for a structure. By the way, he was not a Marxist, though, to be clear, okay? He actually deeply disagreed with Marx. He was partially inspired by Marx, but this is complicated, okay? He used the language of Marxism a lot. Well, I'll explain something else in a second. He also was partially inspired by Nietzsche. I'm trying to remember here. He went to a bunch of professor of history of theory. He went to a bunch of universities. So basically, yeah, he was middle class. Okay, he was a middle class guy. Yes, weird amorphous blob. He definitely he had a critique of Marx. He was not a Marxist, but he developed his ideas in relation to Marxism. Okay. All right. The upper middle class has a tendency to be... Yes. Now, guys, this is interesting. You will notice that a lot of fascist thinkers, intellectuals, are upper or middle class. And you have to understand, it's actually it is often much harder to get working class people on your side as a fascist than you would think. Hitler had a hell of a time getting working class people on his side. Um, Mussolini had a hell of a time getting working class people on his side. Uh, were they not able to get some working class people on their sides? No, but they had trouble with it. Why? Because they were oftentimes ignoring material reality, which you can do if you're middle class, right? It's easier to ignore material reality if you're middle class and you're more comfortable, right? It is harder to convince people to ignore material reality when they are suffering economically. So the people that Hitler got on his side from the working class, he got on he got them on their side by saying he was going to provide for them. It's not like this ideal of like nationalism and shit is able to convince, yeah, Weird Mortis Blob, is able to convince a lot of people who are suffering to join you if you're not changing the material reality. So Giovanni Gentile is an example of this. He was like upper middle class. Didn't really have to worry too much about his own material reality. So anyway, and think about it, guys. The people on January 6th who attacked the Capitol, were they working class people? Were they working class people? By the way, yes, working middle class people are working class, but for the sake of clarity, I'm calling them middle class, okay? No, they were not working class people. They were not, they were middle class people. Most of them were small business owners. So a lot of them were petite bourgeois. Most of them were not like working class. They were not low working class. Okay. There were actually some of them that were upper middle class business owners, a lot of petite bourgeois. Okay. Yeah. These are people who, you know, they can afford to lose a little bit. All right. And think about the people cheering on Trump right now. A lot of them are middle class people who are losing out a bit materially to Trump, maybe increase gas prices, but for the sake of the nation, they're willing to take the punishment. You see what I mean? Okay. This is not all of them were, but I'm just saying. So anyway, last point here. So Giovanni Gentile's ideas on the doctrine of fascism, later on, he and Mussolini kind of developed, mainly Mussolini here, but he also developed the idea of corporatism. So because in a fascist society, everything has to be subsumed into the state, including corporate interests. Ultimately, the state is still reflective of those interests. But so in fascist Italy, they developed something called corporatism. So there were they created national bodies that would represent certain parts of the economy in the country. So, for example, there was a national workers' corporation that represented the interests of workers across the country. There was a national bourgeois organization or a national landowners organization that represented the interest of landowners all across the country. There was a national, farmers. So there were all these different representative bodies that worked in the state to represent the people within them. And then any conflicts between these groups were expected to be worked out amongst them. Okay. So the workers and the workers and the landowners and shit would have to kind of work with each other to make things work out, and the state would direct this. So it wasn't like it wasn't really democratic. The state was basically directing these groups from the top down. But the key part here, guys, is that if you make a separate workers' corporation at the national level and a separate business owners corporation, you are ossifying class. You are making it so that you can't change the fundamental relationship between the owners and the workers, right? So that's corporatism. It's literally government by these corporations of different groups, parts of the economy. And that's what happened in Italy. They formed all these corporations. So I'm going to, if I can remember the name of some of these. But they were also subsumed underneath the state. So they were made to benefit the state and not to be independent of it, so that they could be manipulated by the spirit of the nation, okay? So corporatism, Italy. Yes, it is, Lacroix. All right. I'm just trying to remember the name of all the different groups. So here are all the trying to remember the name of I always forget what all the different corporate groups were. So some of the corporate groups, these corporate bodies that ran the different parts of society, corporate groups, agriculture, labor, military, business, science, guild, come together and negotiate contracts on the basis of their common interest. Okay, so they would literally, they're like lobbying groups, but the government had the ultimate say over this, okay? And they were ossified by being represented by a separate group, okay? That is Giovanni Gentile, and he supported corporatism as a way of preventing internal conflict and to solidify the national spirit, to prevent conflict between these groups. You have corporatism, government by corporation. All right. So Lacroix, I'm sorry, I probably framed this badly, Lacroix. I think I said yes initially, but now that I think about it, not really. The corporatism we think about today isn't necessarily the same. So this kind of corporatism, when people say corporatism today, is like the bribing of politicians and things like that. This is corporatism that has been integrated into the government, where you literally have bodies that are run by the government that represent the interests of different parts of the society, and the government uses them to rule the society. If that makes sense. Okay. So those are some of so Giovanni Gentile is sort of one of the original intellectuals in regards to fascism. Okay. Any questions about this? Any questions about this? Yeah, Mayflower Kid. Yeah, kind of Mayflower Kid. Maybe sort of. All right. But to be clear, guys, the interest of the the owning class were favored by the fascist state, okay, because they had all the money. So the material conditions led to the fascist state basically being owned by the corporations. As a matter of fact, Mussolini would have never gone into office had not a bunch of industrialists came to him with bags of money and literally handed him bags of money in an effort to boost him, to stop the socialists who had been doing strikes and violent factory takeovers all over the country. Okay. All right. So that is fascism. Yes, Jay Williams. Okay. They have a symbiotic relationship, but guys, the corporations often fascists. A lot of times people say that, fascists are pro-capitalism, but corporations are subsumed to the state. But the state is typically run by it. Okay. Right. It is very similar, right? Weird amorphous blob. All right. Yes, Drusilla. Yes. Now, yeah, there have Drusilla. So Drusilla says, has there ever been two fascist factions fighting for power in a country? Yes. As a matter of fact, for example, in Nazi Germany, there was a group of fascists called the Strasserites. They were a part of the Nazi party that were more worker-centric. This is complicated. They were crushed by the Hitlerite version of the party. Within Italy, there were different fascist parties who often fought each other, with the Mussolini's fascists taking over. Guys, to be clear, this is the thing about fascism, right? It's like, what the fuck is this national idea they're talking about? It's not a real thing, guys. There is no such thing as like a national spirit. It's not really a real thing. What I mean is that you any fascist can invent whatever they think the national spirit is, and then they can use it as an excuse to suppress dissent in people that challenge their power. Because by definition, if you challenge the fascist ruler, who are supposed to embody the will of the nation, you're challenging the nation, right? So it's okay. Okay. Yeah, Le Quobois, exactly. The corporate interests are the will of the spirit of the people, and it's not because they handed me bags full of money, right? So again, this is why when we're talking about the ideology of fascism, it is unclear, guys. It sort of goes both ways, but I personally think the ideology is an excuse for what they're doing. It's not so much that the ideology created fascism as much as fascism created the ideology that supported it, to support what it was doing. But okay, it's complicated, and there are historians that disagree. Le Quobois, monarchs work similarly since they were the state. Yeah, Le Quois. Okay, all right. And to be honest, guys, like for example, this is where it differs, but different fascist movements differ from one another. The Italian version of the national Italian spirit is different from the German version of the national spirit. The German national spirit is more linked to race and bloodline than the Italian national spirit. Okay, and this national spirit that they go off of, whatever it may be. So like the Italian fascists weren't as much into race as the Nazis were. They were more into Italian and like not Italian, part of the Italian state and not a part of the Italian state, socialist or not socialist. Okay. And yeah, so they were more about that. Jonas, so Spanish fascism was more religion. It had kind of a religious Catholic element to it. It was also more about anti-communism and anti-socialism. So I can give you another example. Romanian fascism, which we'll talk about, the Iron Guard, were very much about Catholicism and like a religious kind of sense of national spirit. German fascism was much more about race, about bloodline, and like which is messed up. Okay. So there is always a scapegoat, because when you say that you have a national spirit, that implies that there are people who are not part of that. And if you're hyper nationalist, you need to get rid of anyone who is not part of that national spirit. So you need scapegoats because it's invented, right? So you then choose people you want to scapegoat that are not part of the nation in an effort to root out dissent and to make people feel like they're more connected to the national spirit. It's okay. It's complicated. Do you see what I mean? All right. So like think about in America, in the UK right now, the idea that like immigrants are not part of the UK's national spirit. They're not part of this overall, the cultural heritage. Yeah, they always need an enemy, Jonas. And I know that didn't seem obvious from the ideology of Gentile, but you're going to see that in practice, yeah, fascism always has to have enemies. You have to. That's the way, according to fascists, you unite the nation, is you have to constantly be waging violent struggle, and you have to struggle against someone, right? And in order to maintain control over a nation, you need constant fear that there's someone to struggle against, and there's someone always trying to undermine the nation. Okay, so like we'll talk about that later, but yes. Okay, so that's just Gentile. All right, you guys, I'm gonna put my face up. You're right, Lacroix. Yes, elevator lady. Yeah. Yes, an elevator lady. So listen, guys, we will. So I know you guys are really smart. So elevator ladies mentioning victimhood in fascism. Jonas mentioned always having an enemy. We will talk about those things. Okay, so we're only talking about one thinker's view on this. So yeah, there's a lot more that will go into this. I don't want to confuse too many people. No, it's okay, elevator lady. But I want you to know that we will get to that. Okay. Le Quobois says Italian fascism, harkening back to the Roman Empire makes sense because there's at least some sort of documented history there. Germany had to do a bunch of weird pseudoscience for their mythical past. Yeah, modern America has a strong mythical past just because it's so young compared to other nations. Correct. Okay. Another thing here, guys, is what was I going to say here? What I was going to say here? Victimhood. Someone mentioned victimhood, how fascists always view themselves as victims. Yes. Oh, that's another thing though, elevator lady. The idea of hypernationalism, and I can actually talk about this now. The idea of hypernationalism implies under hypernationalism, you basically view the nation as God. I don't know how to frame this. It's like where you place the nation in a godhood status. The spirit of the nation is like a god that rules the nation. Okay? It rules the state. It rules everything else. It is an idea above the nation and above the individual. So, if there's something wrong with your nation, it must not be the nation's fault, right? It can't be, because your nation is perfect and the spirit of the nation is perfect. And the idea of the nation is perfect. You're a hyper-nationalist. Your nation is perfect. So if there is something wrong, like let's say a Great Depression, and there's clearly something wrong inside your nation, that must be an anti-national group or person's fault, right? So, the Great Depression in Germany is not a result of the German society or the decisions made by the German government. It's the Jews who are not part of the national body. In Italy, right? It's, the problems in Italy are not the problem of the Italian nation. It's the issue of parliament, which is an anti-national body, or it's a problem caused by socialists. Okay? You always, because you put the nation on a pedestal, there can be nothing wrong with the nation. So you have to find someone else to blame for issues with the nation. Does this make sense? Okay. If right. It's kind of like when evangelicals blame, when there's like a hurricane that hits Mississippi and Louisiana, and they say, oh, it's not that God is bad, right? It's not that God did this or that nature does things randomly. It's because of gay people who are anti-God, right? You have to kind of come up with an excuse for why your God is fucking with you, okay? It must be that someone is going against. You see what I mean? Yeah. Yep. You guys want to hear something funny? They literally took it to the very end. They literally took this. Nazis after World War II still thought this way. Who here has ever heard that Hitler was Jewish? Who here has ever heard the argument that Hitler was Jewish? Tell me. You've heard of Elevator Lady? Who else? Who has heard that? You have, Loiso? Okay. You did, Peck on Bad? Okay. Yeah, Jay Williams. I have heard this so many different times. I would go to schools. I would go to schools and I would give talks on fascism. I would teach my own kids fascism. That was the most common question I got. Wasn't Hitler Jewish? Okay. Here's the funny thing about this. Who the fuck cares? It is sort of, by the way, you'll see what I mean. It is partially buying into a Nazi narrative to look at Hitler's bloodline and then try and find Jewish blood in his background, thus showing he's Jewish. He wasn't Jewish. Okay. He wasn't Jewish. I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't matter. Even if there was a Jewish person sometime in his personal history, that doesn't make him Jewish. Why are we playing the Nazi talking point? The people who originally started that talking point after the war were Nazis. Why? Why do you think neo-Nazis after World War II may have started spreading the idea that Hitler was Jewish? Well, that's part of it, Gwen. Exactly, Jonas, because he lost the war. They're always okay. It's not, yeah, he lost because he's weak and clearly he was Jewish, right? So it's not that there's something wrong with their ideology, that their state made a mistake, that this ideology was destructive and Hitler was incompetent and that this idea was a fucking error. No, he must have been Jewish. So even after the war, there were Nazis still using the scapegoating as a reason why they lost. That is how ingrained it is. Now, listen, it is also the case. It is also the case that is most Nazis still don't think he's Jewish. Most Nazis still praise him. But that sort of idea kind of percolated around in Nazi circles. And then it kind of became mainstream, but not for Nazi reasons. If you guys ever thought he was Jewish, it doesn't matter. It's not like because you're a Nazi or the person that told you that wasn't a Nazi, but that idea became kind of more widespread. But the first person who were saying it were people who were very sympathetic. Okay. Yeah, I know, Jay Williams. There are some that still think he's German. So Jewish. But do you see my point here? It's like, anyway, Nazis have a weird way of thinking, and it's their biggest weakness, by the way. It's one of the biggest weaknesses of fascism is that they are not materialists. They in their own ideology is the seeds of their own destruction. If you don't care about individuals, oh yeah, he is. No, he is Jewish. Lacroix, Stephen Miller is actually Jewish. Okay. Anyway, right? And so you could actually use that against fascists. And that's why I'm always saying material reality is one of the strongest weapons against fascists. Okay. Dolly Boy, and there's the whole rumor or thing about him bombing his home village to get rid of any evidence of his ancestry. Yeah, I don't buy that. Okay. All right. I mean, maybe, but like it doesn't even, I mean, I don't think that happened. John, okay. We got that. Okay. So there we go, guys. That's the end of the first episode of our unit on fascism. You kind of have a sense for the ideological origins of fascism. One of the first, yeah, exactly. You're right, Dolly Boy. The sort of one of the first real fascist intellectuals, I guess, if you want to call him that, Gentile. Often, by the way, did I show you the picture of Gentile? Doesn't he look like a fascist? He looks like a modern day neo-Nazi piece of shit, doesn't he? Like that face, that phrenology is very like, I don't know, Proud Boys or very, I don't know, like fucked up. Yeah, like he looks like what you'd expect a fascist to look like. Anyway, so that's Gentile, okay? All right. By the way, do not believe what do not believe what's his name? The guy, he did a presentation on what fascism is. PragerU. He said that Gentile was a leftist. No, he really wasn't. He loved Marx. He was very influenced by Marx, but he was not a fucking leftist. Anyway, okay. All right. Yeah, Mayflower Kid, it is. Yeah, right, Oz. It looks like someone who blames others for his problems. Right, Oz. Mayflower says, wow, CR, so fascism is based off physical appearance. Yep. Kind of, Lois, though. He looks like Prager. Okay, yeah, Prager, you did a whole thing where they said that Gentile was a leftist. Okay, hilarious. He was influenced by Marx. He was not a leftist. Okay, he was not a fucking leftist. You can be influenced by... Exactly, Jonas. Okay, absolutely. Guys, Mussolini was a communist. Early on, he was a diehard communist. His family were communist. By World War II, by World War I, not anymore. All right? He was very pro-war, and he ended up getting kicked out as he left the Communist Party and became very anti-communist. But since the beginning, though, he used left-wing language, though, throughout the rest of his career because he knew how good it was at influencing people. Actually, guys, let me tell you one last thing. It is one trend you're going to notice when it comes to fascism is that they often use leftist language. They co-opt it. So fascism, fascist, okay, the fascist, which is the bundle of sticks with an axe coming out of it that I showed all of you. In Italy, the first group of people that used that symbol were the fascist unions. They were literally workers' unions who fought for peasant and worker rights, and they called themselves fascisti, okay? And they were leftists, and they kind of organized revolution. I have ancestors who were members of the fascisti from Sicily who were left-wing agricultural peasant agitators who fought against the government, okay? They were left-wing, and then the fascists co-opt that symbol of the Fascis and use it to their own ends, also knowing that a lot of people in Italy have positive memories of the fascisti because they were left-wing organizations. So you're going to see a lot of co-opting of leftist language, okay? We got that? Okay. No, seriously. Um, yeah, it's a cool symbol, Peck on Bad. Alas, it's been co-opted. The CR has fascist I know, actually it's funny for those that are making fun of my fascist ancestors. I actually, when I was doing the research and I saw that they were part of the fascist movement in Italy, I freaked the fucked out. Right, okay? I freaked the fuck out because I'm like, "Oh my god, fuck, no, no, no." And then I looked at the date and it was from the 19th century. I'm like, "Wait a minute. Those aren't real oh, labor fascisti. Okay, thank God. Jesus. Okay, so I was very happy that they were not part of the real fascist. Okay. So fascists can be leftist? No. All right. Okay. We got that? All right, all right, all right. Yeah, and guys, I got to tell you one thing you can say about Nazis, about fascists, is that they know how to use symbolism. They're very good at it. And if you think about it, it makes sense. A lot of them are artists. A lot of them are obsessed with aesthetics because that's the ideology of fascism. It is aesthetics, okay? It's like about aesthetics and education, according to Gentile, is where you use aesthetics and art and stuff to teach a national identity, right? So they're pretty good with aesthetics. So the swastika, for example, is a pretty powerful looking symbol. You got to admit, it's a pretty powerful looking symbol. So is the Fascis. Very powerful looking symbol. The Nazi, what is it? The Imperial Eagle or whatever, pretty powerful looking symbol in a disturbing way. Okay. But yeah, they're pretty good with their symbols. All right, you guys. We'll stop there on the fascism for today. Yeah, Jonas, big part of it. Definitely big part of it. All right. Woo. Okay, guys. Da 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 da. We will continue this the rest of the week. Hello, Alyssa. Did I not say hi to everyone? Hello, Oz. How are you doing, Oz? Hello, Alyssa. How are you doing? Hello, Politics. This is one of the reasons why I did not ask questions on part 1 of fascism. I will ask net time on fascism part 2. Thank you, Politics. Thank you. Okay. You got it. All right. Okay. All right, you guys. I'm going to take off the jester gear because I'm getting hot. Okay. Forgive me. Yes, you are, Alyssa. You are late. You're late. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the gifted sub. I apologize for not seeing it. Thank you so much. I got it, Oz. You've been giving so much, and I sometimes haven't been seeing it, okay? So thank you for that. Oh my God, my hair. God, I need to get a haircut. Jesus. Look, LaQuan, I'm showing pit. Ugh, ew. I know, that's gross. Hello, SoCal. I didn't see you. Hello, SoCal. You've had a day already. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, really. All right. You know what? Where's my necklace? I need my lucky necklace. Shh, Philly cheese. How dare you? I was hustling, thinking it's been a while since we had face paint. You're right. We haven't done face paint for a long time. Maybe we'll do it soon. It's been so hot. That's one of the big problems. Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to get my lucky necklace because I need it. I need it. Otherwise, I will fall apart. That is true, Jonas. I haven't painted my nails in a long time. Maybe I should paint my nails today. That'd be kind of fun. All right. Any excuse to take your clothes off. Kind of. That's true. Dude, there we go. Now I'm lucky again. All right. Maybe I will paint my nails. I will paint down my nails. I'll paint my nails. I kind of want to do that today. Okay. So guys, let's go on. Let's go on, shall we? How's everyone doing out there? We all good? We all happy? We all content? I'm going to take my second drug. Okay, I need my second drug. All right. So, yay, drugs. Let's go on here. Let's go on. Let me find the shit I wanted to show all of you. Maybe we will later, Jonas. Actually, maybe we will. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I do need to jog, and then I'll dance, Drusilla. Okay, I need to jog. So I have some things saved here to show all of you. Some things to show you. I say let's do a quick palate cleanser just because we just talked a bunch
James
about
Kaufman,
fascism.
Reuters report
Let's find a cute
today.
little palate cleanser here.
MTG and Tucker
Let's do one little palate cleanser, especially.
Party
Don't worry, I know, guys, don't get mad at
Americans.
me. All of you need to stop yelling at me if I don't watch immediately what you send to me, okay? Okay?
True
Let's
America
watch
focused
this. Let's
third
watch one
party
of.
after quitting the GOP.
I do what I want.
Less
okay?
than 6 months after resigning from Congress.
Let's watch.
My response to the program was very...
This is a, oh my God, this is a Jay Williams. Okay, we're going to watch a Jay Williams garbage. Let's just watch some Jay Williams trash real fast. Okay. Hello, Body Swap. How are you? How are you? Okay. Okay, so we'll watch this one. Give me I'm going to quickly turn this back on. Is Casual Revolt making wine from grapes? I am. Yes, it's a Jay Williams video. All right. Made by Jay Williams, too, by the way. I'm kidding. It wasn't. All right, everyone ready? I know it's going to be garbage. It's going to be absolute garbage. I got to keep jogging, Drusilla. How dare I? How dare I break the rule? All right. Okay. Everyone ready? Why would you make, I don't know, Jay Williams, because you're a goddamn lunatic. Let's see here. No Yakubi and Lord. No, we actually are going to watch, guys, at some point we are going to watch more of the Hoteps because I was very interested in that. I just couldn't handle too much at once. Okay. Let's watch. It was a room full of lunatics. So let's watch this. Whatever the hell this nonsense is. Okay. Let's watch it.
My response to the program was very positive. It worked like magic.
1, 2, 3, magic.
Oh, God.
Training your preschoolers and preteens to do what you want. Created and presented by Thomas.
Oh, my God. That sounds so dark.
W. Phelan, PhD.
Just about everything I'm going to describe to you today, I have used with my 2 children. Now, unfortunately, they both ran away from home about 6 years ago, so I understand.
I never thought that way before. Sure, that makes sense. I'll clean my room right now.
I agree with your point of view.
I'll never, ever tease my brother again.
The pediatrician told you to ignore it. Your mother told you to put a...
I'm sorry. This is just like... Okay, so like basically, listen... I've never been a parent, so I only can know what I know from academics, guys. And if there's anything I know, it's that just knowing academically a good ways to raise children is not always how it plays out in reality. So please critique me on this. But that is not the best. So I'm not judging any parents out there. I'm just saying, just telling your kids what to do isn't necessarily the best approach here. Obviously, there are better ways to do this. It should sort of be now in certain cases, yeah, you tell them what to do because for their safety, but it should be more of a dialogue. Well, you know what, whatever. Let's just watch what he has to say.
A washcloth on his face, and your husband told you to beat the hell out of him.
Oh, my God.
But you go and you turn off the TV, and the kid looks up at you and
Yeah,
says,
pick on Ben.
"You bitch." And you're there like, "That's 1. "You bitch, that's 2. He says, "You rotten bitch, that's 3, take 5. You know, you're shaking like a leaf.
Don't threaten me, young lady, and you'll eat what I tell you to eat.
And I'm going to kill myself and then run away from home.
Be my guest. I'm sick of this.
This time, the parent is going to be using the 1, 2, 3.
This is really dark. I don't even...
In the beginning, child's not quite used to it. It's going to go something like this.
Mom, can I have a Twinkie?
No, dear.
Why not?
Because we're going to eat in 15 minutes.
Oh, come on. I really want one.
That's 1.
I never get anything.
That's 2.
Wow, that was quick.
Then I'm going to kill myself and run away from home.
That's 3. Take 5.
Now, how's it going to go after a while?
Honestly, that wasn't terrible. I got to tell you, that wasn't terrible. That was better than the first one. Be like, okay, 1, 2, okay, take 5. 5 isn't that bad. It's kind of like because kids can get worked up. Let them calm down for a second. That wasn't terrible. All right, I'll just
After the
say.
child gets used to it, the scene's going to go like this.
Mom, can I have a Twinkie?
No, dear.
Why not?
Because we're going to eat in 15 minutes.
Oh, come on. I really want one.
That's one.
Oh, all right. I never get to play with anybody. Please, I promise we'll be real quiet.
That's one.
Okay, well, that's a bit much, okay?
Not that stupid stuff again. I just want to have one dull friend over.
That's 2.
You wait. Just wait. You're gonna regret this.
That's 3. Take 5.
This isn't fair.
Well, here's the question, though. I will say, will the kid always go off and do what he's told? By the way, the kid, you need more than just giving the kid 5 if the kid is threatening to kill you and shit, right? You're gonna need more than 5, I'm sorry to say. You're probably, they're probably gonna need to be in timeout for a little while. And what happens if the kid still doesn't do what you tell them after 3? You see what I mean? Like, okay. I'm just saying that I already know what'll happen. The kid will learn there's, okay. Yeah, I don't think they do that often, LaQual. They maybe do it sometimes, but like, yeah, I don't, but like rarely. Like I don't do, for people who have kids out there, do kids always threaten your life or whatever? Like, do they always say, you're going to regret this? That's kind of dark shit. Oh my God, Weird Amorphous Blob, I hate you. Weird Amorphous Blob, no, I can't even say that. Weird Amorphous Blob, I hate you. Okay.
You're not going to use that stupid 1, 2, 3 on us again, are you?
Give me a break. 15 lousy minutes. You probably fed her an hour ago just to get the money.
That's 1.
It's amazing. She can count. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God, this kid is hilarious.
Now
that's 2.
Well, for Pete's sake.
I'm sorry. That kid, okay, he's a little asshole, but he should become a jester later in life, okay? Though admittedly, kind of rude that he's saying that to like his mom. I'm just saying, he should channel that energy towards the elites.
Sometimes say if mom will give up the yakking, dad will give up the whacking. Sorry about that.
Why? This is so gross. Okay, we all see the like sexism here, right? Okay.
I think if you use the methods that I'm describing to you today, I think you're going to have happier kids, I think you're going to have a more peaceful home, and I think you're going to think more of yourself as a parent. So I'm going to thank you for coming, thank you for listening, and I want you to go home and go get them. Thanks a lot.
Go get them? What do you mean, go beat them up? That's what it implies. He's like, the dad should beat the kids and the mom should just, whatever. Okay, well, that was kind of dark. Thank you, I guess. Thank you, I fucking guess. Goddamn lunatic. Okay. Thank you, Jay Williams. You're a monster. Okay, let's try one more of these. One more of these. That one didn't really do it for me. Kissing is like jorts and overall. Jesus Christ. Okay. This one is called Kissing is like pronghorn hunting. I don't know what the what? Okay. We'll see what that means. I don't fucking know. Kissing is like pronghorn hunting. Of course, Bart, you can, okay? I don't know, Loiso. That was really fucking weird. All right. This will be the last one we do of this for now, and then we'll just see. Kissing is like pronghorn hunting. That is not me doing the heavy breathing, just to be clear. That is not me doing the heavy breathing.
I never poached a single one. Everybody ever says I'm a poacher is a liar. You can tell them I said so. I know they ain't gonna tell me to my face because they wouldn't be standing very long. I was gonna make darn sure there was no Brahma bull standing over there lurking in the shadows somewhere. And I don't plan on having any more kids.
I'm sure it is, Lois, though.
But I was kind of looking forward to practicing that kid-making stuff a few more times with my wife before I die. You know what I mean? Kind of like...
What a sad life. Do you think sex is only for kid making? I like... Why does he have to frame... Why does he have to frame it as, you know, I only have I'm going to make sure to practice that, I mean, do that kid making shit a few more times. Why does it have to be kid making? Why can't you just do it for fun, right? You're fucking married. Like, you can't even have fun when you're married? Jesus Christ. All right.
Kissing. You remember the first time you ever had a kiss?
Thank you, Dolly boy. Thank you. Why you just went pronghorn? You just went pronghorn hunting.
When I did that, I thought, what's the big deal about this?
just
I've been
spilled
hearing all
tea
my
on
life
myself.
about a
Look,
kiss.
guys,
It's
I look
no
like a
big deal.
pig.
But you know, later on when I had a little bit more practice, and
I'm lactating.
Then it got to be a better deal. So, but I kept after it. I didn't give up because that first kiss wasn't so hot. Same way with pronghorn hunting.
Close Enough to Kiss. Revised and re-edited with over 30 minutes of new footage.
And I'll tell you,
Close
I
enough to
put
kiss?
a girdle
Okay.
on in front of Hillary Clinton to get a
Nothing. I said nothing, Drusilla. Nothing.
crack at this lunker. I come in one time and there was a cowboy hat on just one of my deer heads. And I'm gonna tell you what, I got the entire family together and we had a powwow and I told them, and nobody never, ever, never put a single item on a single animal's head in this house.
Why?
It just ticked me off because that's not what they're there for. Man, I'm honoring each and every animal.
No,
in this
Mayflower
house.
Kid. Why would I do that?
It didn't
Mayflower Kid's like, stand up straight, CR, and smile. Never, Mayflower Kid.
take him long to get acquainted with the ground, did it?
No. They make a rutting noise, and gosh, it's neat.
His roaring days are over.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Clean,
Ew.
quick.
Aw, poor animals.
Yes, that's the thing that's very important to us is the conservation of our natural resource. These critters are beautiful. They're majestic animals. We need to take them out cleanly.
Yeah.
This is so fucking...
Honey, how'd you do? Well, I got a big one. Lord, I'm glad my gun didn't misfire. Okay.
What? Wow, he's gonna be a serial killer.
Now, Brandy, she's gonna load it for me.
God, this is so fucking America coded. Of course he's showing the child how to load the gun. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Of course this is so American. Like, oh, this is so classic. Jesus. Okay. Thank you, Peck on Bad. Thank you for, yes, he deserved that right to the face. Fuck him. All right. This is so insane. Like, you know, he should have got her a Hello Kitty. If you think I'm joking, by the way, guys, I'm not. Hello Kitty gun. Because America is insane. Yeah, so I think this is the one right here. Yeah, this is the one. So there's actually a Hello Kitty assault rifle you can get. Well, I don't know if you guys can see it very well. God damn it. Continue without supporting. There it is. It's the Hello Kitty AR-15. You know, why not, right? It's America. Why don't we just have Hello Kitty fucking assault rifles? Okay, so that's good. No, it's not, sir. Okay, that's the kind of AR-15. Yeah, I know. Pet Gone Bad, welcome to America. I mean, you know this, Pet Gone Bad, but, you know, we're fucking crazy. We're fucking crazy. No, Sundry. Hello, Sundry Clown Car. No, wait. Oh, while I get wet for coming in late, I thought you were saying hello to a chatter called Kitty Gun. No. That is a Hello Kitty assault rifle, right? Because in America, that's fine. That's good.
Bullet there, sweetheart. And load the gun for me.
A Gucci MP5? Oh, my God. Ugh.
Now, whenever some people say, hey, well, let's stop hunting, we're going to take your guns away, hunters are cowards, what they're really saying is, hey...
SoCal, this guy seems to be like the kind of religious weirdo who'd have someone bound and chained in the basement with a copy of the Good Wives Guide. Oh, 100% SoCal. 100%.
Let's kill the human spirit, or at least that part of the human spirit that causes us to be free in the first place. For now, this is my Iwo Jima, my pork chop pill, or Kuwait, or whatever you want to call it. I'm doing combat right now, and those antis who are screaming bloody murder better be thankful for that very drive that burns within people like me and most every other serious hunter.
He sounds like Giovanni Gentile. You know, all those rationalists, all those peace lovers trying to say that we shouldn't do this. It's immoral, shouldn't go to war. Well, they should be thankful for that spiritual drive within me for going to kill people and animals. Like, he sounds like fucking Giovanni Gentile, okay? You see what I mean? You hear that? Let's go back. Literally, listen for the Giovanni Gentile within what he's saying. This is a great learning exercise.
Who are screaming bloody murder. I'm doing combat. What they're really saying is, hey, let's kill the human spirit, or at least that part of the human spirit that causes us to be free in the first place. For now, this is my Iwo Jima, my pork chop pill.
So, guys, being free means doing the will of the state by going to kill people overseas and to go kill animals, too.
Or Kuwait, or whatever you want to call it. I'm doing combat right now, and those antis who are...
There he goes, Sundry Clown Car. Sundry Clown Car is very funny. Sundry Clown, thank you. You're a real jester, okay? You're a real jester. Sundry Clown Car says, people like me are the only ones protecting your woke cities from being attacked by deer and feral hogs.
Screaming bloody murder better be thankful for that very drive that burns within people like me and most every other serious hunter I know. Because when the shooting starts on foreign soil, it'll be people like me, us hunters, who'll be the first in line to give our lives. Yeah, even die on Christmas Day if need be, in order to...
Why? He really wants to die on Christmas Day, doesn't he? Jesus Christ, like, that's very specific. We will even die on Christmas Day. Okay, whoa. Calm the fuck down, buddy. You're fine, okay?
Maintain the right to choose.
So you want to shoot big bucks, do you?
Well, I've been hunting here 10 years, and I ain't seen no big bucks. Stop doing that!
What was he?
Be sure and look for the...
What was he yelling at? I'm sorry. I'm going to go back. What was he yelling at?
Shoot big bucks, do you?
Well, I've been hunting here 10 years, and I ain't seen no big bucks. Stop doing that!
Stop doing what? Guys, don't worry. I trust him with guns, right? I trust him with guns. He sounds perfectly reasonable and rational. Laquabwa, he doesn't seem to be doing mentally well. Maybe that's why he wants to die on Christmas Day. Probably, Laquabwa. He's definitely not doing well, okay?
Be sure and look for the next 4 BKS releases.
Well, thank you, Jay Williams, for that degeneracy. That was very lovely. I'm very happy about that. Couldn't be happier, really. All right. Let's see what else. I hate you, Jay Williams. Let's see what else we have here to talk about. Right. So, oh, yes, I did want to quickly say something. I quickly wanted to say something to y'all's after I find something else to put up here. Like a pair of old worn out shoes, sexuality in the church. What? No, God, no, I'm sorry. Will you guys hate me if we watch one more Jay Williams? I didn't see this one. And I have to watch it. It's called Sexuality in the Church. This is going to be a banger, I'm sure. Okay, and then I promise we'll do a serious one. Forgive me. You know I have an addiction problem. Okay, we're going to watch that. Anyway, so one more thing here. So we've had someone in the Discord. We have someone in the Discord who says they're from Gaza. For those who know that. And has been very adamant that they're in Gaza, has provided lots of photos and video, and has talked on camera to people, and keeps coming back into the Discord to speak about themselves being from Gaza, and asking people to donate to the campaign that they have there. that a campaign they have on a site called what is the name of the site? Sufed, it's Chufed. Okay. I have said multiple times that I will not officially endorse anyone asking for donations through a site like Chufed. I will gladly endorse people donating to things like the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, okay? Or there are tons of other organizations that you can be certain that the money you send there will be put to good use. The individual in the Discord, you all, I will not ever officially endorse it, regardless of how much evidence he has, because even if you were to send the money to Chufed, I cannot guarantee that it will go to him. Okay, I just can't. The Chufed is set up. The people who set up Chufed accounts are independent people. They're not part of any major organization. I cannot guarantee that the money that would be sent him. Okay. So like there are, there are other organizations you can send money to that are more better than that. Okay. Regardless, there are also so you all, if you want to donate, you can go speak to him yourselves and figure that out for yourselves. I'm just saying I will not officially endorse it. I keep getting people asking me to endorse it, and he keeps asking me to endorse it over and over again, despite my constant saying that I can't officially endorse it. I will not change my mind on this. And it's not that it's not that I don't care about the struggles of people in Palestine. It is that I also don't want the money that people send to Palestine to go to Israel or any other. So unless I can verify where it's going, what am I going to do? So you see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, me too, Drusilla. I've seen him being pushy in a lot of places. Now, listen, he may very well be in Palestine. I suspect he actually probably is in Palestine. There seems to be a lot of evidence of that. That doesn't mean that the money that will be sent on that account will go to him at all. So, all right. Do we understand? We understand that? There are tons of other organizations you can donate to. For example, there is Palestinian. There's other ones too. What is it called? Oh. So there's the PCRF, which helps give money to provide operations and treatment for children in Gaza. Okay, there are other organizations too. You could think of what is it? There's also the Red Crescent, which is a good organization. At least I guys, and I have to double check on these. It's been a while since I've looked. There's also the what is it called? What is it called? There's UNICEF. That's another one that you can donate to, which United Nations Children Emergency Fund or whatever. The UNICEF. There is there's other ones too. I will try to find a good list for you guys, but I do not recommend any. I do not recommend anything that is that is like direct to individuals kind of thing. Okay, I just don't, because most of them are not verifiable. So find an official organization. Okay. All right, and maybe I'll make a list. Yeah. Well, what is it? Giselle, what do they advocate for? What do they advocate for? Okay, so I'm just saying, just be aware. There's also, a lot of times, even people who are in Palestine can get desperate and therefore be exploited by people outside of Palestine who claim to set up accounts for them, and then they never see any of that money. All right? So just be aware. There's other things you can donate to. And to be honest, guys, I want to point out that one of the best things you can do is donate to anti-Zionists, politicians. Okay? Because it is one thing, and listen, I'm not saying don't donate to Gazans directly. You should do that too. But we actually need to make political change so that they stop being bombed and murdered. Okay, so I would also recommend, actually trying to change the political situation and maybe spend money there as well. Okay, if you do want to spend money. Now, again, I'm not blaming you if you do donate that. I mean, directly that they need it, but you see what I mean? Okay. All right. But I'll try to make a good list. All right. Anyway, going on here, guys. Going on here. Going on here. We'll watch this one. This one is called where are the youth today? And I guess it's about the youth sexuality and things like that in the church. So we'll find. Let's watch it. Okay. The 1950s.
Son, your mother and I need to level with you.
Oh, what about, Pops?
About your behavior around girls.
And your dressing style.
What? Am I supposed to dress like Howdy Doody?
Now, that remark was uncalled for. So was the way you were treating Deb.
So, Loiso, I disagree, Loiso. I don't really know. There's no way. For example, where are they going to spend that? So Loiso here says, sadly, official organizations just cannot reach points of the most pressing need in situations like this due to their need to follow legal procedures. That is true, Loiso. I mean, I guess I do agree with you there. That's why I think it's more important to donate to political campaigns so that we can end the situation over there. Okay, but donating to people on the ground through black channels is often the only way. Back channels is the only way to reach those. Yeah, discernment is impossible, but also what are they going to spend the money on? The money that they're receiving through accounts that are exterior to them. I don't know what they're going to spend the money on, really. There's not really any infrastructure on there for that. There's just not. My point is like we need to build up this. We need to build up the situation and prevent, change the political scenario, if that makes sense. But again, even then, we don't know where the money's going. So I think the best bet is to give to organizations that are doing their best on the ground, even if there's legal hurdles. Okay. All right. But also, by the way, there's also an issue here, guys, where if you donate to individuals on the ground, they could be you also will then miss certain people, right? The people on the ground might have multiple sites. They might have multiple fundraisers going on at the same time. So you're spending all your money on one person without actually distributing the aid to a bunch of different people who need it to survive. So the point here is that it is better, in my opinion, to go through established, reputable organizations than it is through individuals. Okay. There are organizations and charities that can't help because of Israel, right? Which is why I think the most important thing to do is to donate. Is to donate through. What do you mean I'm too America pilled? What the fuck are you talking about, Raccoon Boyo? What do you mean America pilled? What is that? I'm offended. I'm legitimately offended. What am I saying that is America pilled? I really don't understand that one, Raccoon Boyo. And I find anyway, what do you mean? America pilled. Anyway. Okay. So, okay. They can spend that money. How is that America pilled? But Raccoon Boyo, that's not my point. How do we know that the money is getting to them? And if they're going to be bombed anyway, does it matter? And if they, how do we know that if we're only sending it to one person, how do we know that they don't have multiple accounts and that we're not actually distributing the aid equitably to people on a by needed basis? There's tons of problems with spending it individually on people. Okay. But that's not being American pilled. Okay. Anyway. All right. Whatever. I'm annoyed. Okay, folks. I love this. I love it. Okay. Donate to Gaza. Okay. I do not recommend donating on a person by person basis. I recommend through organizations. You can do what you want. Okay. The main thing is here, we need to change the political arrangement on the ground. Okay. Sundry clown car. It's like the line from a fantasy novel. I like two gods arguing how to feed a starving continent. Yeah. Right. Sundry. Okay. Let's go on. Okay.
Be on the porch swing last night.
You saw? But Dad, all we were doing is holding hands.
Since when does holding hands also involve a meeting of the lips? Hey, son, can we chat for a minute?
Uh-oh. Sounds serious to me.
2 hours late for curfew is serious.
But, Mom!
What's worse is the way you treat your dates.
What business is that of yours? You're never home anyway.
See what I mean? You see what he's like?
You better watch your mouth, son. I am your father.
So? If I want to take a girl to a place you don't like, well, what's it to you? I mean, you don't have to go.
It isn't just that. It's all the touching and the kissing we see going on. Right here in our own home.
I get it.
Oh my God, this is so gross.
Go rollers.
They literally do kissing and touching in their own home, right? The two parents.
Skating and hold her hand on couples only skate, right?
Young man, that is just about enough.
Boy, I'll say.
Where are youth today? Who is influencing them? And what standards are they accepting? Teen sexuality in the church. A 1987 study commissioned by the Josh McDowell Ministry reveals alarming results. 68% of our youth say they attend R-rated films. 76% have been to PG-13 films, and 10% attend X-rated movies. As for television, radio, and record
I really don't care.
Our kids are absorbing some 5 hours every day.
How terrifying.
That's 34 hours per week. Contrasted with
Fetty.
fathers.
Fetty says, laughing my ass off, it would be horrible being a hetero goodness. Could you imagine being the parents that showed this to their kids? The repression and self-hate that is so ingrained, it's sad.
Who spend less than 2 minutes per day, and mothers who spend just over 4 minutes a day talking about things that really matter to their kids. And where do young people say they get their information about sex? The majority said they got most of their knowledge from their peers and the movies. Only 7% said they received a lot of information about sex from the church.
And that is correct, Jonas. I am a virgin and a saint, okay? Well, I'm glad. You know what? I'm very glad. You know, that's actually a good sign. It's a good sign that only 7% are getting their information about sex from the church and only 13% from the Bible. Please, 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 please. That's the way it should be. You should not be getting knowledge about sex from your church or from the Bible.
Only 13% said they got their information from the Bible.
Yeah, if you want to fuck a sibling, then I guess you should read the Bible. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that on YouTube or on Twitch. I'm just saying that is literally what it says in the Bible. Okay, there's all these siblings who constantly engage in it in the Bible. I'm just making a sick joke here about how like that's what the Bible is about. Right? It's like this sibling screwed this sibling who sexually assaulted this woman, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Like it's all really fucked up. If you want to figure out how to engage in coitus with an enslaved person, I guess you should read the Bible. Anyway.
Could this be part of the reason why more than half or 55%?
55% could not state petting and fondling breasts was morally unacceptable. The Bible was about slavery, right, Jonas? 55% could not state that petting and I'm sorry, it is not morally unacceptable. If it's consensual, there's nothing wrong with a little touching here or there, as long as it's consensual, right? Jesus.
Could not state that petting.
That's actually a good sign, though. That means over half are like, no, it's fine.
And fondling breasts was morally unacceptable. Keep in mind, these are our teenagers, young people from strong evangelical churches and homes. The truth is obvious and alarming. The foundational basis of our young people's moral convictions is eroding like never before.
It's so
By
fucked
age
up.
18, 65% of our
Jonas.
sons and daughters
By age 18, 65% have been involved sexually. Okay, yeah.
Have
Whatever.
been involved sexually. And our kids are starting young. 20% have been involved by age 13, and 53% by the time they reach 16.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, I'm sure all 20% of those age 13-year-olds were probably assaulted by the parish minister. Anyway.
Josh McDowell and the Why Wait campaign are committed to equipping you in this battle for the sexual purity of our children.
Ew. Why? Why are we battling for this? Who cares? Why are you battling for sexual purity? What a weird battle to have. Okay, you know what? Thank you, Jay Williams. That was horrific. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, 8 out of 10 18-year-olds are virgin losers, right? Loser. I'm just kidding. Okay. God. That's really fucking weird. Anyway. Thank you, Jay Williams. That was horrific. All right. Let's see what else we got. Where do they, thank you, Invalid Axiom. Thank you for your resubscription, okay? Where do they get those? I don't fucking know, Sir Bart. No, that's true, Drizzle. Youth pastors only want virgins, that's for sure. All right. Yeah, how to turn a nothing burger into a crisis. Look, guys, look. It's so, let me say what I always say, guys. Sex is a normal human thing. Okay, we have an urge to have sex. Most of us do, not all of us. There's also asexual people, but it's a normal human thing. Okay, you have a drive to eat, you have a drive to drink, you have a drive to, you know, get dirty with the, I don't know, the neighbor. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Okay, it's okay. It's fine. All right, consent is important, but it's okay. All right. No need to be ashamed if you got into a little sticky situation when you were a teenager, okay? As long as it was a consensual, it is a learning experience. And it is unfortunate that in our society, we repress these things to the point where people make unhealthy decisions, okay? Because if you do repress this shit and you don't talk about it, what happens is sexual repression, which can cause very bad things. So it is probably best that people do have natural, as in like do fulfill their sexual desires, you know, in a healthy, consensual way. All right. All right. So nothing wrong with it. Okay. And it's fine. All right. Just be good about it. Be good. Be a good person. Be ethical. Be sexual and be ethical about your sexuality. Okay. Let's put it that way. And it's okay to say no if you're not in the mood. If you want to wait, that's okay. There's also nothing wrong with not having sex if you don't want to. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's good. All right. All right. Yep, it will. Laquabois says if you don't learn that sex, learn that young, it will hurt your relationship as an adult. Correct. And guys, how do I tell you this? You won't know what you're comfortable with sexually unless you try some shit. Okay, I know. I know. I'm gonna. Let me put my face up. Okay, you like that? You know. And again, that's not to say that like if you don't want to have sex, don't have sex. But like, you know, when you become an adult, you need to learn what it is you are comfortable with. All right. And like, you need people to do that with. You need to find people that are learning with you. And like, it's also a learning experience. Okay. It's not like you ever sit down. It's not like you ever sit down with someone like a teacher and the teacher tries to, you see what I mean? Like, there's never a teacher that will try to make you understand what you're into. Like, there's no way to learn this apart from trying it. You see what I mean? With like someone. Okay. You're never going to learn it explicitly. Now Sam is going to justify eating. Jonas, I swear to God. Jonas, it's just like what the American Declaration of Independence says. We hold these truths to be self-evident. And in the same way, Jonas, I think it is self-evident that doing that is justified. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to say it out loud. I'm currently listening to both sex and murder. Okay, everybody has a piss. Oh my God, disgusting. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, you gotta, you know, all right? Okay. By the way, especially for the men out there, all right, it really doesn't help your chances if you're gonna go mistreat women and then expect to get laid. Okay, I'm just saying, like, you shouldn't be nice to women just because you want to get laid, obviously. But I promise you, it's not gonna help your chances at getting laid. You're also not gonna have a romantic, loving relationship if you treat them like shit and then think they're gonna like it. Okay, I know what the red pillars are saying. They're all like, treat women like shit. They like that. They like the jerks. No, they don't. No, they don't. That's bullshit. Treat them like human fucking beings. All right. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, I know the bad guys always win. No. Vast majority of the time, not. Is that to say that there aren't some women who are into that because different human beings have different sort of things they like? Yeah, I'm sure there are some. There are some men who like being mistreated by women, I guess you could say. But, vast majority of women kind of like being treated like they're human. And I know that's shocking. But women are humans. So maybe treat them like humans. Okay? All right. All right. Good. Joy. Fun. All right. Yeah, you think weird amorphous blob? You're like, great way to set up a long, healthy relationship is to start it with constant one-sided demeaning, right? All right. Sundry Clown Car acting like Rysand from Akatar might work if you look like exactly. Okay, shocking, Gwen. I know you're human. Did you know that, Gwen? It might be hard to tell sometimes with how women are treated. But yes, okay, have a safe word. There you go. By the way, guys, something else about consent. I know I'm rambling about consent, but I'm in the mood to talk about it, okay? Something else about consent, it is revocable at any point. I feel like a lot of people will miss that. Personal experience talking here, okay? It is revocable at any point. You understand me? So even if you're in the middle of doing something that you initially were okay with and you suddenly change your mind, congrats, you can revoke consent and end it right there. Obviously, if someone revokes consent in the middle of some kind of act, they need to stop the act. Okay? You see what I mean? Otherwise, they're doing a bad thing. Obviously, right? Okay, you get what I mean? All right, and I think we all got that. We all got that. So consent has to be made sober. You cannot consent when you're not sober. Consent doesn't really count if you're not sober. It has to be clear. You have to give the consent. You have to do it sober, and you can revoke it at any time. You understand me? Okay. I know. It's so fucking messed up, weird amorphous blob. I know. Shocking, right, elevator lady? All right. So, okay. So, elevator lady, Drusilla, you say 100% sober? Yes. Now, listen. There are women and men who like to drink and then have sex, and it's perfectly fine. But just realize that if you do that, there's always a chance that you're violating. Okay, like, all right, this is complicated, but okay, it depends. Okay, as I've said this before, but I believe clubs should have police outside that deal with predatory male. I agree, Jonas. If only one of the problems with this, Jonas, is the problem with the police, because the police are men also, and they can be predatory vultures as well. That's one of the issues that women face, by the way, guys, is that a lot of times women, in order to protect themselves from predatory males, have to call predatory males to deal with predatory males. And that is a big fucking problem in our society, because the police are often predatory males themselves. This is complicated. There needs to be, I don't really have a solution immediately. I don't have a good immediate solution, but that's why we need to dismantle these things. But I agree with you, Jonas. You know what I think would be awesome, Jonas? Is if, and I know I don't mean to sound too gendered here, but I feel like clubs should have women security guards who literally female security guards who are there for the sake of women. And I know that that won't always work, but I honestly think that's better than oftentimes having male security guards. Um, and they can be armed, and there can be a lot of them. And okay, they can have tasers and shit. I don't know. I haven't thought too much about it, but all right. Um, like I once told my friend, no, she's too drunk, but having to tell him that is why I stopped being friends with him. Oh, having to tell him what there, Jonas? You stopped being friends with him because he had to you had to explain to him why you had to tell her that she. Okay, yeah, that's dark. Okay. Oh my God, Jonas. Yeah, that's dark. Okay. All right, I'm gonna run. Thank you. I think the bigger problem with male cops is the fact that they are consciously or unconsciously participate. Of course they are, Raccoon Boyo, right? um, yeah. Thank you, death today. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you for reminding me. Also, consent needs to be enthusiastic. Okay, it can't be like, okay, I guess we can do it. It has to be like, yeah, please, baby, let's do it. You know, that kind of shit, right? You can't if in any way it seems coerced, it's not consent, guys. All right. I got you, Lacroix. No, invalid axiom. Okay. I say okay to my husband all the time. There you go, Gwen. I got you. All right. By the way, speaking of that, you do know that you can be assaulted by a partner, right? Like by a husband or a wife or a, yeah, that you can do marital RAPE, right? You still have to have consent. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm running now. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm done talking about consent. I'm sorry. I got off on a little tangent here. Something about fascism makes me want to talk about consent. All right. Yeah, whatever. There's also, yeah, the MB term for a spouse. There isn't, is there one a spouse? I said partner. A partner is, that counts too. Da, 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 da. Christianity is built upon assaulting. You're right, politics. Anyway, just saying that, guys. Just saying that, right? By the way, I've said this before too, guys. Now, the last time I said this, we had someone else in the chat who was deeply annoying to me, and I'm glad they're not here anymore, to be honest, because they like immediately said I was trying to be one of the good ones when it came to being gays. But I'm being dead honest about this. And the LGBTQers out there know this. There is, to be clear, gay men, bi men. The bi men probably know this more than the gay men. I know I'm generalizing here. It's still not okay to walk up and touch women. Okay, even if you're a gay man. We know this, right? You shouldn't be walking up and touching and putting your hands on anyone. And being gay does not mean that you're not a man, and it doesn't mean that you shouldn't have boundaries with women, right? Or with anyone. I'm saying this from personal experience, folks. Like, you go to a gay club, there will often be men there, gay men there, okay, gay men there who get drunk, and then and sometimes they're not drunk, and they think that because they're gay, the women in the club are kind of like, will love them and will want to be friends with them and will be okay with them touching them and things like that. And it drives me crazy. And I have heard women talk about this experience that they have with gay men being very touchy. Okay. Don't do it. And this is for everyone, seriously. But I have seen that a lot of gay men, just from my personal experience, seem to think that they don't count, that they can just touch women. And I don't mean like assault them as in like put their hands on inappropriate parts, but like, just don't give people their space. All right. Yeah, Marzipan. Yeah, you can objectify women non-sexually. Okay. Anyway. Right. Yeah, that is so bizarre. That is so bizarre, Raccoon Boyo. Raccoon Boyo says, I know I primarily boy mode, so maybe it's a little on me. No, it's not on you, okay? But the amount of time men that touch my breast without asking, yeah. No. So I'm just saying, just remember that, okay? All right. Just a little note there. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm rambling about this right now. But everyone seems to be liking it because we have almost 30 people watching. Okay, let's go on to something else, right? So consent is good. Sex is normal and natural. Just don't be a fucking dick, okay? Christ. Jesus. And fuck the patriarchy, all right? These boobies are not your boobies, right? All right. Yeah, behavior was rampant back. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yes, Death Idea. I've been trying to have it more. I'm trying to have it more. There's also, we'll find something else to watch. I know, Drizella. Something else, while I'm finding the next video I wanted to show all you. Let's see here. There is, I want to point out that gay men and trans women especially, but gay men too also get assaulted quite a bit because a lot of times people that are not heterosexual or not cisgender are objectified a lot more, and they're viewed as sexual objects. So that's just something else to be aware of. Look after your trans brothers, sisters, and MBs, and look after your gay brothers, sisters, whatever. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's watch this. So there is an image from, so I don't know if you guys heard about this during the, I don't know if you want to call it festivities yesterday. The
Today,
July
an alarming
4th.
scene unfolded in Capitol Hill this morning.
Speaking of fascism, during the July 4th festivities the last few days, there was a group of I'm sorry, what are they all? Patriot Front people. There were a group, okay. There were people, Patriot Front folks, all right, who are a fascist organization. They literally have the symbol of a fasces on their shirts, okay, which is the fascist symbol we literally talked about today. So these guys went marching through DC on July 4th, okay? So I just wanted to show you this little story about it. And also, because since we've been talking about fascism, they use some of the fascist symbolism. There's also, there was an image from this that I will show you here in a second, if it isn't included here, of a black woman on a train surrounded by these men. Okay, I think it's going to be a famous photo, but just watch this, okay? Hello, gluteal myalgia. I feel like a while since I've seen you. So glad you're here. Okay.
Today, an alarming
real fast here. Le Quabois, when I learned all the different requirements of consent, I learned that I've probably only had, yep, Le Quabois, when I learned all the different requirements of consent, I learned that I've probably only had fully consensual sex a handful of times, as in I wasn't in situations where I can fully give enthusiastic consent. Yeah, Le Quabois. And some of you guys, I know we're kind of still talking about this, but some of you folks have heard some of my personal stories. I have been assaulted before, folks. So, and it's not that uncommon amongst gay men. And yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It is common. And a lot of people don't fully understand the dimensions of consent. A lot of people that have done it do know, but they just don't care, especially if you're a gay man or a transgender person. They just feel like they can do whatever they want to you, sometimes in broad daylight. And so yeah, it is really common, folks, and it's something that really needs to be worked on. Okay, it really fucking needs to be worked on. By our society, and we need to fucking stop these morons and these evil people who do tremendous trauma to others. Okay. Anyway, let's go on. Let's go on here. So, yeah, then let's do it. You should watch. Guy, did some of you guys watch Obsession yesterday? Elevator Lady, the HBO show called I May Destroy Your covers as well. Doesn't I need to watch it, Elevator Lady? Le Quabois. That doesn't even include the times I do think I've been actually essayed. Yeah, yep, No, yeah, Le Qua. I guess I'm kind of conflating two things. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of situations I've been in where looking back, it wasn't actually consenting, but then I actually have also been essayed, so okay, Obsession had this stuff too. All right. Yeah, from what I was watching, Matt Saigai was watching Obsession yesterday in the server, and it was fucked up, but really interesting. Okay. So anyway, let's go on here, guys. So this is the Patriot Front. Let's see what they were up to.
Today, an alarming scene unfolded in Capitol Hill this morning as hundreds of members of the white supremacist group Patriot Front marched through D.C. The group moved throughout neighborhoods in the district wearing face coverings, carrying American and Confederate flags, and it caught many off guard. Our Sarah Robinson spoke with people who woke up to the march and say that they were shocked and unsettled by what they saw.
People living along 6th Street near C Street say they woke up to the sound of hundreds of people marching past their homes. At first, they thought
I think it's kind of an exaggeration to call them people.
it was a parade, so they started taking photos. But their reaction quickly changed to shock and fear when they realized it was the group Patriot Front.
That way they don't have to keep them.
My reaction is that's gross. Ew. We don't need that today. The symbols of hate.
A group of hundreds of men wearing face coverings, navy blue shirts, and khakis
Probably very hot, J-Mac. This looks very unpleasant.
was seen marching through the streets of D.C., from Union Station to Eastern Market.
Yes, Raccoon, I'm not being literal. Obviously, they're people, right?
I think I would be curious as to
It's an insult.
where that where their patriotism comes from and what they think that they're celebrating in America, especially on this weekend.
Get out! The group was seen carrying flags and iconography associated with Patriot Front.
Patriot Front is a white supremacist organization.
Luke
That's funny. That guy looked like, is he?
Baumgartner is a research fellow with the George Washington University.
Wait a minute. This guy, he has to have been a former member. He looks like a member of Patriot Front, right?
A research fellow with the George Washington University.
Wait, look at him. He's way too
associated with Patriot Front.
Patriot Front is
Look at this guy. Doesn't this guy look like he would be a fucking right-wing fascist type? Is he a former member? Because he looks like he would be.
Supremacist organization.
Luke Baumgartner is a research fellow with the George Washington University program on extreme.
No, I think he's an attractive man. But normally when I see a guy like that, I try not to be attracted because I'm like, he's probably a Nazi, but he's actually not a Nazi, which is weird. So I guess it's okay that I'm attracted to him, right?
What's the point today? What's the point?
Sorry, I know I'm disgusting. I just talked about how bad objectifying people is, and look at what the fuck I'm doing. Okay.
National independence. The representation of the nation's cause and our people's interests.
But they do like to crouch themselves in this patriotic veneer. They use the Betsy Ross flag, they use the red, white, and blue colors to evoke this feeling of Americana, and basically what they're trying to get at is spread their message that America is a place for only white people.
The masked group handed people WUSA 9 spoke with these flyers, stating they, quote, stand against gender hysteria, the murder of the unborn, the corruption of youth, and the assaults against.
Yeah, look, there's the fascia here, right? In the lower right-hand corner, this little fascist symbol. No, I'm not attracted to Nazis, okay? Fuck all of you. All right. Anyway.
It's the institution of marriage.
They don't want to be identified. They have jobs, they have families.
Cowards.
It's unpopular to say, but they are sometimes normal people with careers and lives, and being publicly identified with groups like this puts that at risk.
DC Police sent WUSA 9 a statement on the march saying in part, quote, MPD recognizes the rights of individuals to peacefully express their views and remains committed.
Amazing, LaQual. That's insane. You say there's a lot of them in Denver and pretty bad.
To maintaining public safety. Neighbors
hello,
tell me they're
resident union thug. How are you doing?
thankful that the march passed without any major conflict.
Gluteomyalgia, I swear to God, you come back into this fucking community and you immediately start saying I love Nazis, you get a bonk, gluteomyalgia, bonk! Anyone else want a fucking bonk? I will gladly bonk the hell out of each and every one of you if I have to. I will put the fucking chat in timeout. You hear me? No, nothing for you, Dolly Boy.
Confrontations or acts of violence, and they're hoping the rest of the holiday weekend remains peaceful. Reporting in Capitol Hill, I'm Sarah Robinson, WUSA 9.
Okay, so that was fun. Have we all seen the pic of the woman sitting on the, what was it, the bus or the truck? Black woman.
Surprising news out of the Michigan Democratic.
Quiet. Black woman. Patriot Front. Here it is. This image is going to be famous. I can pretty much guarantee that. This is going to be a famous image. Historians are going to love it. So here is the image of a black woman sitting on the DC Metro, literally surrounded by people in the Patriot Front. Okay, great photo there. Great photo there. Really disgusting. Yeah, like a very interesting photo. Okay. I know, Sir Bart. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. So anyway, that is no one gets a bonk, okay? No one gets a fucking bonk, by the way, because you all begged for it. You're all sick. You're all fucking masochists, okay? Anyway, so that happened, guys. Obviously, fascists marching out in the open. They are trying to create the reality they want by terrorizing and beating people into it. That is what they do, because fascist ideology is fundamentally irrationalist and based off creating a reality that doesn't really exist based off their ideology. And you can't force people to believe something irrational unless you scare them into it or beat them into it, okay? So that's partly why they do this shit, okay? Because they think violence is the one way to enforce their irrationalist ideology on everyone. Okay. I hate you. You all disgust me so much. LaCroix's like, oh no, I'd hate to get bonked right now. See, I even said it how you would be saying it, LaCroix. Do you want me not want to bonk? Yeah, see, I know you're all going to try and trick me now because you're all sick. All right. Anyway, bonk me, daddy. Yeah, Jonas, you disgust me. You know that? God damn it. Ugh. Raccoon Boy, it's called Manifesting Destiny. Look it up. Oh, absolutely. Okay, I want boop. Okay, Cody, you can get a boop. Boop, only Cody gets a boop, but that's it. Okay, don't make me. Thank you. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. All right. Yeah, LaCroix, I'm not dumb. I wasn't born yesterday, LaCroix. I know your tricks. Okay, I know your socialist tricks. Okay, anyway. Ew, disgusting, Raccoon Boy. All right, boobs are... Oh, God, I thought you said boobs. I'm sorry. Boops are insufficient. I'm like, what do you mean boobs are insufficient? All right. All right. Right. Do I get a gentle tap on the head? Of course you do, Weird Amorphous Blob. Boop. There you go. Weird Amorphous Blob got a very gentle tap. Okay, let's go on. The rest of you get nothing, and you'll like it. You'll like it. Okay, let's see what else we have, guys. Are you guys? I'm so happy to be back, by the way. I'm so happy to be back. I missed all of you. I missed all of you so much. I almost cried to sleep every single fucking night because I missed you so much. Now, a few of you I could do without. Mainly, I could do without Invalid Axiom. I could do without, Jay Williams. I could do without Gluteomyalgia, Cody, Mayflower Kid, Laquan, politics, Alyssa. There's some of you, SoCal. I could do without some of you. Pet Gone Bad, I can do without. JMac, I could do without. So, there's a few of you I could do without. But the rest of you, even though that's a minority of you, I like. Okay, Gwen. All right. Okay, whatever. Let's go on here. Let's go on. I swear to God, Jay Williams. I swear to fucking God. Okay, let's go on here. Let's see what else. So we have a new fun thing to watch. I'm sure by that you guys know it'll be terrifying and horrific. We have a new, Good Liars video.
You guys going in? State Fair?
Called Trump's Sad American State Fair. Now, Trump hosted this real stupid American. Oh my God, Jonas! I swear to God, you know that's gonna make me blush. I don't even know how to respond to that. It's like my weakness. It's like my fucking kryptonite. I hate it so much. Okay, I'm not even gonna. I can't say it out loud. I'm not gonna say it out loud. But fuck you. And I did see you and Jay Williams plotting over on the Discord because you both noticed how triggering that was for me. And now that's like the weapon you're going to always use against me. You're going to embarrass me by always doing that shit. And I hate you for it. Anyway, So yesterday there was a, or I'm sorry, on Saturday, there was something called the Great American State Fair, which was a propaganda event hosted by Trump and his lackeys in DC. And it was deeply humiliating because not many people showed up and it was very pathetic and boring. But we're going to watch a clip here of the good liars going to this thing and talking to some Trumpies, okay, some Trumpists. So I'm excited because it should be funny, all right, because God knows what they'll say. Everyone ready for it? Yay. It's for 2 weeks, really? Oh, well, that's even worse. Okay, that's even worse. Oh, man, I'm not coming back after today. Why not, politics? Politics, I love you. I'm just joking, politics. I'm just joking. No, politics, I love your presence. I was joking, politics. I literally yell at everyone, and since you're a member of the community, I yelled at you too. Okay? Oh, shut up, Jay Williams. I don't mean it at all, okay? I literally called out all the people, like everyone in here as a joke, okay? But politics, I'm so glad you're here. I've actually missed you, politics. I'm glad you're here. Okay. So let's watch this, okay? So this is yeah, it's so fucking stupid, LaQuabo. It's so fucking stupid. This is my American State Fair would be a riot. Yeah, I didn't know it was lasting that long. Whatever. Hello Munchies is back. Hello Mellow Munchies. So glad you're here. No, politics, don't leave. I love having you here, politics. I hope you know I literally was joking, politics. I love having all of you. I love having you here. Okay. So stay around, politics. Okay. So let's go on.
Oh my God, thank God.
I hope you're joking, politics.
I'm so happy.
Exactly. Death Died Today knows how to survive in this community. Death Died Today stays invisible. So no one, Death Died Today never gets called out, okay?
I think that Obama made people's lives.
You guys going in? State Fair? Going to State Fair? Oh my God, thank God. I'm so happy there's more people here. Listen, the numbers are pretty low. Trump, he's telling people like 45,000 people came here. If anyone asks, do you mind just telling them a lot of people were here? Do you do that? Yeah. You will? You will? Promise?
All right.
Swear? Good.
We're on this side.
You're on Trump's side? You'll tell a little white lie for it.
We are here outside the Great American State Fair in Washington, D.C. We're going to be celebrating our nation's 250th birthday tomorrow, July 4th. Happy birthday to Brum.
Thank you. On behalf of the United States of America.
This is going to be humiliating.
Not my birthday.
It's not your birthday.
It's not my birthday.
Hi there. Are you coming in? Oh, thank God. Yeah, we want people in there. Got to get people in there. There hasn't been very many people.
The Great American State Fair, it opened last week. Donald Trump kicked it off with the rally to end all rallies. We were there for it, and we've noticed when we were there, we commented on the sparse crowds. Usually at a Trump rally,
fuck you, Invalid Axiom. Fuck you.
There's going to be thousands of people lined up hours before.
Is that serious, LaQual? You said some MAGA creator got arrested for pleasuring himself in public at the event? Wow, that's very fun and not unexpected. Anyway, all right. Okay, that is hilarious, Gwen. I can't believe that's funny. Okay. SoCal says, I have to say the shorter one of the duo is kind of hot. To each their own, SoCal. I think every man is hot. Every woman is hot. Every man is hot. You know, every MB is hot. Everyone is hot. Okay.
We got there about what?
Except for a few people. For example, I could also say that Trump isn't hot. Steve Bannon isn't hot. There's a lot of people who aren't hot. Okay. Now, I don't want to have sex with all of them, to be mind you, but just because I say everyone is hot doesn't mean I'm sexually attracted to them, but everyone is hot.
2 hours before?
Except for some of them.
And there was
a couple
like
hours
30
before.
people.
We showed up a couple hours before speech time.
God damn it, Couch Potato. I'm sorry. Not Nick Shirley. See, now I have to come up with exceptions. Couch Potato, I forgot you're here. You get a bonk. Bonk. How dare you make that comparison? Rude. Okay, you too, Jay Williams, you get a bonk. Bonk. Fucking, I can't do anything with this fucking community. I swear to fucking God.
There was a line of, I don't know, 30 to 50 people or so. The line did not grow.
No.
Like it typically does. And then we finally got into the fair. We thought we might see a little more going on, but that was not to be the case.
God, we need a few more people. You guys mind spreading out while you're in there?
I swear to fucking God. Dolly Boy sent 400 bits and then said, bonk me, daddy. Oh, you know it, Dolly Boy. Here. Bonk. There you go. I give you a second bonk, Dolly Boy. Bonk. There are 2 big bonks for you, Dolly Boy, right? See, folks, that's how you get a bonk, okay? You send me some money and I'll give you a big old bonk. You understand me? Okay.
Can you do that? Just spread out and be like, and if anyone asks, just say there's 45,000 people there. Gotcha. Okay? Okay, so you leaving? Yeah. Oh, no, stay. You stay spread out. We'll take a big aerial photo and there'll be a lot of people there.
After Donald Trump gave his...
Hey, Dolly Boy said, I immediately regret that. Dolly Boy, okay, I'm sorry. Here. Bromp, I removed your bonk. Okay, I'm sorry.
He put out this truth. He said 45,000 people attended and none of them left early.
Thank you, Raccoon. The bonk files are weird.
Which is a weird thing to say.
I love Weird Amorous Blob. Sometimes this stream feels like discomfort maxing. Weird Amorous Blob, why do you think I do what you do? Discomfort is part of the fun, Weird Amorphous Blob, okay? Discomfort is part of the fun of this community, right? Like when I talked about how when you fart in... Remember, guys, remember when I talked about how you will eat bugs whenever you eat flour? Anyway, I also talked about how if you fart and you're naked in bed, you spray little pieces of fecal matter all over your bed. So I talk about things all the time that are purposefully uncomfortable. The streams, guys, are like emotional roller coasters, okay?
Right. If no one left early. Like, you wouldn't even have to mention it.
Oh, yeah. Also, the eyelash mites. I forgot about that, Weird Amorphous Blob. The eyelash mites.
Why mention it? I don't know. Maybe people left early.
Oh, maybe people left early.
Yeah, I'm wondering if people left early.
Are you coming in?
You're damn right, Resident Union. It's like, I won't give you a fucking bonk. Not in a million years. I already gave you enough bonks in the womb.
When you go in, try to make it as fun as possible.
Follow Elevator Lady. Yes, there you go.
There hasn't been that many people, and we just want to make it seem fun, even if it's not, all right? All right, okay.
But various news outlets reported that it was like about 1,000 people. It seemed much more on par with what we would have seen with the slow stream of people leading up to speech time. So it's hard to figure out who's lying, Donald Trump or the news.
Who's lying? The guy who always lies or everyone else who witnessed it?
Right.
I don't know.
Hard to say.
Are you coming into the State Fair?
Yes.
Going into the Great American State Fair?
Yes.
I just want to let you know.
Sir Bart, I swear to God. Okay, Sir Bart, not even I went that far. Okay, that's disgusting. You get a bonk, Sir Bart. Bonk. Shame on you, Chairman Bart. Okay. KCR never gives me anything except his attention at times that annoy him. Yeah, because you're fucking annoying, Invalid Axiom. Duh. I give you attention because you're fucking annoying, Invalid Axiom. Bonk. Anyway.
Because there's been kind of low numbers here.
I love you, Invalid Axiom. I know that was an invalid axiom. Jay Williams says CR is abusive. Only because you deserve it, Jay Williams.
We're renaming the Great American State Fair the Sad American.
I know about it.
Oh,
the Sad American State Fair.
What was your experience inside the fair?
It's not bad. I don't know. We enjoyed it. We're just here having fun, you know. Could be better. Could be.
Jonas, oh my God, Jonas, you're disgusting. Okay, now, Weird Amorphous Blob, listen. I know we're supposed to be watching this video. I'm just saying, to be clear, I did not say what Sir Bart said about mites, nor did I say what Jonas said. Jonas said, sometimes I think I should have showered, but at least the skin mites get extra nutrients. Makes me feel like a good pet owner. That is disgusting. That is despicable and disgusting, and I did not say that. To be very clear, I am not the one causing a problem right now. Okay? I am not the one causing a problem. I am just trying to be an educator. Okay? I'm trying to spread word of fascism. That sounded bad. I'm trying to educate about fascism. And okay, you get a boop body swap. Boop. All right. Okay. So you all need to calm the fuck down. You hear me? All right.
Worse, but it was fun.
How are the crowds?
I think they closed it, right?
Yeah,
so
they closed it earlier, but they're pretty minimal right now.
Yeah,
the crowds are minimal?
Yeah.
Just this week, there was a rehearsal for the big 4th of July celebration.
Oh my God. Okay, wait 1 second. We're going to pause for a second because chat is distracted. Chat is distracted. Okay? Jay Williams, as always, is suddenly screaming about fascism because that's the only thing Jay Williams ever thinks about is white nationalism, fascism, and his love of the Ku Klux Klan. Okay? Doug is talking about bacteria for some godforsaken reason. All right? I don't even know. Fucking Druzilla is asking CR, what's worse, white nationalism or necrophilia? Clearly white nationalism, Druzilla, right? The body does, like a dead body ain't gonna mind, right? But the white nationalism is going to cause problems. Anyway, I shouldn't have answered that question. The point is, you're all a bunch of sick fucks, okay? You're sick. And you need to relax, okay? You need to calm down. Thank you, LaCroix. I know you were LaCroix because you're good. You're a good person. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. All right? Pet gone bad. I'm not going to give you a boop, but I'm proud of you for trying to stay focused, okay? All right. Where does bestiality rank in between them? I swear to God, Jonas, I swear to God. You know what? I'm not going to answer that question. Let's continue watching this, right? Weird amorphous love.
Yeah, they had a lot of people mid-dance move, and it looked like it was going to be something pretty spectacular. And then part of the stage, part of the rigging, I guess, fell down. And I think people were pretty surprised because they probably almost died from it.
Is that symbolism? Feels like symbolism.
That's unfortunate.
I don't know what symbolism is.
It's that.
Yeah.
It is kind of symbolic, isn't it?
Please,
okay.
Please come in. Oh gosh, the line is just gone now. Are you
It was
leaving?
so pathetic, folks. Barely anyone arrived.
Are you leaving? Oh, don't leave. We need people in there. Were there a lot of people in there? No.
Hello,
Really?
Roshi.
And talk to us.
Right on, man.
What's your name?
My name's Safe Travel.
Jonas, I hate you so much. You're purposely misinterpreting me. How dare you, okay? Chairman Bart, it's like one of my birthday parties as a kid. Sir Bart, that's really sad. Why'd you say that? That's really sad. All right. No, I haven't seen it. You should send it. I haven't seen that, LaCroix. You should send
Was
it.
that your legal name?
Nah, it's my artist name.
Okay. And you play saxophone?
Yeah, I'm an entertainer. You know, I'm a performer, producer, artist, all that stuff, man.
Good for him.
I'm here for the festival, the Freedom 250 Festival.
Hey, at least we got an artist. Gotta make some money. Might as well make it here.
Well, why do you think people are scared right now more than other times?
I don't know. It's just like, I think it might not even just be a scary thing. It might just be like a social anxiety thing. Like, people are too into the phone or like too inside. Like, definitely pandemic, I think had a massive toll on like people's social interactions and stuff like that. Like, okay, so I'm not on a funny tip, like just indulge me for a second. If I seen a pretty girl walking down the street and I decided, you know, hey, like I'd like to approach this girl and see what's going on with her, you know, and I say, hey, what's
politics, my dear politics, okay? No, politics. I love your comments, politics. I love your comments. But politics, I'm an asshole to everyone. That's the whole point. I'm an asshole to the people I like, all right? That sounds like the people I'm mean to I don't like, but it's true. I'm an asshole to people I like, politics. So the fact that I jokingly said I don't like you, politics, is a sign that I like you, politics, okay?
What's going on? I think you're very beautiful. What's your name? She might run away from me like a freak, you know what I'm saying? He's a freak. But at the end of the day, it's like...
Has that happened to you?
Hey, man, more or less, you know what I'm saying?
Were you holding the saxophone?
Dolly boy, why the fuck are you crying? Why are you crying? I swear to God.
Because I would think that...
Stop crying. Stop crying, Dolly boy. Cheer up.
At least get you in the conversation.
I mean, okay, if I'm holding the saxophone, I'm sparking conversations with this thing, man. This is
You're
like,
peacocking.
Honestly, peacocking is a perfect word.
Yeah.
But
Better,
yeah,
Dolly.
man, I just like...
Pickup artist.
It's really, not that.
Term for the pickup artist.
You're not going to nag anybody, though.
Yeah. You guys go.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Would someone please explain to me what is negging? What is negging? I know I'm embarrassed to ask because I know I'm ignorant, but what is negging? I keep seeing you lunatics use the phrase negging. They're negging. What is this negging thing? Is that a new No, I don't know what negging is. What is negging? Saying something rude to get them attracted to you? Wait, really? Oh, ew. Okay. That's kind of rude. Oh, so it's like where you try to get, it's like a half compliment that you do to get someone with you? Ew. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's what it is. Like you're too hot for order. Look, okay. I guess so, resident union thug, you know, neg. Oh, I got it. It's like negative. Okay, that makes sense. I got it. I got it. Thank you, guys. No, I really don't know SoCal. I'm ignorant in a lot of ways. Chairman Bart, CR, imagine a pack of teenage girls laughing and then saying, wow, that outfit looks great. Oh, I got it, Sir Bart. Okay. That does sound vile and childish. Or you're attractive for a fat chick. Oh my God. Okay. Pickup artists like this shit. Wow. Gotcha. Thank you, guys. You all, I guess so, Gwen. Negging is a backhanded compliment or flirtatious remark to undermine someone's confidence and make them depend on the manipulator. Oh, God. Invalid axiom. You're hot for a guy with no muscles. How dare you, invalid axiom? Okay. Of course I don't, LaCroix. Of course I don't. Okay, you flirting with chat. I can understand that now. Okay, there you go, politics. You got it. Why would that work? I don't know, guys. I don't try to understand the mind of younger people because I'm an old fart at this point, okay? But thank you for explaining to me what that works. What that is, all right? I'm a Zoomer. I didn't know what the F negging. Well, thank God, Roshi. So maybe it's not my age. Okay, that's good. All right. Let's go on, guys. Let's go on here. God knows what else we're talking about here. Someone hasn't gone to Hustlers University. Excuse me, I'm not a fucking degenerate, Sir Bart. All right. Hello, who are DJ Meowser? Welcome. Also, negging is a constant behavior, not a one-time thing, is it? Okay, DJ Meowser, have you been in here before? Are you someone we know, or are you a new person? And either way, hello, DJ Meowser. Okay. Marzipan redeemed hydrate. I will hydrate. Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, Raccoon Boy. All right, let's go on. I liked casual revolt, the neg, laughing my ass off, sue me. Okay, let's go on.
In the state fair? Thank God. Okay, we're trying to get the numbers up. If anybody asks you how many people are here, can you just say 45,000?
Really?
Yeah. Do you mind?
No, 45,000.
45,000. You got it? Promise? Think you swear?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Say 45,000.
Ew.
What the hell? I've never seen that before.
You want to pinky swear, sir?
No.
Nah.
All right. Well, if anybody asks, what are you going to say? How many people are there? 45,000. All right.
Yeah. When the Great American State Fair was announced, a bunch of musical acts were scheduled to perform.
Is that true, Jonas? Am I constantly negging all of you? Is that really true?
And quickly,
does that mean wait a minute? If I'm negging all of you, does that mean I'm in an abusive relationship? Am I an abuser? Oh my God, guys, am I the baddie? Am I the bad one in this relationship? Oh my God, it's all becoming so clear. I'm the bad guy. I'm the one who's abusing all of you. I really don't give a shit. I want you to know that. I don't give a shit. I hate all of you. Fuck all of you. I don't give a fuck. This is all you deserve. Anyway.
That list dwindled to a very few musical acts. Why did they all get out of this?
As far as I understand, the reason was that they agreed to be part of this great 250th America celebration, and that was something that they all felt was important and agreed to. But soon they realized it was going to be a lot more political, I think, than they were comfortable with. And the reason for that, as far as I understand, is that Donald Trump's PAC, Freedom 250, is sponsoring a lot of this stuff. I think you can see behind us right over here, Freedom 250, not to be confused with America 250.
No.
So America 250 was the bipartisan celebratory PAC that was going to put this on.
Interesting.
But Donald Trump was able to get his PAC in there, started asking for donations. Maybe some people were confused.
Mayflower, did your milk stain dry up? I think so. I think I'm no longer lactating. Okay.
Donated to his PAC instead, and maybe some people were urged, if you're going to donate to one, donate to 250. The musical acts kind of got wind of some of the stuff going on and weren't comfortable performing, but some of them stuck around.
One musical act that did not cancel.
Ew, God, who the fuck is this man? Oh my God, he looks like a wax mannequin. He looks like a Nazi version of what they think a male should be. Is this a fucking, Vanilla Ice? Oh my God, he looks awful. He looks like a fake. This is rather terrifying. Yeah, it's like a square. That's him when he was young, but what a fucking weird-looking person. Anyway, okay. Jay Williams, guys, listen. I don't fucking know who these people are, okay? I don't fucking know who these people are, okay? I don't goddamn know. Who the hell cares? All right? Um, kind American. The ugly ogre reacts to a real American patriot. The ugly ogre? By the way, what's ogre? I'm sorry. Kind American. First of all, that's a contradiction. But what do you mean the ugly ogre? What's an ogre? Oh, I get it. You just misspelled ogre. Ogre. That is spelled O-G-R-E. Okay, O-G-R-E. That is not how you spell. By the way, do not block whoever is in Twitch right now. Do not block him. Do not block Kind American. I'm not finished with them yet. I am not finished with them yet. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to release your last comment there, Kind American. Suffice to say, I wish I were trans. Okay, I wish I were trans because trans people are superior human beings rather than you degenerate piece of shit. Okay, at least they are much better than I am, but they are way above you, Kind American, which is really hilarious to me that your fucking name is Kind American. So, you know, your fucking transphobia is cute. It's cute because it's kind of like, I don't know, you know, it's like watching baby learn their first words. You can't even spell fucking ogre correctly. Hilarious to me. Some of the transgender people in this community are some of the smartest people I've ever met on my fucking time on this planet. And you can't even spell ogre correctly. You fucking idiot. Anyway, thank you, Kind American, for stopping by. All right, let's go on.
Was Vanilla Ice.
Right.
The guy who did Ice Ice Baby, Ninja Rap.
Right.
And
you say he didn't cancel, but
God did.
But someone canceled
yes.
it. As Vanilla Ice canceled his performance due to inclement weather.
Yes. I actually have the report here. I can read. So this is from Complex. It said just hours before Vanilla Ice was set to take the stage at the Great American State Fair, organizers abruptly pulled the plug on the performance, citing inclement weather, despite the fact that little to no rain ultimately fell across Washington, D.C. that evening. And no ice fell either.
Yes,
Right.
Tater Tot, it's okay.
No ice that night either.
For those who are wondering, yeah, literally, I blocked their message so that you guys didn't get to see their message, but you don't need to see it. It's just, you know, transphobia.
Yeah, we have to wonder sometimes, like, if you don't, maybe you're not really feeling great about doing something and then you have an excuse.
Well, he's Vanilla Ice. He always has cold feet.
Right. Oh, all right. Well, there you have it.
Hey,
so
drop the zero and get with the hero. You're cool as ice.
Right.
It's his
he
movie.
would say that.
It's from
or
his
are
movie.
you saying?
I'm quoting his character in the movie
Right.
Cool as Ice.
All right. For all of you out there who know the quote, that was for you.
It's for you. For all four of you. What is the United States of America to you?
Thank you, Sir Bart.
Freedom.
Oh my God! Look, this is the national spirit. Yes, that's okay, LaCroix. Sir Bart has a trigger finger, and Sir Bart bans people even when I say, don't ban them, Sir Bart, but I think you did it before I asked Sir Bart. I wanted to play with my food before I banned them, but that's okay, Sir Bart. I know Sir Bart isn't into that shit, okay? But don't worry, they're gone, so it's probably better. Yeah, so, all right.
I mean, I love God and our country, so I'm just hoping that we see good things come from celebrations, you know.
And were you here for the Rededicate 250?
No, just this afternoon.
Do you think there should be a separation between church and state?
No comment.
Should the president
That's a no. She doesn't want the separation.
be profiting billions of dollars while he's in office?
I think, listen, man, our president is a businessman, and he's also cleaning up our country. DC's the cleanest it's ever been.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Okay.
Record low homicides. You know what I mean? If he's making some money being the president, man, so be it. Every politician.
Even if he's doing stuff in like with other nations and giving them favors.
I mean, look at every politician.
So, folks, Jonas is curious about who in here is trans. I'm not going to out anyone, but if anyone does want to say that they're trans, you can, okay?
That we've had in the past 47 years, you know what I mean? Like,
none of them have profited $1 billion while in office.
Yeah. How could you be so sure? Is there a statistic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the
tax disclosure forms?
Tax disclosure form? Okay, so you telling me Obama didn't make profit off no tax disclosure forms?
I'm saying he was not investing and not running businesses while he was president.
There you go. We got a few people here. Jonas, if you look here at the chat, there's a bunch of people telling you that they are trans.
Knowledge, how could you be so, you want to...
Yeah, it is. Wait, so for example, how many stock trades do you think Obama made while he was in office?
I don't know, probably...
Zero.
Yeah, terrible argument, resident union thug.
Zero.
What about somebody who's doing stock trades
Donald Trump has made 3,700 so far this term.
Okay, well, what about people doing stock trades on his behalf? Like, you know, that's a
There's
thing,
another
you know
one, Jonas.
It's a conspiracy, but, you know.
It's definitely a conspiracy. Yeah. That's true.
There's not a lot of people in there, yeah. We're going there. But yeah, go in there, stay as long as you can, go to all the booths and everything.
Is the Ferris wheel on today?
I don't see it running right now. Yeah, I know it broke down a few times and stuff. Yeah. Fireworks tomorrow night, I think, is at 11 p.m. Now, there's a reason it's so late. Donald Trump is doing the flyover.
Oh.
So.
Doc Trod. Hello, Doc Trod. Doc Trod is a new member, says, Trump interfering with the World Cup is disgusting. FIFA is corrupt and the U.S. soccer team should be banned. Yeah, Doc Trod. I mean, people should, in my opinion, they should, you know, be boycotting the World Cup, etc. Yeah, okay. Totally agree.
He got that jet gifted from Qatar.
Yeah.
And he's flying it over on the 4th of July.
Really? Over the mall?
Yeah.
100% Doc Trod. Now, I'm not into sports, Doc Trod, I got to tell you. But yeah, the only Doc Trod says only MAGA trash would cheer for us soccer at this point. I'm 100% against them, and I hope they get destroyed. Fair. That is absolutely fair, Doc Trod.
Qatar gave him the jet.
I know, that's awesome, man.
The Ferris wheel behind us, right?
There's a Ferris wheel right there.
Yeah,
it's
that
not
had
moving
some
right
issues, right? There were some breakdowns. I don't know if I would trust that Ferris wheel.
Oh, yeah. So Corwin Chelway says, welcome back, Corwin. Corwin Chelway says, 3,700 stock trades. That's so many. Oh, yeah. Yep, it is. So extremely not corrupt, right? We live in a goddamn clown show, guys. To be honest, guys, we should be clear. America is a fucking clown show. It is one of the most corrupt governments on the planet, and we're okay with it. We're okay with it, apparently. Doc Trod, I am a proud member of the DSA. Hey, Doc Trod, this is a lefty community. And if you watch the beginning of the stream, I was talking about the DSA. So welcome, my lefty friend. Hello, comrade. Doc Trod says, I'm a proud member of the DSA, and I look forward. We have several members of the DSA in here, Doc Trod, and I look forward to the fall of capitalism, and really sports are a waste of time anyways. Correct, Doc Trod, okay? So welcome, Doc Trod, all right? Yeah, our government is really fucked, okay? So we need a DSA takeover, right? Okay. So, Doc Trod, you say sport promotes hate and violence at its core. It's not what we need right now in this world. So, Doc Trod, I don't fully agree with that. Sport doesn't have to promote hate or violence at its core. Okay, sports have existed in every type of society throughout human history. There are, even in socialist societies, there are sports. Okay, and it's sort of friendly competition, right? But when sports gets mixed up with capitalism and the state, it then becomes very, very dark, okay? Because then it becomes a way to promote militancy and violence and things like that, but it is not fundamentally a promotion of violence. Does that make sense? Okay.
To say, those things, they just get wheeled around the country and then they get put up, and if it's constructed anything like the stage, I'm just not sure I would trust my life on the Ferris wheel. Just saying, but if you do come, up to you.
Programming, no. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen the numbers. Like, not a lot of people have been showing up for the Great American State Fair.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few people, but yeah. What's up?
There's been a rename of it from the Great American State Fair to the Sad American State Fair.
Why is that?
Just because the numbers are really low, and it looks kind of sad.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
All right.
So let's see here, guys. I'm sorry. There's a lot of good comments. I know I keep pausing here. Let's see here. What does football promote? A large man causing harm to each other. UFC. So Doc Trod, yeah, those are examples of sports. And we could talk about how certain sports maybe need to be limited or stopped or whatever, but sports overall, right? So, I mean, mentioning 2 sports doesn't really make a point about sports overall. Does that make sense? Um, okay. So, let's go on here. Drusilla. Now, Jonas, I think by football, he's referring to American football. I don't know if you're a he. Forgive me. I'm not sure what your pronouns are, Doc Trod. But I think he's referring to American football. I could be wrong. Corwin Chelway, Canada forces football to be low injury. Do you mean See, this is where I'm getting confusing. Do you mean American football or soccer? Okay. Or football or American football. Okay. While hockey players beat the crap out of each other, but outside of Canada making special rules, I agree. Yeah. I mean, there are certain sports where we could we could perhaps make them safer, things like that. All right. But I think overall sports, they're kind of neutral. The issue is the system that they're in, right? All right. Yeah, so Mellow Munchies, if you want some books on democratic socialism, okay. So there are some books out there on democratic socialism. There is one by, let me give you some examples. Now, for the MLs out there, these are less radical recommendations. These are more DSA-aligned recommendations. So, yeah, but if you want some reading on democratic socialism, let me give you some examples. By the way, are you here? Roshi? Are you still here, Roshi? So one of them is, okay, these are sort of more, what is it called? Book. One good one these are some good sort of popular reads here. Terry Eagleton's Why Marx Was Right is a really good book. Okay. So you could do Terry Eagleton, Why Marx Was Right. That's a good one. Another good one is by, what is it called? Socialism. What is the name of that book? I have to remind myself. So Terry Eagleton, Why Marx Was Right. Where's this other one? If you notice that I have to remind myself because I'm a bit more radical than the folks that are these are. There it is. So if you want a recent one that kind of talks about the goals of the DSA and things like that, you should find the Socialist Manifesto, which is a case for radical politics in an era of extreme inequality. That is the number one I'd recommend if you're trying to get a sense of the DSA. So that would be the Socialist Manifesto, the case for radical politics in an era of extreme inequality. So that's another one I would recommend. Okay. Yeah, absolutely invalid axiom. I'm sort of the same way, but so if you want these are kind of takes on social democracy / democratic socialism that I highly recommend. Okay. And they're not deeply theoretical, so they're pretty understandable for a lay audience. Okay. If that makes sense. Okay. Midtown Manhattan. I hate the DSA meetings, but I haven't been since before Mamdani one. I understand politics. Okay. No, that's okay. Mellow Munchies, you're not the only one that asked for recommendations. So Roshi, I hope you're listening too. So look up the Socialist Manifesto and the other one is, what's the other one I said? Why Marx Was Right. Okay. So I would recommend you start with Why Marx Was Right and then go to the Socialist Manifesto, perhaps. There's other ones too I could recommend. There's also, there's also this one. I forgot about this one. The How to Be a Democratic Socialist. That's another one. All right. Okay. So there we go. Okay. The Guide to Socialism was actually written by the head of the DSA, I'm pretty sure. All right. Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one too, LaQual. That's a really good book too. Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism. is an interesting book about feminism's intersection with socialism, but it's an airport book. Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right. So, all right, it might be weird amorphous blob. That's true. Yeah, LibGen is a good site if you want easy access method to get those books. So those are some recommendations, guys. Roshi and Mellow Munchies, I'll try to think of more and I'll post them in the resources section, okay? But there's some examples. Okay. All right, let's go on here. Let's finish this, guys.
You need a flyer?
Well, what are you here for?
It's been renamed to the Sad American State Fair.
Yeah, Roshi. Yeah, Thrift Books is good. Also, World of Books is good.
There you have it.
All right, thanks for joining.
Okay, well, that was pathetic. I got you, Doc Trot. As a gay man living in Central Ohio, I feel the same, okay? Yay! All right. So, guys, I'm going to sit down. So that's the end of that video. 1 second here. Sorry. I know it's bumpy. Ugh. All right, guys. 1 second here. I am just very quickly moving shit around. I have to fix something. Give me a second. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Ugh. I need a new chair, goddammit. All right. Okay. Oh, I'm back. All right. All right. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, let's watch that, LaQual. We'll watch the video from the national thing talking about that crap. All right, let's watch real fast. So apparently there was like a hang glider at the celebration yesterday that kind of was funny and crashed into shit. Okay. All right, let's see here. All right, so this is what LaQuabois sent us. This is from the celebrations yesterday or on Saturday. Paste. Oh God, this is going to be hilarious. Okay, apparently
there is surprisingly little information on the dwarves in the way. There is
Okay, so let's watch this. This was yesterday. They had a paraglider find into the festivities and he crashed. Very symbolic. Weird amorphous blob. Weird amorphous blob is the IDF. You're like completely traumatized. Anyway, let's watch it. Oh my God, I love this country. God bless it. God bless it. It's a fucking clown show. Very symbolic, very metaphorical. Oh, that is hilarious. Oh my goodness. God bless America, folks. Oh my God. Oh, I love it. Please. Oh, Jesus. I can't handle it. It's too fucking funny. Okay, that is exactly what America is these days. Exactly. Extreme patriotism can be fucking life-threatening, right? Oh my God, I love it. Jesus Christ. Thank you, God. All right. Calling this a clown show is offensive to clowns. That is true. Oh, so funny. Okay. Oh, it's so great. Anyway, there we go. At least he didn't die on Christmas. Sure part. Unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, because apparently right-wingers want to die on Christmas Day, according to them. All right, so that's very funny. Yes, patriotism warning, possible risk of Darwin Award, right? All right, that's unfortunate, Raccoon Boyo, that he does seem fine. Anyway, let's go on Gwen, okay? That was a great moment. Thank you, LaCroix. That was good. Okay. What else? Ooh. So this was sent to us by Louise. So for those who don't know, who might be new to the community and or not from the UK, there is a fascist movement in the UK right now. Fascist slash fascist adjacent.
2014
Slash fascist. It is fascist.
Essential.
Okay. Called Reform, and then further to the right of them is a group called Restore. This is who is George Cottrell, the convicted criminal who bankrolled Nigel Farage. So Nigel Farage is sort of the head of Reform. And he is a monstrous piece of shit who hates immigrants and is just a piece of garbage. He's garbage. So this is apparently a guy that helped bankroll Farage's rise to power and Farage's influence over the Reform Party. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's watch this.
It was around 2014, and he becomes the essential.
What Raccoon Boyo? Vosh stream in the Rex? Ooh, that's so sad, CR. Why? What the fuck do you mean? Did someone put Vosh in the reacts? Jonas, yep, the crypto. Oh, is he really? So he's a crypto guy. Okay, so, all right.
Farage whisperer. So when Nigel wants a fag or he wants a pint or he needs a moment to...
Sorry, I still have to get used to that word being used in an English context because it's very confusing to me.
Just be on his own, or somebody needs to pull the chair from under the table when he's getting sat down for an interview. Like, Posh George becomes that guy.
So we would all have seen him. I mean, sort of like the Gary to Selena's Veep.
Exactly. He's just everywhere. Right. And he has this kind of uncanny ability to read and preempt Farage, which gives him this status as Nigel's man. He becomes deputy treasurer of UKIP in his 20s. And the reason I said I was going to pause was because he's with Farage on the day of the referendum in 2016. They go get drunk and have lunch at a restaurant in Mayfair awaiting the result. And then, fast forward a few months, he's in America for the Republican National Convention in Cleveland, Ohio, with Farage. And on their way back, they're getting a connecting flight through Chicago. And suddenly, a phalanx of federal agents turns up to arrest Posh George, because Posh George is his nickname, by the way, not my
Who's Posh George?
But he at that point learns that the drug dealers who had been corresponding with him, who he'd met, were actually undercover US agents.
Okay, so Farage is with the man who he's trusted for the best part of sort of 3 years at that point. When he's arrested, he's convicted of wire fraud, amongst other things.
Wow.
But their relationship continues. And
of course.
What is the money question that we're talking about now?
So you're right. So when he leaves
he was in
prison,
an American prison?
He says he's going to get involved with charity work and return to education. He doesn't do that. He moves to Montenegro and becomes involved in crypto gambling, and in a crypto gambling platform which we revealed on the weekend is implicated in potential criminality. So that's what he does. Farage has gone out there to visit him. But the thrust of our story on Sunday is that in the year preceding Farage's election, Cottrell bankrolled his operation from everything from drivers and security.
Question, guys: does the PM have the ability to pardon people? Can people in the UK be pardoned by the executive or by Parliament or anything? I'm curious. Is there a pardon power there anywhere? Just out of curiosity, I don't really know the particulars. For anyone from the UK, only the monarch can do pardons. Okay, but would the monarch act on behalf of the PM though? Interesting. Anyway.
To personal staff, to the man responsible for Farage's
Thank you, Gwen.
This was before Farage won in Clacton, pretty much 2 years ago this week. So in the whole 12 months before that, he was being bankrolled by the convicted criminal.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised at all. The monarchy is advised by the government, right? Because they basically do what the government asks, essentially. Okay, I mean, that's slight oversimplification, but Because my thought is, I wonder if this guy wants a pardon from Farage or wants to be protected from prosecution, given that he's such a criminal, apparently. I mean, also the fact that he benefits financially from Farage's policies. So that which would make sense to me. So this is what Gwen just sent us. Sorry, what Jonas just sent us. I just want to.
The most influential Bitcoin and crypto politician. Give this man a round of applause to get this started.
Okay, well, I'm going to save this, Jonas. I don't want to watch it right now, but I'll save that because I want to learn more about the guy. That's interesting. In the UK, a pardon does not expunge or quash a criminal conviction. Only the courts have the power to do that. Instead, it forgives the offenses, freeing from penalties. Pardons are granted through part of our specific statutory schemes. Okay, so they'd have to pass legislation. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Might want to check the viewer count. For where there, Weird Morph Spot. I'm sorry. Am I the viewer count for what? Forgive me. I know I read things late, and then I completely miss the what's happening here. Okay. Anyway, so let's go on here. So this is fun. Oh my God, we do have a lot of viewers. Hello, viewers. Hello. Hi. Please join the community. Please join the community. So glad you're here. Okay. Anyway, let's go on here. Click the fucking follow button. God damn it. I'm sorry. That was rude. I should be nicer to new people. New people, please follow me. I swear to God, you won't regret it, but you will if you don't. Anyway. Okay. So I'm sorry that was rude. Let's go on. It probably is botting Weird Amorphous Blob. What does that mean? Does that mean someone? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's pretend like it's real. Okay. Let's make me feel good. Let's pretend it's real. All right. What is botting? Does that mean that someone is sending bots to me? But isn't that a bad thing? All right. They're probably gonna start ranting aimlessly on here. Whatever. Let's go on here. So let's find another video to watch. This is America. Oh, let's do this. Okay, this was sent to us by Jonas as well. How to crush an argument that can't be proven wrong. The fact that Christianity gave us everything. Sure. Let's try this one. Now, guys.
In France, when does abolition happen? In France, it was...
Okay, so let's watch this. We'll watch some of it. It's 52 minutes, so we won't watch the whole thing, but I love a good argument about Christianity. Guns in your area, weird numbers. Bots typically don't chat. That's weird. Okay, well, who knows? Let's see here. If old people were new, how do they have to be until they are no longer new? Oh, that's a good point, actually. Okay. No droids allowed. Resident Union Thug. I do love this. Okay, let's just watch some of this. Okay, let's just watch some of this. I don't know who this guy is, but we won't watch the whole thing. I'm curious, though. So, guys, for those that are watching, you may know that I'm not exactly I'm not a particularly religious person. One might say I'm an atheist. I am an atheist. And I don't believe in any kind of religion. So regardless, I mean, I don't believe whatever. You see it. So we will see what this guy has to say. Really, so why, Drizilla? What is it about Alex? Is
Reverse
Alex the rationality rules guy?
Napoleon. That's right. Before it was reinstated by Napoleon. Why was it abolished?
I thought you were religious phobic. I wouldn't say that, Jonas.
Because of both Christian-ish reasons in terms of rights, and because of some utilitarian arguments, such as David Hume's kind of arguments. But this is it, isn't it? Within not that long a period of time, we go from the French abolishing it and then reinstating it. And when they abolished it, that was probably due to Christian influence. But when they reinstated it, no, that was nothing to do with Christianity.
Oh, it's way too loud, isn't it? Forgive me. I just realized that the video was way too loud.
France said no more slavery, then, a few years later, brought it back. Yet, somehow...
Did the... Interesting. So I was targeted by bots, probably. That's very interesting. Okay.
Now, one side of the ledger, the one that we value, gets to be Christian. The other side, the one that we don't value, doesn't get to be Christian.
Well, isn't that special?
You know what? Let's not watch this right now, guys. I'm sorry. I would rather find something a bit shorter. I know. Thank you, Jonas. I will watch it at some point, but I don't really want to start it and then stop watching it, if that makes sense. Okay. So, Church Lady was fun. Let's find something else here. You know what? Let's watch another one of, I don't know. I know I'm jumping around like a lunatic, folks. Let's watch another one of the Jay Williams insane videos, okay? Because this one looks fun.
In France, you know, when does abolition
Not that
happen?
one.
In France, it was reversed. In France, you know, when does abolition
That
happen?
is not the right one. I am going crazy here. Here we go. Okay, we'll try this one.
Oh, Michelle, that was
It says, like a pair of old worn out shoes. I don't know what the fuck it's going to be about, but it's going to be horrific. So let's watch this one, okay? Nice little break here.
awesome wedding.
I know, it was so romantic.
It was great. Did you see Cousin Joe over there?
Dancing.
Yeah,
I
we had a
did.
great time. And the food was great, too.
It was.
You know what, though? Wow, I've been waiting on this night my entire life.
Me too.
Yeah. Oh, well, you know what? I forgot something. It's a gift I've been waiting to give you. And, you know, I've saved this gift for you all my life. And, you know, a lot of people tried to get this gift from me.
What is it?
I saved it just because you...
Is it anthrax?
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it a human head?
Oh my God.
You like them?
Brand new shoes. Yes.
I saved them just for you.
Oh, they even smell new.
Yeah, they've never been worn.
Wow.
Yeah. So...
Oh,
I see
wow.
you got a gift for me.
Yeah? Yeah, I do.
Oh, those are nice shoes.
Before I give this to you,
Okay.
I want you to know that I love you with my whole...
By the way, they're terrible actors, and it's a terrible actor and a terrible actress, okay? Can you at least pretend like you're not acting or doing acting, I guess you could say? Can you, like, be a better actor and a better actress? No, I'm not Jay Williams. They're just, it's a bad actress and a bad actor. Okay, it has nothing to do with their skin color. They're bad actors and actresses. She is a bad actress. He is a bad actor. I will say it until the day I die. Okay?
Heart.
I know you love me. That's why we got married.
Every bit of me loves you.
Okay.
Well, that was unconvincing.
Can I have it?
Yeah.
They're awkward.
It's all right. Michelle, what are these?
My sneakers?
But Michelle, what is this? It looks like the entire football team has been in these things. I mean...
I made them all wear...
I'm sorry, can I make a joke? Can I make a fucking joke? That's... Okay, listen. Okay, if both of them were men, and I was one of them, and these two men were in a gay relationship, it could also be a straight relationship. Once he said, it looks like the looks like the whole football team has been through this. There are so many jokes to be made there, right? Like if I were her, I'd be like, it's not the only thing in this room the whole football team has been through. Like there are so many fucking jokes you could make. Okay, I'm sorry, Alyssa. Come on. There are so many jokes that could be made. I literally, especially if they were gay men, it would be really fucking funny if like she was a he and then he's like, yeah, well, not the only thing all the football team has been through. Come on. It would be so fucking funny. Anyway, I'm sorry. I thought it would be funny.
Socks.
Socks? Michelle, socks don't protect my heart. You can still get foot fungus with socks. I mean, but, you know, I saved my shoes for you. What happened?
Oh my God, it's about virginity, isn't it? Gross. Of course, they're making it so that the woman is the unpure one. That's classic, okay?
There was so much pressure. I didn't know how to say no.
Pressure?
I'm sorry.
Michelle,
Yeah, they're talking about
cheerleading
sex.
Squad trying to get into my shoes, but I told them all no. I saved them for you.
I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking about that.
Drizzle, what the fuck? Drizzle says, kind of tired of the climate in here. Really? I am so much about purity culture, right, Druzilla? No, I'm not.
I wasn't thinking
God.
about you.
What misogynist humor? Okay, you all are fucking insane. How the fuck am I being misogynist? I said it'd be especially funny if they were gay men doing that, okay? I mean, it could be her too, but I think it'd be fucking more funny in a gay context. But that, okay, damn right, Alyssa. Damn right. Okay? Damn right, Druzilla. All right, I hate all of you.
I wish I could go back in time and make a commitment to be abstinent until marriage.
Oh my God, demonizing the, okay. Such fucking bullshit. Ew, gross, Jonas. Ew, God. Ugh, disgusting. No, that's not how that works, folks. By the way, there's a reason why women wear white is because of misogyny or sexism. The idea that like women have to be pure, right? It's by the way, it's sort of a weird form of ownership. Okay, it's a weird form of ownership. The idea that like she's mine, she only belongs to me, and no other man should have had her. Really gross stuff. Very very whatever the fuck that show is with the what is it called? Handmaid's Tale, right? Weird amorphous blob. I love how if religious sexual morality were ever actualized, everyone would suck at sex and no one would enjoy it. That's for sure, weird amorphous blob. That's for sure, right? God. Ugh, how boring. Okay. Yeah, right. Jay Williams, very Handmaid's Tale. But we don't even think about it. It's built into our culture. Okay. So, okay. Right. Yeah, Gwen, and it's supposed to be a symbol of virginity. That's where it comes from. It was a symbol of virginity. That's why the white was invented, etc. And it's sort of enabled by that. Le Quabois, if a key can open many locks, then it is okay. Especially, yeah, it was during the Victorian era, Gwen, which was a particularly repressive era for women, by the way. I mean, women have been repressed for a long time, but the Victorian era was very repressive. So it kind of makes sense that it came from the Victorian era. A lot of our ideals of sex come from the Victorian era. Okay, yeah, they are fucking really guys, do you know that like during the Victorian era was fucked up? Let me give you some other examples. What are those little, so during the Victorian era, Victorian women visit the beach. So there would be these little, where are they? Victorian women beach carriage. What are these things called? There they are. So like people were so fucking sensitive about women showing any skin at any time that they literally they would cart out these little boxes into the water for women to come out of so that no one could see them. So you would have to women would have to be in this little cart and come out. They would be wearing clothing. They just they would have swimsuits on, but that would still be considered showing too much skin. So you'd want to hide the women in these little boxes that you would put on wheels and roll them out into the middle of the fucking ocean. Okay. Was this in response to the Enlightenment and kind of liberty? Kind of, Dolly Boy. Yeah. Okay. There was that. This was also the era of Victorian fashion. Women were very suppressed during the Victorian era, okay? Look at this shit. Oh my God. Okay, now just look at how women in this case are being the fashion, okay? The tightness of these dresses, so you see it like in this image, guys. This is like look at that. Do you see how thin these waists are? How thin their waists are? That is not exactly inaccurate. Women were essentially would wear these corsets, which were extremely tight to the point of being dangerous. It could, yeah, very little room for your organs. It would oftentimes meant that women could not exert themselves very much while wearing these things because they might pass out, literally, because they could barely breathe. Um, and what is funny, I mean, it's not funny, is that at this time, you see the idea that women are weak and that they can't exert too much energy because women are too weak. Well, at the time, it certainly may have appeared that way because they were all wearing corsets. So you go out into public and you have to be dependent on a man in case you pass out because you're wearing a fucking corset. Because those are the repressive beauty standards at the time. Yeah, fainting couches. So like the women were really okay in this repressive state at this time. And men too, in a weird way, there was also well, let me give you another thing. Hysteria. This is going to be gross, and I'm going to give you guys a trigger warning. At this time, there was a notion of hysteria. Okay. Yeah, invented by a man too. So hysteria was sort of I'm trying to remember the name. Yes. So women were so especially during the Victorian era, women who were particularly were depressed or having a very stressful time would be diagnosed or were very angry would be diagnosed with something called hysteria, which was viewed as like a flaw that women especially had, that women were especially prone to emotional breakdowns. It's bullshit, folks. It was women having legitimate emotional responses to their oppression by becoming angry or depressed. Okay. But they would be viewed as being that it would be viewed as like a disease of being a woman, okay, and being a weak woman. Do you know what the treatment for that was, folks? And this is gross. And again, content warning. The no, Dolly Boy, actually. The treatment, according to medical manuals at the time, was typically that the doctor would need to sexually stimulate the woman's clitoris until climax to release her the built-up tension. The doctor or her husband could do it. Yeah. So what is that, folks? That is medicalized sexual assault. If you say that a woman being hysterical, which is her reacting to her legitimate oppression at a repressive time, is only treatable by touching her genitals, okay, by the doctor, that is kind of fucked up. Not kind of fucked up, really fucked up. So, I said massage. There you go, Gwen, right? So, now sometimes husbands would do this, but guys, even that is sort of marital assault, right? Okay. So, regardless, that is like again, women at this time were not viewed very well. Let's put it that way. There was later on, they ended up inventing, Drusilla, a toy that could be used to do this. And funnily enough, when this toy was invented that would allow women to do it for themselves, a lot of women started claiming hysteria and then getting these toys, and they seem to be a lot happier. Now, obviously, there's a difference between choosing to use a toy to do this and having it forcibly done to you by a doctor. But that's also kind of funny if you think about it. Okay, it also says a lot about the treatment of women for hysteria is the same as a cat in heat. Oh, yeah, Raccoon Boyo. Yeah. So, but guys, like, come on, that's really fucked up, obviously, that women are kind of viewed. By the way, completely takes away a woman's agency. Think about how insane you would feel. Think about how insane you would feel if you were deeply upset about being oppressed, and then it was viewed as a medical disorder where then you would have to be assaulted to fix it. Like, that is very dark, okay? Uh, then did the diagnosis suddenly go away? No, no. Um, Sometimes the vibrators they invented or the sexual toys they invented did help, because a lot of women were not being pleased sexually because they weren't viewed as sexual agents. But most of the time, it was a relaxing of gender norms that allowed that kind of saw a reduction and an understanding that this was due to oppression that changed it. Okay. Um, yeah, there you go, politics. Yeah, Gwen, and Gwen, I forgot to mention that. It was often the case, guys, that if a man's wife, for example, was not cured by this treatment, she would often be involuntarily admitted to a psychiatric hospital and locked up. I'm not even joking. It's weird that a lot of Victorian romantic what is it, Gothic romantic novels have men who have wives that are who are locked up or kind of imprisoned in their house. Jonas, nothing. There's nothing for that, Jonas. Men weren't allowed really to be depressed. That was just viewed as a personal failing, okay? Which is also problematic, mind you. But I guess at least the men weren't being assaulted. But men who were depressed, it was kind of viewed as a moral failing. Okay. Yeah, like as a failure, like you're lazy, you're not virile enough. But I'll tell you, one way, by the way, Leonis, men who were depressed were often viewed as being not maintaining their masculinity too much. So one of the treatments for depression for men was not masturbating. Yeah. There was a big movement at the time for men to hold in their seed and to not masturbate, and which would allow you to keep your masculine energy and to not waste your energy, and so that you didn't fall into a depression or didn't become lazy, right? And yes, Le Quabois, modern day, there's a movement to that now. There is a no fap movement too that says the same shit. So yeah, men were often repressed in their own way. It wasn't, of course, as bad as women, but yes, because guys, throughout history, gender has been used to oppress people in various ways. Now, women have been definitely more oppressed in almost in most metrics, but it's also oppressive for men. But women obviously get the worst of it. American history got small people. Yeah, right. So, it's really weird. Yeah, Jonas, think about it, Jonas. It is sort of an issue with capitalism, right? Yeah, men who, especially during the industrial era of the Victorian era, they're going to feel alienated. They're working long hours for little pay. They don't have much community. They really only have alcohol. They're barely making it. They're being told that they are the providers for their families. And if they fail, there's something wrong with them, even though they're barely being paid. So how do you cope with being told you're a failure when you can do nothing to change how much you're being paid, even if you're working hard? So, well, you can't change the system. So it must be there's something wrong with you. You better stop jacking off. That must be the issue. You're just not working hard enough. And it's the same thing today. A lot of men feel alienated. They don't have direction. And since they can't point the finger at capitalism, they're going to blame women, or they're going to say, well, I'm just not doing something right. There you go, Le Quabois, okay? And Marx had the answer there. Incels, correct. And we're seeing something similar, guys. This is going to go along later this week. We're going to talk about the masculinity of fascism. Fascism is an incel movement. It kind of is. It's a hyper-masculinist, misogynistic movement, okay? It's like hyper-masculinity and toxic masculinity on steroids. Oh, yeah, Jonas. Exactly, Jonas. And that is, so you see the point, Jonas? Yeah, Jonas, depression actually takes away libido. So it's a contradiction. It's a contradiction. It takes away libido. So like how if you're depressed, you're not going to want to do that anyway. Okay. Yeah, they are so fragile. Correct, Pet Gone Bad. And that's what's funny is they act like they're these big, strong men, but it's rooted in a deep insecurity, in a deep weakness, in a deep failure to recognize and being cucks to the state. Okay? We understand that? All right. So anyway, there's a bunch of weird. I can also show you something else, guys. Literally, this movement got so bad. Anti-masturbation devices amongst men. That oh god, I can't show some of this shit. Nope, wrong site. Okay. Victorian anti-masturbation devices. Here we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Jungum penis. So they would literally oh my god. So oof. Okay, so they would be devices like this that were created to prevent especially young men from masturbating at the time. So here you have a metallic ring that would be put around the penis. And so, of course, there'd be teeth around the outside ring. So any kind of movement, any kind of significant movement of the penis, you would be stabbed in your penis. So there were devices literally made to limit masturbation for men, especially for young men, okay? Like teenagers, men in their 20s, for parents to regulate their children's sexuality. It was a really gross time for this shit. Okay? You know? So, pretty dark. And you can change the, literally a bear trap. Yeah, oh yeah, there was also other ones that weren't metal that looked something like that. Oh my god, that even makes me cringe. Oof, 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 oof. Okay. Makes me cringe to look at because that feels painful. Oh, or stuff like this, guys. This is you could put your junk into this device. It would weird amorphous blob. Yeah, a lot of people don't know this history. Oh god. Literally, by the way, some of these devices would literally, guys, punish being erect. So you would also have to repress your desire because if you get erect at the wrong time, it's going to be very painful for you. All right. To the point, guys, here's a story. No, not really, Cody. It's a bit different, but yes, it is very cruel, guys. Yeah, no, LaQuas. So just to give you a story about how bad this was for a lot of, by the way, this was only done, by the way, so I know a lot of us are thinking this is pretty horrific. You have to understand that it's part of the reason why it was horrific was as a fear strategy. Most men were not using these things. But the fear that you might have to would certainly make it more likely that you're not going to talk about that you're masturbating, right? And you're going to at least try to not, right? It's kind of like the idea of hell. You know, if you think you're going to go to hell, you might behave in a certain other way, all right? But it shows sort of the point at the time. As a matter of fact, there was such fear amongst a lot of men of like over masturbation that there were instances where men would commit suicide thinking that there was something so deeply wrong with them for masturbating that they had lost their minds. Okay. So for example, there's the story of George Drysdale, which I forgot about completely. He in 1830, I'm going to read the story to you. In 1835, George discovered masturbation, known as his secret shame, and at the age of 15 was indulging in the habit 2 to 3 times a day, okay, for about a year. He became increasingly convinced that his wanking would lead to a mental and physical breakdown. When he went to Glasgow University, he began to have wet dreams and became terrified he was heading towards madness. In 1843, he left university, and a year later, he faked his own death. He needed to get away from his shame and his family, okay? While living secretly in Hungary, he underwent a series of operations to cauterize his penis to deaden the nerve endings. I'm not going to read the rest of it. Let's put it this way, okay? Oftentimes, this kind of way of thinking would be disastrous for the mental health of men and cause them to do pretty crazy things, okay? I'm not going to go much deeper into that. No pun intended. The next part is disturbing. I don't want to read it, but you get the idea. All right. So anyway, it has long been thought, guys. Yeah, it has long been thought. Now that's just one guy, but there are. I've read other stories like this. It has long been thought that it's long been strange how much we regulate people's genitals. There are, we've done it to women's genitals. Different groups of humans have also done pretty horrific things and still do pretty horrific things to women's genitals too. If anyone's ever heard of female genital mutilation, yeah, Gwen, this is like the male equivalent of that. Female genital mutilation. And a lot of times genital mutilation is normalized to the point where we don't even notice it. Like in some places in the world, female genitals are mutilated almost automatically at birth without consideration. And what do you think circumcision is, folks? Circumcision is genital mutilation. And it's been normalized. Regardless, yeah. Kind of weird. Yeah, Gwen. And by the way, so Gwen says removing, I'm probably going to be banned on YouTube or whatever. I don't give a fuck. We're talking about something important. Removing the clitoris so no sex is no fun. Yeah, it's a way of suppressing female sexual desire. By the way, the foreskin part of the male physical part of it was to reduce sensation, because to reduce male sexuality, that's literally one of the original religious reasons for it, okay? Is that it calms down men. So yeah, if you cut off the foreskin too, it's also reducing sensation because there's a lot of nerve endings there. So it's a weird way of regulating sexuality, and we need to get away from it, okay? We need to get away from it 100%. All right. But yes, I will say, I know I'm talking a lot about men too, because that aspect of it doesn't get talked a lot about. It is not, Jonas. Let's put it this way, Jonas. It gets justified in various ways. It gets justified in various ways, but that's the point, Jonas, is that if you look historically, there's always seems to be a reason that people come up with for it. First, it was purely religious. Then it was religious, and then it was for sensation. We need to repress sensation. That, like, it's become almost like a cultural thing. Where there are only certain parts of the world that do this, okay? America does it randomly. A lot of places in Africa do it. People in the Middle East do it. A lot of that is religious. In America, it's not really even religious. It's just kind of a weird cultural thing. But then there's lots of parts of the world that don't do it. Thank you, Dolly Boy, so much. Trying to counteract any punishment from YouTube. Thank you. So the point is that overall, it doesn't really, it's crazy. Yeah, Jonas. And listen, I don't want to say this, like, guys, I'm not, for those that are circumcised, men out there, there's nothing wrong with you if you're circumcised, okay? Trust me, there's nothing wrong with you. I'm just saying, like, overall, it's something we need to get away from, right? Yep, you're right, politics. Humans intolerant of the inhumane, inhumanely. Yes, there you go. Look, Paul, I don't understand why we're so weird about sexuality because it's so natural. Like, why start policing people's sexuality to begin with? Power. Look, Paul, right? Power. Literally, if you look at other groups and also control of reproduction, if you look at other groups at like of primates, the alpha males, even alpha females, if you're talking about bonobos, will police the sexuality of the other apes in their groups. Okay, they want to be able to decide who has sex and when, and they want to be able to also control who they get to have sex with. Okay. It's also it's about control a lot of the time, controlling people's instincts, controlling sexuality, directing. It's also a lot about these weird religious beliefs, the idea that like redirecting energy away from sex and towards religion or other things. Okay. So, don't think about sex, just be a good worker. Yeah. Jonas, I'm so sorry. Really, Jonas, that is torture. I am deeply disgusted by doing circumcisions at all, really. But especially as a child, as like a older child, I am disgusted by that practice. I am absolutely disgusted by that practice. I don't even know. Yeah, so I'm so sorry you went through that, Jonas. I really am. That is horrific. That really blows my mind. So, yeah, Gwen, I agree. One other thing here, guys, is this is really gross. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys something. Jesus Christ. Okay, I can't believe I'm going to do this. This is something that is really bothers me, that doesn't get talked about much. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys about it. So, I had to deal with talking about this when I was teaching at a Jewish school. And, how many people do we have over on YouTube? Real fast, because YouTube is super sensitive. Let's see here. How many people do we have over on YouTube right now? I'm going to just double check here. We have 9. Okay, we have 10. That's okay. I'll stay on YouTube. I don't give a fuck. Okay, we only have 9 anyway. There is a common practice amongst Orthodox Jews. Okay, and the reason, by the way, people don't talk about this is because it sounds like you're being anti-Semitic. I'm not. I'm just saying. We've talked about Christian practices of circumcision. We've talked about, and not all Christians practice it. We've talked a lot of. I think it's also a practice in Islam, circumcision. I'm not a fan of any of that. There are some Orthodox Jewish people who practice circumcision in a very dark way, whereby the yeah, we are a weird amorphous blob, where rabbis, ultra Orthodox Jewish people, will literally, the rabbis who are in charge of doing the circumcision, part of the practice is using your teeth and your tongue to remove the blood from the penis after the circumcision. So I don't know how to better frame that. Imagine you literally, after doing a circumcision, you put your mouth down there on a baby. And that is true. That is a real thing. That is a real thing that gets practiced by Orthodox Jews. And it is, by the way, not all ultra Orthodox Jews. And by the way, I know we don't talk about it now. That is a common practice amongst ultra Orthodox Jews, and it is illegal in a lot of places. But it can, by the way, it can literally listen. I feel gross even talking about it. I feel so gross. even talking about it. That's why I have pulled up a National Library of Medicine article about it so that you guys don't think I'm making it up, because I know it sounds crazy. This is a real practice, and I learned about it when I was teaching at a Jewish school. By the way, most Jews do not do this. I want to be clear, but as a matter of fact, it can kill the baby. You know why? Because it can give herpes to the baby. The herpes virus is very common in people's mouths, and if you give a baby a herpes virus, that can be deadly. So, for example, representatives from New York's Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and representatives of ultra-Orthodox Jews are meeting this week to try and resolve a controversy over ancient circumcision practices called metzitza b'peh, or it's called suction by mouth. The health department says the practice led to the death of one newborn boy from herpes simplex 1 and caused brain damage in another. 7 cases of herpes have been linked to the practice since 1998. 3 of the 5 recent cases were traced to one practitioner, and the practitioners of this practice are called mohels, okay? Now, listen, I don't even want to read this too much. I really don't. Uh, there have been constant the mayor, by the way, I think who was the mayor? Michael Bloomberg was the mayor during this, and when there was a big pushback because a lot of this came out when he was a mayor, that there were children dying of herpes because of this practice. And the ultra-Orthodox community went on the defensive, and the mayor, guys, of New York City, Michael Bloomberg, argued that this was religious freedom and that they had a right to do this because it's religious freedom. I don't fucking care. Fuck it. It should be fucking illegal and you should be in prison. Regardless, my point here is not to target ultra-Orthodox Jews, just to say that, like, I think genital mutilation, doing things like this should be fucking illegal. I don't care if it's a religious practice or not. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Now, I'm not saying this is more complicated when it comes to circumcisions. We're not at a place where that can be made illegal, I think. But, like, and there's also medical reasons that some people do it that are necessary for that. It's rare, but sometimes it's necessary. I'm just saying, like, shit like this should be illegal. And anyway, okay. And apparently there are 2,000 to 4,000 of these circumcisions that happen every year in New York City. All right. So just a note here. It's really gross. It's one of the grossest things I can think of is how human beings treat genitalia and how multiple religions treat genitalia. Okay. Gwen, it's horrific, but I think there's a First Amendment question. I don't think it's a question, Gwen. I think if that's a First Amendment question, then what the fuck is the First Amendment? If we're enabling that shit, is murder a First Amendment question? Is assault a First Amendment question? It's like really fucking gross. Okay. So just saying, like, there are weird, like, these practices are really bizarre. Yeah, and to me, Raccoon Boyo, I know there are some in Jonas, I will say there is evidence that it does reduce the likelihood of transmitting HIV. Okay, it does. Being circumcised does. That is not the reason why we do it, though. Does that make sense? That is a, and I know you're not saying that, Jonas, but that is a ex post facto excuse for why it's done, okay? Because it's been done forever. It was done before HIV even was around. And now it is done. It's still done. And now they say it's because of HIV. Well, no, it's not. Okay, it's always been done, and we always come up with a new reason for it. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah. What is the reasoning behind doing that practice? It's an ancient practice, Lacroix. That's the reasoning. Literally. The idea here is that's what the Torah wants. The Torah, the mohels of the Torah, that is the ancient tradition. That is what the Torah calls for. Exactly, Jonas, right? There are other ways, by the way, to prevent HIV transmission. Yeah, it's just viewed as a tradition, and it's, it is stupid, Lacroix. This is one of my issues. Well, okay, let's stop talking about this for now. I know I shouldn't be, but I'm getting uncomfortable. I think you guys get the idea here. I'm getting grossed out. I know I'm weak, but you guys get the idea, right? Yeah, I know tradition, this kind of stuff is strange, and yeah. All right. We got that. Now, there's also some other there's a difference between religion and tradition. Yes, religion can change, but a lot of religions are based off tradition. Anyway. All right. And I also think it's especially gross. You're right, Raccoon. There are some Islamic schools of thought that do promote circumcision when a child is older. Oh God, I can't. That's also a no-no to me. I just cannot. All right. There are some Jewish folks, by the way, who convert to Judaism and get circumcised. I'm like, no, okay, don't do that. Please don't do that. I just. All right. Okay, guys. So, regardless, let's stop hacking off parts of our genitals. Okay, can we just not do that? Can we not hack off parts of our genitals? Okay. All right. Yeah, no, you're right, Raccoon Boyo. The Ottomans really early Islam was very intellectually diverse and very intellectually liberal, okay? The empire always makes things worse, doesn't it? Oh my God, Jonas. Okay. All right. Yeah, so yeah, but by the way, a lot of that Islamic, sort of the Islamic conservatism partially comes out of Saudi Arabia, that was promoted through American funding, and also Pakistan. There's a lot of it isn't actually inherent. Most of it isn't inherent to Islam. A lot of that was pushed by the Ottoman Empire as a tool of empire, and as the Saudis, amongst other groups. Yeah, Cold War thing. Correct, Weird Amorphous Blob. You know it better than I do. There you go. Saudis in the 70s radicalized. Yeah. So anyway. I know, right? Politics. Okay. Yes, it can. Lacroix, there are risks to circumcision, like permanent scarring and damage to your penis. Okay, Weird Amorphous Blob, to fight secular Arab nationalism because of it. So that's what it is, Weird Amorphous Blob. Thank you. I was having a mind blank. It was a way to fight secular nationalism. Correct. Are you fucking kidding me, Louise? Louise says, I know it's off topic, but did you see Braverman saying that places that the UK colonized should make reparations to the UK for the infrastructure, education, etc. that we brought to them? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm like, sorry, that blows my mind. Okay, I mean, it doesn't really. I'm not surprised, but holy shit, please do, Jonas. Let's look that up. They're just like, all right. You hear similar things in the United States, by the way. Let's see here. All right. Okay, guys, where'd you post it? I'd like to see where it is. Oh, thank you, Jonas. Okay, let's read what Jonas sent us. Oh my goodness, this is so fucking disgusting. I cannot believe. Okay, so this was, oh my God. Okay, the British Empire did so much good for the world. Of course, slavery was abhorrent, but to expect the British people of the 21st century to pay for actions that took place in the 18th century has no basis in law. Well, I will say the wealth of the wealthiest Brits do still have a basis in colonialism and slavery. That intergenerational wealth that they pass down absolutely does. The average working class Brit, maybe not. Okay, we could that is a debatable point. Maybe not, probably not, in a lot of ways not. But at the very least, the top section of society does. Okay. If of course, slavery was abhorrent, but to expect the British people of the 21st century to pay for actions that took place in the 18th century has no basis in law. Well, no, but you make the law. You can make that law. The government can decide to do that. If the government is seriously thinking about this, then former colonies should pay the British back for the considerable investment, effort, and contribution that this country made, which laid the foundations for many flourishing democracies today. Right. That is genocide denial. I don't know how else to say that. That's really fucking gross. That's really fucking gross. Yeah, you're right. You'd think, LaCroix. That's real. I don't know what else to say. That's really gross. They got yeah. You're right, because okay, she really wants to be accepted by reform. Oh, she's Indian? Oh my God. Okay, so she wants to be accepted by reform. Okay, that's really fucking gross. Okay. So she's a pick me, is that what it is? Okay. Flourishing democracies, right? Raccoon Boyle. Oh my God. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. All right. Hilarious. Okay. So she's British Indian, more like Indian origin. Oh, I got you, Matt Saigai. Okay. So she's actually she has like Indian heritage, but she's British. I got you. Okay. All right. Crazy. I can't believe we live in a fucking clown show. I mean, oh my God, everything is a clown show everywhere. Okay, guys. You know what? Stockholm syndrome, that's for sure. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, I know. Me too. The problem, of course, Jonas, is that these Western nations are awash in the ideology of colonialism. So yeah, POC who live under the ideology of colonialism might become colonialists, right? Or that's, we need to dismantle those fucking systems. Yeah. Okay, and by the way, that's one of the issues with liberalism, by the way, is that liberalism often says things like, we need more black CEOs, we need more women CEOs, we need more people of color in the civil service, without saying we need to fundamentally change those institutions and decolonize them. Because if you just have POC in those institutions, and those institutions are still have colonial origins and shit, it's just going to be a more diverse looking set of colonialists. You see what I mean? It's like, okay, so we have to have people with the right ideology in there. You see what I mean? Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm pausing here. I'm looking. So Louise says she's in reform, left the Tories to join them. Yeah, right. LaCroix, more black trans women drone pilots. Oh my God, I know, right? Weird Morpheus blob. All right. God, thank God the woke CIA ads under Biden's not right. Jeez, okay. She's in reform, left the Tories to join them, but she's a woman, a POC. She has to prove herself. But she's a guy, right? There you go. I can't say that, Louise. I'll be called a misogynist, but okay. Yeah, girl boss fascism. Jonas, it's similar to Layla Cunningham, brings up her heritage only to defend herself as she spews. Oh, it's so frustrating to me, Jonas. Bigoted hate speech. They do the same thing with gay people, like, pink washing shit. Well, I'm a gay fascist. I'm Dave Rubin. At least I'm gay. Thank you, Louise. I'm a gay fascist, right? So it's not as bad. That's like, yeah, like, okay. So you got it. We all get the idea there. All right, folks. All right. It is currently 5:24. Yeah, right there. Right. Look, Qua, great reference. That worked out well for Rome, didn't it? It is 5:24, folks. Let's play a game real fast, guys. Before I go. Yeah, Drusilla. Drusilla. Now I don't know much about Dr. Mike. I've heard he's a Zionist. All right. So let's play the yes. Oh my God, Jonas, I know. Jonas says, I'm from an Egyptian Muslim family. That's why it's okay to hate Muslims. Right, Jonas. Right. Or like I am from an Arab Muslim family. That's why it's okay to hate black African Muslims. Like there's all this weird colorism. Like, oh my God, it drives me crazy. Okay. Or there'll be gay people out there who hate who hate trans people. Okay, I'm a gay guy, so it's okay that I hate trans people. Or I am, I'm a woman, so it's okay I hate trans people. It's like, what the fuck? All right. Let's go back to let's real quick, guys, let's play the food game. All right. Jonas, we're not gonna play Rise to Empress because that'll take too long. But let's play the food game. Okay. I need a food game thing. I need a moment of food game. Okay. Let's play the food game. So let's do it. Food guesser. I need a break after all that dark, stuff about genital mutilation. And we had, guys, what a happy day. What a happy day. No, I haven't, Jonas, but I would not be surprised at all. I would not be surprised at all if that's the case. That they're using honeypot schemes. That is so fucking gross. But don't worry, Jonas. It's like chickens for KFC. How dare you support Palestine if you're gay? Yeah, and then they're doing some of the most disgusting homophobic shit imaginable. Okay. All right. So let's watch the let's play the food game, guys. I need a fucking break. That was a depressing fucking stream. We talked about some dark things today, guys. The origins of fascism, genital mutilation. Some fun things like that. Okay, let's play the food game. So for those, I'll look it up, Jonas. That is crazy. For those that are new to the streams, the usual fun stuff. For those that are new to the streams, we often will play this game where what we're gonna do is we're gonna see. I'm having trouble talking. We're gonna see some lovely little food items, okay? And then, as we're doing the lovely food items, you as a community are gonna have to guess what they are. I mean, what country that these food items come from. We have 5 chances on every food item. I will read to you what is in the food item, and then we will guess as a community, and I will yell at you if you get it wrong. So this is black tea, milk, sugar, and tapioca pearls. Is this Japan? Is this Japan? I think, isn't bubble tea Japanese, or am I wrong about that? I'm not sure where it's from. Is it from Boba Stan? Thanks, Raccoon Boyo. Thanks for the contribution. Where's Boba tea from? Boba tea. Does anyone know where it's from? Is it I don't know where it's from. Is it Vietnam? Is it Korea, China, Japan? You don't think it's Japan? You think China? I'm going to try South Korea first. Let's try South Korea first. South Korea. Let's try South Korea. No. I'm going to try Taiwan. It did say... Yeah, it was Taiwan. Okay, that wasn't bad. Okay, so it's from Taiwan. All right. So it's Taiwanese. We didn't do that bad, but we're not going to get perfect, but that's okay. That's okay. Oops, I accidentally. How are you doing, elevator lady? Did you leave the stream, elevator lady? I can. Oops, I didn't mean to delete your message, elevator lady. Whoopsie, sorry. Did you leave the stream, elevator lady? I can sense it when you leave. You can't escape me, elevator lady. See, guys, I feel like I'm abusive. Do I sound abusive? Do I sound abusive? I feel like I'm constantly negging on all of you and abusing you, and then like doing scary, abusive relationship things. Oh well, whatever. I can never be wrong, so it's not my fault. Let's go on. This is ground pork, eggs. Good, damn right, Drusilla. Ground pork, eggs, glass noodles, wood ear mushrooms, shallots, scallions, fish sauce, sugar, black pepper, salt, annatto oil, crab meat, garlic, chicken bouillon, and MSG. This dish is a savory steamed egg meatloaf, frequently served over broken rice. Its hearty base combines ground pork, whisked eggs, crunchy wood ear mushrooms, and glass. Okay, glass noodles, seasoned with fish sauce and shallots. You think Japan? Okay. China? You think China? Okay. You think? So okay, fine. We'll try China. We'll try China. I'm gonna go with Gwen's husband. So if Gwen's husband is listening, Gwen, yeah, hubby better be right, or I'm gonna yell at your hubby. Okay. I don't know him, but I'm going to abuse him verbally. All right. Let's try China. Okay. China. Oh, it borders China. It's very close. Very close. It says it's to the wait a minute, is it Hong Kong? Because remember, they fucking think that Hong Kong is part of China. Okay. They do Hong Kong separately from China. So I don't know. It could be Hong Kong, but it says it's south of China, but that could be Hong Kong. You think Thailand? Okay, we'll try Thailand. It is LaCroix, but they still have it as separate. He says Thailand. Gwen, I am not. Looks like it's time for the divorce papers, Glenn. I don't see, and it's not fucking. That's fine. That's fine. I forgive your husband. Okay, I forgive him because I'm merciful. But it wasn't Thailand either. All right. It's okay. You know what? Let's try Hong Kong. Let's try Hong Kong. We're gonna try Hong Kong. God damn it! I'm sorry. Sorry. We'll try Vietnam. I swear to God, folks, we're losing horribly on this. Vietnam. Oh, it was Vietnam. Okay, well. Who got it right originally? Who got it right originally? Who got it right? Was it Cody that said to Vietnam first? Cody, you get a boop. Cody gets a boop. I'm very disappointed in the rest of you. Cody gets a boop. Boop. I didn't even know. I keep forgetting the name here. I keep forgetting the names, okay? Jonas gets a boop. Boop. Good, pet gone bad. I hope you're stressed. Maybe that'll press you to be better at the game. I love all of you. We're not doing well. Yes. Gwen's husband gets a bonk. Bonk. LaCroix boy, you get a bonk. Bonk. Swear to God. Okay, let's go on here. Next round. All right. This looks interesting. So this is chicken. Jay Williams. This is chicken, potatoes, bell peppers, onions, garlic, ginger, soy, sauce, chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Anise. AMA Gaming. I swear to fucking God, AMA Gaming. I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God. You get a bonk. Bonk! Interrupting my fucking chicken moment. Okay. Anyway, going back to what I was saying. Did you have to choose this moment, Dolly Boy? Did you have to choose this fucking moment? I swear to God. You get a bonk too, Dolly Boy. Bonk! All right, can we please get through this, folks? Okay. Chicken, potatoes, bell peppers, onions, garlic. Be quiet, Roshi. Garlic, ginger, soy, sauce, chili peppers, Szechuan peppercorns, star anise, okay? Cooking oil, dark soy sauce, carrots, tomato, beer, green onions. This dish features a hearty combination of chicken, potatoes, and bell peppers. So what do we think, guys? Hand-pulled noodles. It looks really delicious. Jay Williams, I still don't know what that means, and I don't want to find out. Guys, what is black salami? Would someone tell me what black salami is? Is it inappropriate for me to say out loud on stream? What the fuck is black salami? Because goddamn Jay Williams keeps screaming about black salami every 5 seconds, and I don't know what it means. Okay, so we think China. You think China, Jonas? We could try China. Let's try China. Let's try China. Okay. Oh, it was China. Is it? Literally, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Is it I like what? Did I just say something inappropriate? I don't know what it is. Okay. Oh, is that what it is? Is that literally what it is? I'm guessing that's what it is. Okay, I won't Google it. Whatever. I hate all of you. Okay. Outer Signal, why do you always come in here at the worst possible times? Did you literally just come in here as I was screaming about black salami? Because I don't know what it is. Okay, you know what? It's fine. So that's Dapanji. Thank you, Jonas. Jonas, I believe, is the one who told us that. Jonas, you get a boop. Boop. Well done. Well done, Jonas. Okay. I'm sorry, Outer Signal. That was deeply inappropriate. All right. This looks very good. Yeah. Let's go on here. This is Ewedu leaves, water leaf leaves, ground melon seeds, egusi, assorted meats, fish, palm oil, crayfish, seasoning cubes. This dish involves preparing a rich, flavorful soup. Okay. By blending bagiri, ewedu, and sometimes a spicy tomato-based stew. What is this, we think? Nigeria? Really? It's in Nigeria? Is it Nigeria? Is it really Nigeria? Oh, that's good. Okay, let's do Nigeria. It looks delicious. Oh my God, abula. Abula is a traditional soup from the Yoruba people. Oh, okay. Of southwestern Nigeria. It is typically consumed alongside amala, a type of mashed yam. That sounds delicious. The dish is composed of a combination of different soups, most commonly, okay, ewedu and pepper soup or assorted meat stew. That's so good looking. Okay. Don't even bother. Oh, really? Egusi means Nigeria? Oh, well, there you go. Okay. There you go. Oh, I got you guys. Okay. Abula, Nigerian food. It does. I love Nigerian food. Okay. Yeah, jollof rice is so good. I love jollof. Jollof is delicious. Okay. All right. Let's go on here. This is lamb or goat yogurt. What the fuck do you mean, Jay Williams? What the fuck do you mean? I swear to God. Okay. I know, right? Same politics. Lamb or goat yogurt, cream, almonds, cashews, onions, garlic, ginger, coriander powder, cumin powder, red chili powder, turmeric, garam masala, ghee, lemon juice, coriander leaves. This dish is a flavorful and creamy curry made with marinated meat. So, do we think it's India? Do we think it's India? Would you stop, Outer Signal? Would you stop trying to get brownie points with La Croix? Okay. God. All right. You think India? You think Iraq? I'm gonna try India, guys, just because, you know, people are, you shut up, Jay Williams. Okay, let's try India. Yeah, it could be India. It could also be Pakistani. Let's see here. India. Let the man share his culture. I refuse. I refuse to let. Yeah, it's India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, Maldives, and Bhutan. Okay. I'm not. I refuse to allow Outer Signal to have any joy in chat. Okay. Final score. Okay, we didn't do badly. We got gastronomical genius. I'm okay with that, guys. I am okay with gastronomical genius. I'm okay with it. I am okay with it. All right. CR only likes white culture. I fucking hate you, Drizilla. I swear to fucking God. Anyway, maybe one of these days Mayflower Kid will send me an order of Nigerian food so I can eat it on stream. All right. I was worried you were gonna think I was trying to suck up to you. Of course you were. I mean, that's what you were doing, LaCroix. Thank you, Tater Tot. Thank you. All right. Thank you. You're better than the rest of these degenerates in here. Okay, that wasn't bad. We did pretty good on that. We did pretty good on that. All right. It feels like pure energy. Thanks, CR. I know, right? I know. Okay, CR trying to put in his dinner order. I know, I'm an asshole. Really? Oh, I would love that, Jonas. CR, you'd love Nigerian fish pepper soup. It's a mild but flavorful fish dish. I would love to try that. I don't think I've ever had it. Yeah, there are. There's actually quite a few Nigerian restaurants here, La Quabwa. Weirdly enough, you would not think so in like Ohio, but where I am near Columbus, it's a massively diverse community. So there are Nigerian folks here. We have a lot of Egyptians here too. We have a lot of there is a big Somali community here. Columbus actually has a huge Somali community. Let me see. I want to remind myself. Columbus Somali community. Yes, you are, Tater Tot. Don't think I'm trying to spare you from that, Tater Tot. I'm selective in my niceness. Yeah, 30,000 Somalis live in Columbus. 30,000, which is quite a big number. Okay. We have 30,000 Somalis that live here. Also, I'm sorry. Oh, I was wrong. So that's in just Columbus. In central Ohio, generally, there are over 70,000 Somalis. As a matter of fact, guys, when I go down to, when I go into, I can't tell you where I live, obviously, but when I go to the downtown area of where I live, like I always see Somali folks. We have a lot of Somali folks here. Jonas, right? So we have some really good Somali food restaurants. There's Nigerians that live here too. We have a lot of Haitians. You can say whatever to me. I know, Tater Tot, don't worry. But you know I'm selectively nice. I'm selectively nice, okay? All right. So I'll be nice to you one day because I'm abusive, and then I'll be mean to you the next day. And I'll use emotional blackmail. Okay. All right, guys. Let's put this up here. AMA, it's okay, CR. You don't need to tell me where you live. I'm in your walls currently. Really? I have some chores you could do. I mean, if you want to. I mean, you don't have to just stay in there. You can make the bed or whatever. Okay. I will. I absolutely will, Jonas. Okay. You're way too self-aware to be a real. Yeah, that's fair, elevator lady. Okay. But it's funny because, like, literally, elevator lady. Well, okay, guys. So let's chat a little bit. Yesterday, when you guys were watching the Obsession movie over in the Discord, and I was watching it, I'm like, oh, wow, my humor makes me sound like an abuser. Anyway, you hope you know I'm not actually an asshole, guys. If you talk to me privately, I'm not. Okay. It's also strange that I found a photo of you at an anti-migrant march. Jay Williams, I swear to God. You know what? I can find the opposite of that. Elon Musk anti-rally. 1 second. Right, give me a second here. It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. Literally, there is an image of me at an anti-Elon Musk rally that was plastered on the. So I literally got worried because this man is very abusive to the Dolly Boy cult and its members. Well, I mean, you deserve it. So it's not really an issue there. Maybe if you were less, more obedient to me, I wouldn't have to be so abusive, okay? I only do it because I love you. All right. See, look, God, now I'm purposely trying to sound like an abuser. Where is this thing? It's here somewhere. It's here. I promise you, it's here. Okay, maybe I might not be able to find it. But there was, in fact, oh my God, there it is. Okay, literally, guys, I'm not making this shit up. All I did was search Elon Musk anti-rally, anti-rally Easton. Look, the first result on the page is the Columbus Dispatch, and there I am, front and center, a picture of me. So literally, you can't yell at me and say that I went to, God damn it. Okay, I need to quickly fix this and say that I went to an anti-migrant rally because this is me right here. This is fucking me right here. Okay, look at this. Go closer. Look. That's me. That is me right there. Now, listen. I want to be clear here. This was not my favorite sign that I had. Okay, so this one just says, "Are we great yet?" This one just says, "Are we great yet?" And then this is my sister revolt. Okay, this is sister revolt. But this one, my favorite sign that I had, I wish I could find that picture. I had a sign that said, would the Nazis kindly goose step into the nearest wood chipper? So I literally, that's my favorite sign. And unfortunately, that's not my favorite sign. But my favorite sign was one that said, would the Nazis kindly goose step into the nearest wood chipper? Unfortunately, this was a more lib sign. Okay, I made this one very quickly. But there I am, right in front and center. And I was worried when the Columbus Dispatch published this. I was worried when they published this because I thought my place of work would see it. So anyway, hundreds at Tesla at Columbus Easton to protest Musk and Elon Musk. Trump. Anyway, okay, so there we go. A little bit of brag there. So how dare you fucking say? How dare you all fucking say that I go to anti-migrant rallies? Okay, screw you. Screw you. All right? I know it's awful, Jonas. I borrowed that coat because it's a good coat. But it's a terrible coat. By the way, guys, I have other things I can show you, but I won't show you right now. So for some of you have seen them. I have video of myself at a protest that ended up not necessarily following the law. I went to the mayor's house during the BLM protest, and I have video of that, but I can't really show that on screen. Anyway, I have other videos too and images that I can't really show you. Regardless, there's one of them. I want to punch a wall right now. Why politics? Why? Okay. Yeah, I've shown you I did show you the legal. Okay. Oh, I got you, Jonas. But I know, Jonas, I'm being extra gay, but I don't like that coat that much. I don't. All right. Let's see here. I'm gonna see if I can find, because there's another one somewhere online. Would the fascists kindly goose step? By the way, remember I told you this story? I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind of on a storytelling mode. Forgive me. Goose step into the nearest wood chipper. By the way, that offended a bunch of liberals too. It was actually funny. When I did that, I went with, oh God. So when I went to that protest and I had the sign with the wood chipper, there were some liberals there that I knew, and they're like, "Oh, I would never do that. That is like, why would you say that? We shouldn't call for violence." I'm like, really? You think a sign that says that the fascists will walk into you're really getting butthurt over a sign that talks about that jokingly says the fascists that goose step into a fucking wood chipper? Yeah. Anyway, okay, sign. I might not be able to find this one. I can try to find it some other time, but okay. Protest. Anyway, so yeah, like maybe I might not be able to find this one, but I did have that sign and it was very fun and I appreciated it. Okay. I'll have to find that for some other time. You weren't calling for violence. You were suggesting violate. There you go, LaCroix. Yeah, they're way too eager to defend fascist. I've always been kind of fearful of going to protest. If it does kick off, I run to certain type. Yeah, Jonas, I don't blame you. I'm a white guy. To be honest with you, it's less dangerous for me to go to a protest. Okay. And I can always pretend like I'm not gay. I was just giving them directions, right? Right. By the way, I was telling them that they should willfully do it. I wasn't saying I would put them in the wood chipper. That would be bad, right? I'm kidding. All right. Okay, I will say faster people. There you go. There you go, Raccoon Boyo. So, moving on here, right? Hey, I don't blame you, Jonas. Go ahead and do it. I don't blame you at all. So, fuck you, Jay Williams, okay, for your bullshit. All right? All right. LaCroix, I know, me too. I can't tell you all of the stuff, obviously. You know LaCroix. Okay, guys, so we're going to stop there. I know. I am. I had to. So no one this time. I actually had to turn off the ad blocker because it wouldn't let me see it. It wouldn't let me see my own picture of myself. All right. I have lived a daring life of crime. Okay. Thank you, Raccoon Boyle. I know, right? Me too. My live had 3 ads to get in. What? No one this time? Really? I'm sorry. That's fucked up. My apologies. Okay, you guys. I'm gonna put my face up. So, guys, I'm gonna go now. That's true, Raccoon Boyle. I'm gonna go now. Ugh. Okay. So I'll maybe try to find that other picture at some point. Thank you, politics. Dolly boy, I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. No one this time. I'll be on tomorrow. So no one this time. Sorry you missed it today. Watch the VOD. No one this time on Twitch. Okay. You can also watch the VOD on YouTube. So you can watch the whole episode on YouTube, or you can watch it on Twitch, okay? Because I post the VODs afterwards. All right. So go ahead and watch it there if you didn't see it today. So tomorrow, guys, I will come back on at the regular time. You all know what I'm about to say, don't you? First of all, guys, let me hand out a few boops here. Roshi gets a boop. Boop. No one this time gets a boop. Boop. Raccoon Boyo gets a boop. Boop. Druzilla boop. Guys, can I just say something? I know it sounds kind of... Cody gets a boop. Boop. It sounds kind of... Elevator Lady gets a boop. Boop. It sounds kind of parasocial, but I did miss all of you. I missed all of you. I will say that. AMA Gaming, but I did not say that to you, and I didn't miss you, actually. And shut up and fuck all of you, and you did not hear me say that. All right. Everyone ready? I don't know. Did I miss anyone? Dolly Boy gets a boop boop. Roshi gets a boop boop. Outer Sentinel gets a boop boop. LaQuabal gets a boop boop. Whatever. You all get boops, and then you all get a fucking bonk for being all cutesy with me. Bonk. All right. Everyone know what I'm about to say? First of all, Louise, don't you say that, Louise. It was not nice. I hate you, Louise. You disgust me. You do not get a boop. Okay? Fine, you get a boop. Boop. Yeah, no boop for you, Jay Williams. No boop for you. Okay, fine, you get a boop. Boop. First of all, guys, you know what I'm about to say. What am I about to say? Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Never free Sudan, free the Ukraine, free the Congo, free Venezuela, free Cuba, free Iran. Free everyone everywhere all at once. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. Raccoon Boyo, I did miss you, and you get a boop. Boop. We need major reforms in this country or revolutionary change, preferably revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, they will walk all over you. You cannot necessarily reason with fascists. We learned about fascism today a little bit, right? We'll continue tomorrow. On the wall behind me, you can't see it right now. On the wall behind me is a sword. Okay, the name of the sword is Chainbreaker. It has been passed down in my family for many years, and legend has it that it was responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back here? I have it back here to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Okay, they literally put their lives on the line, and many of them died for us to not, for some of the things we have. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, take joy in our shared humanity. You're all great. I will, let me send you guys to someone over on Twitch for those that are on Twitch. Okay, let me find someone to send all of you to. Oh, I guess I could send you to KF Logan. Since he sent his people to us once, so maybe we should send people to KF Logan. Beard Princess? Okay, let's try Beard Princess. Let's try Beard Princess, since we haven't done that before. Actually, you know what? No, let's do KF Logan. Let's do KF Logan because he just rated us. So, and then we'll do Beard Princess next time. Cody, remind me of Beard Princess next time. Okay? Just because KF Logan rated us recently, so I want to repay the favor. Because it's about, we have to do the favor. As I don't know, I can't do an Italian mafioso accent. Okay? But you get it. Okay, we got to give back the favor. Whatever. I don't fucking care. I'm not from The Sopranos. Copy. Whatever. It's fine. Paste. There we go. All right. Please join the raid on KF Logan. CR is doing socialism or something. Okay. All right. Yes, I am repaying the favor, right? Okay. We got this. Everyone ready to raid? I'll see you all tomorrow. Please join the Discord. We could chat mutual aid. There you go. I will chat. You can chat to me on there. I love you all very much. You have a good rest of your day, okay? Bye-bye. As for everyone else, you have a good rest of your day. You all have a good rest of your day. See you tomorrow.